say welcome. We're going to say welcome, but be safe traveling, and we'll welcome you in a couple of hours and look forward to a fun day with you. And part of a Fun Zone Friday means that Rock and Roll City will be performing. The Wheel of Canned Meat will spin, and we'll have a great time as all of you come to the Golden Ticket seats here today. So we look forward to having you. We look back on some games last night and ahead to college football, the World Series starting tonight, NFL this weekend. We got a whole lot to break down. And, we can't forget high school football, which is tonight, because Greg's got his game day shirt on. Here we go. There he sits right there, Mr. Greg Burgess.
Yeah.
This is one of those times of the year, Greg, where we go, well, heck, it just started. Now it's about over.
Yeah.
A lot of folks have their last home game in regular season tonight if you live in the state of Alabama. And I know other states are at different sections of their season, might have started a week ahead or behind, whatever. But we're towards the end of regular season. You know, if your team's out of the playoffs and you know it, then it's wrapping up.
You're taking up equipment.
It happens quick.
Yeah, I think it's this week, next week. Yep.
Yeah.
How about that?
Doing the sports show when back in the day, we always referred to the sports days. We would always count down the seasons, and we would get all excited. And then once they started, we'd be like, wow, so it's almost over.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Doesn't take it long.
It doesn't. Greg's fired up, as you can see today, ready to go.
Yeah, but
you all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw where the Vikings went down today, last night.
Boy,
yeah, dadgummit.
Bubba predicted it.
I know. They get beat by 10 last night, the Amazon Prime game. The Rams 30, Vikings 20.
Bubba will say, here's the start of the spiral.
Yeah, I know.
Here it is.
Yep. That's why he didn't get too fired up about it. I wonder if he watched any of last night because, I told him about the game being on last night, and he said, well, better come on at 4:30 because I think he was tired. And I don't know if he started. It was a 7:15 p.m. Central Time
Yeah,
kick.
he probably missed that.
Probably did. But there was a controversial face mask call late in the game when the Vikings were down 8 and needed to drive and get a 2-point conversion just to get it into overtime. And
they were backed up in their own end zone.
Yeah, they were. So, everybody needs to calm down because the way the headlines are, it's like, Vikings get robbed. No, they still had to drive the entire length of the field.
They act like he got tackled going in the winning touchdown at the one or something.
Yeah. But so anyway, the Matthew Stafford and the Rams bounce back. They're 3-4 now, 3-1 at home. The Vikings fall to 5-2. And the World Series, I mentioned it. First, real quick, Pittsburgh blew out Syracuse. Pittsburgh must be pretty good. They're number 19.
They're rolling.
College football last night on ESPN. If you're listening live, last night, and they're undefeated.
Yeah.
I mean, they must be pretty good. But because Syracuse, I think it only lost 2. I mean, it's not like they were bad.
No,
And we'll.
I can't watch them, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And the World Series starts tonight. The Yankees go to L.A.
God, it seems like we've been waiting on the World Series to start for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. They did get a week off, close to it anyway, and they travel to L.A. and they will be at Dodger Stadium. First pitch is supposed to be at 7:08 p.m. Central Time on Fox. Yankees and the Dodgers. This is. You talking about, the 2 largest markets in the country and some of the biggest names in Major League Baseball collide tonight. That's going to be fun and something I will definitely, if I'm sitting around the TV, going to have to check out for sure.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos. This is a weird story, Greg, and we were discussing it, just the headline itself. Denver Broncos star Josh Reynolds shot in the back of the head.
Okay,
and
so you assume he's either in critical condition or he didn't make it.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
When you hear shot in the back of the head.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yep. But then it goes on to say, and this is just nobody was seriously hurt. What?
How? I just reported someone was shot in the back of the head, and then I followed it up with no one was seriously hurt.
What in the world? It says Denver Broncos player Josh Reynolds was shot in his head after leaving a local strip club. That's good. That's a good.
It must have went like grazed around the side of his head or something.
So all of this happened in the early hours of October the 18th, and now it's all coming out, and police have confirmed it, and blah blah blah. But I think it was like at 3 a.m.
Well,
he was already on IR because he had some type of I think surgery on his finger or something like that. So he was on IR. But they said that there was a call that there was a shooting, and when the police responded to that area, they ultimately found Roberts, who was hit in the head in his head and his arm. It says left arm, and this is according to the NBC.
He was treated
affiliate.
and released.
Yeah. Wow. This is the way the headline, and I know it's all clickbait and stuff, but when you see an article like that, you're like, oh man, that's awful.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, it still is. Please understand. I'm not saying that it's not awful, but you think that he had been killed or something.
I mean, we strap a Band-Aid on it and send him home.
The police discovered an abandoned Ford Bronco. It was just riddled with bullet holes along the interstate.
Did we have a mad stripper that got mad because she didn't get tipped enough? What happened?
It's unclear if the vehicle belonged to Roberts and if he was driving at the time. 2 men have been arrested in the case, both of whom are being held for investigation of attempted first-degree murder and first-degree assault, according to police.
There you
go.
So
there's an investigation that's underway, but I guess everything is coming out now, so it's one of the bigger headlines in the sports world. He was already, as I mentioned, on injured reserve after undergoing surgery on a broken finger earlier this month.
This ain't going to help.
And 9 News says police received an emergency call around 3 a.m. on October 18th. And the caller who said he was driving a blue Ford Bronco claimed to have been shot. So I guess I don't know if that was Reynolds that was calling. I don't know. It gets a little bit confusing in the writing of this now. But the big headline is he is okay. But the way it was reported at first is he was shot in the back of the head, and you think he's been killed.
Yeah, you're fixing to hear some bad news, then they go, he's been treated and released.
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah. So I don't know if
a glancing blow, evidently.
I guess
kind
so.
Like Trump did.
Yeah, maybe so.
The same category.
Yeah, flesh wound or glancing blow.
I'll tell you what, you're close to it not working out for you.
Well, I think you do have to sit down and kind of reevaluate where you are.
Oh yeah.
And go, okay, wait a minute. So
I might need to do some changes here because I got people,
So I'm leaving this establishment around 3 a.m. And it goes back to the nothing good happens after midnight statement.
Oh, yeah.
It's so true. So
especially
true.
at strip club.
So true. Yeah.
That's definitely wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Boy, the texts that are coming in. Some of you have commentary on where he was leaving.
Speedy, when we get back, I got a question. I was listening to an interview on the way in, and there was a term used that I'd completely forgot about.
Okay.
And I want to talk to you about
it. Can we say the term?
Yeah.
Because knowing you'd be like, let's talk about it.
No, it's nothing bad.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard Outdoor Protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
All right,
me
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
day without 'em, brother.
As we get rolling, we thank you for being with us. We've hit a couple of different topics. Vikings go down last night on the Amazon Prime game. They got beat by the Rams 30-20. Pittsburgh blows out Syracuse to remain undefeated in college football. World Series starts tonight around 7 o'clock Central on Fox. The Yankees and the Dodgers. And we talked about Denver Broncos star Josh Reynolds was shot in the head after leaving a strip club on the 18th. but survived
I'm not
and
laughing
was
about being
released.
shot
In the back of his head and his left arm, and we were trying to make sense of all of that as he has. He was already on IR, injured reserve, for undergoing surgery on a broken finger or something, and so he wasn't like he was with the team. Probably needs to make better decisions on where he is. But anyway, so we've kind of hit all that. And as we went to break, you said you had heard something, a phrase.
Well,
or
I know
something?
it's a phrase, not an uncommon. I just for some reason hadn't used it in a while. I was listening to a podcast and it was an interview, and usually you would use this word or whatever you want to call it, like if someone says something,
okay,
and you're like, no way. Instead, you go, And how would you spell You ain't never said that. Somebody said, "Hey," so
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I don't even.
How do you spell Yeah, think about it. I don't think I've used that in a while. We used to use it a lot when I was a kid. Hey, you ain't gonna do it. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Is that
I've used
even
that.
a word or a phrase?
I've
And if it
used
is, how do you spell it?
It sounds like we're just grunting.
But for some reason, during the interviewer said it to the person who was interviewing.
Siri can't even spell it for me.
And then I've also heard it used like if somebody is doing something and you get secondhand, they go, I'll do that.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
You know, that's for secondhand. It can be used for no way. You know, if somebody says, well, I did this,
We've kind of gotten.
Or I don't believe you. That didn't happen. But how you spell I mean, I don't know why that got in my mind today, but when I heard
we've gotten each other's each other's attention before. We'll see something on TV and we'll go,
And then my kids, I'd get on those kids, put that down, something like that. You know,
yeah,
I would use it that way. It can be used in a lot of different ways. I just want to know how you spell it.
Golly, I mean, they won't even spell it.
It's just is it just
How
a
do you
sound?
spell,
Does it just fall under sounds? I'm making a sound. It's not a word.
What
is
UH? Huh?
What is How do you spell it?
Like
and
no,
is it
no.
considered just a sound?
No way. You're kidding.
Yeah. Or you need to quit.
Stop.
You need to quit.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because I've heard it when people when you get second.
I'll do that with my dogs. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a word?
I
Phrase?
do use
What
that.
is it?
I do use
Oh, I do too, but I just haven't in a while, and I definitely. It just seemed funny because it's in the middle of an interview, and the guy who was interviewing said something. He went, and I went, you know what? I hadn't used
Getting a lot of UH-UH.
That's
I
don't know.
UNT dash UH UNT AHH. Everybody's pretty close.
No, you didn't.
Everybody's
You
close.
can use it that way. There's so many different meanings and
no,
uses.
you didn't.
I'm gonna start using it more.
What about
Now, that happens a lot, but that's a little different than is the sound.
Okay, I'll do this. We'll see something on TV, and I go, Greg,
Yeah,
and it'll get your attention. Yeah,
You ever do that?
you'll
Try to
look,
get
yeah.
somebody?
Oh yeah.
I just never really thought about the origin or how it sounds or how you spell it. Where'd it come from?
So what did you?
Is it a sound? Is it a word? What is it?
UH-HUH. We're getting a lot of.
What
We're
does
getting
it
a lot
fall
of that.
under? Grammatically, what
Yeah.
is it? I don't know. Slang.
So what were you listening to? And
Theo Vaughn was interviewing J.D. Vance.
okay.
And Theo, who's funny, he threw an in there about something. I thought, I ain't heard that in a while. Really? It was kind of in that one.
Yeah. Like no way.
Yeah.
No.
And I don't know why. It just stuck out. I went, I've used that a lot in my life, but there's so many different meanings. And then that's when the spelling thing, I thought, well, what if you were trying to write that down? Of course you wouldn't, I guess. I said, but how would you spell And then everybody would know that's what it was.
Nuh-uh.
Some say nuh-uh, some say
UH.
He went
UH-UH.
nuh-uh. You get nuh-uh. I've heard it that way too. Nuh-uh. But I just didn't know if it was considered a sound or a word.
I think it's a little
Just
bit
a
of
noise.
yeah. I think it is. I think it's a noise, but I think it says no or no way or stop.
And I've even used it
something
instead of saying out loud. I've done that. Also, just which I think is the same version. Like somebody comes in as being a bib, you go bib.
Yeah. You'll do that.
There's a lot of things you can do with
but then
slash
but then
lots you can do with
something
it.
could be really good to eat, and you'll be like
That's good. A lot of meanings. I must be paying attention now if I use it more or other people use it. For some reason during that interview, because it didn't fit, by the way, and all of a sudden I heard, and I went, that's just funny. Yeah, pretty funny. No, you didn't.
No way.
It's tied to no, you didn't, slightly.
I'll do
Or just like I said, the straight up Okay, I'm letting it go. I beat that horse.
How many of you right now are saying it?
I just, it's one of those things that happens around you a lot, and you take it for granted.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you go, that's kind of weird. That whole little sound, word, whatever it is, that's kind of strange.
So people, this is where I really love the text option.
It is an interjection.
Yes, it is.
It would fall into that probably.
Yeah, UGH, informal.
You remember the Schoolhouse Rock?
Used to show. Yes. So I love that last one there. So people are sending us what they think it looks, or the definition is, I should say.
Interjection.
So yeah, it's
what?
Seeing a lot of UH-UH.
That's
Yeah.
That's what people would think that is. Is
Where's the mouse? I gotta go get the mouse.
Look, we're done. We're talking about too much. We'll do that. We'll get on subject. Stay on it.
Well, you just asked it, Greg.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get the answer to it.
Well, I don't think there is an answer.
Well, a lot of pet folks are texting. Sorry, I had to walk across the studio. Where was that one up here? UGH. Let's see. A lot of that. A lot of UGH. And they looking up, send us the interjection of that, which kind of means what you're talking about. Someone.
It's
annoyed.
different than then. It's different than that. It's a different meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody does something, you go, then.
Yeah.
You're done. That means you're ending the conversation.
Right.
But little things like that, I just kind of notice sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, that
then means I got nothing to say, and you're pretty much a good one, and we're just going to end it. Then.
Yeah.
Then.
All right, then. Let's move on.
Let's move on. That's it. I'm done. I've said I was quitting. I can't.
Yeah. Yesterday, Little River came over to have a play day with Nan and Pops.
Oh yeah,
and hey, buddy, let me tell you something. These bicycles now where they don't have pedals, but is it the gliders or whatever? I don't know. Where you see a lot of kids that they're tiny little bikes, and it's before they really learn how to ride a bike. It's easy for them to balance, and so they can kind of pull things along with their feet, and then kind of balance a little bit.
Yeah, my kids have got that.
But River has a little bike at the house with training wheels, and I'd asked you. He's 3, but he's learning, and he rode I know his little legs aren't sore today, but he rode up and down that street and around the cul-de-sac for hours. We talk about how nothing gets old to them.
Don't you wish you could entertain yourself that long as an adult?
Yes, but it was fun to see, and others came out, kids on bikes, little tiny kids. But the training wheels are funny little things.
Oh,
you know?
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There sits one Greg Burgess. If you're coming to the Golden Ticket Seats today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you and hanging out with you and letting you have a great day with us here in studio. You'll witness Rock and Roll City in there getting after it. Wheel of Canned Meat will spin. Dr. Dudney will give away $50.
$50.
And we'll try to make this as fun zone as possible, which means
That's
that
5-0.
we can't print a lot of the hard news of the day because that's not fun zone, Greg.
It's not.
Now, the Menendez brothers.
Speaking of not fun zone.
You have told us about that, and I saw on Netflix, and I think this is where you landed, the series on them. It's an actual, there's actors, and
it's not a documentary.
No, but Peacock has a documentary on them, and they're two different things. But I saw that last night, and I was like, okay, this isn't what Greg's talking about, though. That's more of a, I guess, documentary and detailing with the case and what they did, I believe.
Yeah.
It's what it looked like.
It's not actors.
Right,
The series on Netflix was people portraying what happened. And again, you don't know what they show conversations they're having in jail with each other. Nobody knows what
right. But you saw it and you brought it to the show. We've talked about it. And one of the things we asked is, did this Netflix series stir up conversation?
It seems like it did.
To where the district attorney and others would start talking about it, or was this just, did it just time down this way? But I feel like maybe it did stir up something, and you have an update.
Yeah, the Los Angeles County District Attorney recommended Wednesday that the Menendez brothers, known for the 1989 shotgun slayings of their parents, be resentenced. Now, he's not saying they're to overturn their conviction, resentenced them. And they're basing this on some new evidence, and then they say that people's understanding of abuse now is more, then, they were like, well, I don't care if you're abused or not. I mean, you blew your parents' heads off, but that's bad. But they're saying nowadays people would be more sympathetic towards if it was proven that they were abused. And plus, one of the singers from a boy band that he managed now has come out and said that he drugged me. Was that I think that's on the documentary about him. And now, but here's what you got. The district attorney.
So you're saying there's an actor that plays him and everything in this?
No. I'm talking about on the documentary.
Oh,
I think they
okay.
do a reference to the Menudo thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I think. But
he's not in the series that you watched.
No,
with
he's not.
Okay.
No, because like I say, all this came out later, and that's one of the things they're saying. Well, if the jury would have seen this, it might have swayed them different. Anyway, he's, again, not saying they're going to overturn the conviction, but here's the deal. The district attorney, he said people in his office are against it. He goes, and the only person who could parole them, basically, since they were less than 26 years old and they could be, and they got 50 to life, they're actually eligible for parole. But only a judge can parole them, and it says that the other people in I guess the DA's office are against him. They're rescinding, and they're going to go argue every time it comes up. If they come up for parole in front of a judge, they're going to go argue against it.
Okay.
He said there's some people, and people are even saying that he is up for re-election and he's trailing in the polls, and this seems to be in his district that what they're portraying, that resentencing is the popular thing. Everybody feels sorry for him, and they think he's doing this to get votes. Now that's people's opinion, but anyway, it's just really weird. But basically, he has recommended, now whether that happens or not, like I say, the judge has got to finalize it, but he said they should be resentenced to 50 years to life, which would make them eligible for parole. And he said that he thinks the 35 years that they've served should be time served.
Okay.
And let them go.
Oh, let them go now.
Yeah, parole.
Okay. Prefer.
But that's just his opinion.
And
he said there's other people in my office that are going to argue against that.
Yeah.
So.
But all right. So when you talked about the series, and I knew the basics. It's just I knew kind of like the format and the outline of,
I remember
of the details. But you brought some other stuff to the show that I didn't know. Now, one of the things about the abuse and others coming forward about the dad, who was apparently not a very good person, doesn't mean you go and get a shotgun and kill him.
Pretty
but
ruthless.
And the
your mom.
and the mom too, and go back out to the car and get more ammo and come back in and finish him. Probably not the thing to do.
Pretty cold. That's pretty cold.
But family members have come out now, and a couple have come out and said, no, the dad was an awful person. But then there's an uncle or somebody
Yeah.
that came out and said, no, they need to stay in jail.
Exactly.
So
the family split on it.
yeah.
They said that there's some of them want them to be released and be paroled, and then there's some that don't, including the one uncle, the guy's his brother, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mess.
And what does hurt their case, again, shouldn't have done it and all that, but hey, I've got all this money now and I'm going out and I'm going to NBA games and I'm buying stuff and
And that's when they were claiming they didn't do it too.
Yeah.
See, at first they called 911, said people, and they tried to say my dad was mixed up with the mafia and stuff like that, and then they went on this $700,000 spending spree. And then one of them had told a psychiatrist that they did it, and eventually somebody leaked that, and then they admitted it. But the defense attorney come up and said, "Well, they were abused. Is why they did it." So,
wow. All right,
anyway,
so there's
that's
your
their
update.
defense. They've admitted they did it. There's never, early they didn't, but once all that came out, yeah, they did.
But their defense, but you're saying that when the original trial happened, that the jury didn't know about the abuse and where their mind was.
No, they knew.
They did know about
but
that.
They did, about the abuse that they're
What's
saying.
new then?
The guy, what's the name of the band? Menudo.
That he can verify that no.
Yeah, that he did the same thing to him.
Got it.
And also, they're saying that back then, people know more now about the effects of that type of abuse than they had. Because people's going, I know no matter what, but how do you shoot your parents? They're saying nowadays people are more educated, I guess, on it, for lack of a better word.
And maybe more sensitive to it as well. Yeah.
Because, the damage, you're more aware of it than they were then.
Right.
That's basically.
Huh.
But anyway.
All right, so there's your update, and so we'll see how that plays out. I don't know where you are on this because I know things like this bother you, Greg, when it comes to like years of how old somebody is and when something happened in history, you claim we can't verify much.
Well, a lot of times we will,
yeah. Oldest
like
person in the United States.
100 years old. And who saw this turtle for 100 years?
The oldest living person in the United States has just passed away. How old do you think this person was?
108.
Not bad. Not bad. Elizabeth Francis has died. She was 115 years old.
We think.
You don't know.
I mean, records 115 years ago were probably not quite what they are. I mean, there's a possibility that I bet she's about 113.
You don't think it's 115?
And that's close enough.
Greg Burgess, 115 years old.
115. Good night. If she
That's
can remember
old.
it, can you imagine what she's seen?
You kidding me?
Wow.
Hey, listen to this. Her granddaughter is 69. Her granddaughter.
Your granddaughter. Good night.
100? Yes.
Wow.
They said she
115.
yeah. They say that her granddaughter and other family is coming forward talking about how wonderful of a person she was and everything.
That's
and
a long time, guys.
Yeah, I know. 115. 115.
She has seen a lot of changes.
Wow. Golly.
There's some Asians somewhere older because every time we get the world's oldest person, they're always from some country in Asia. Normally,
yeah.
I don't know if it's what they eat or what.
But. Here's what could possibly be the most annoying audio you have heard all day, and for some reason I still want to play it because I want to get your reaction. A guy has apparently paid 2 influencers on Cameo. We've gotten those.
Oh
before.
yeah, the old Cameo.
Yeah. To tell his wife he wants a divorce.
That probably didn't go over very well.
So
you got to be kidding me.
There's 2 identical twins, and is it the Voros twins? I guess I don't know. They're influencers. I don't know, but they both look like a real live Beavis of Beavis and Butthead.
No. Oh, that's even better.
And
that's even better.
And so here is.
So I got a Beavis looking like telling my wife that it's over.
Right. So the wife the wife gets a cameo, and this is what the cameo says.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Greg.
Someone ordered a cameo from us and said they want to get a divorce. What's up, Victoria? We just want to say that David loved you so much, but he doesn't love you anymore, and he wants to get a divorce. Does separated?
Duh.
What if
First of all,
that?
how annoying are those 2?
Hey, that's what I thought.
First of all.
That's what I thought I'd get from it.
Second of all, wow.
Divorce.
Divorce does separation.
What if I'm the spouse and I get that and I think, oh, who sent me a cameo?
Yeah.
And it's a divorce cameo.
Well, that's going to go well with like her family when she tells them what you did.
Because now you got video. There's video, everything. It's a cameo.
Wow. So I wonder how that's working out. Wow.
Hello, he loved you, but he doesn't anymore.
Yeah, and he can't tell you that because he's scared.
Now think about this. So, I mean, when you hire that, you get a request on what to say. So that's exactly what the husband wanted to say.
Yeah, and they had to practice it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycon's sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
866 We Be Big is our number. We're going to go out to you, the audience. You helped produce this last segment with unscreened phone calls. If you want to holler at us, 866 We Be Big. While you are dialing up, we want to make sure that you know this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by amac.us/bigvox. AMAC, we've been telling you about this. They stand for the values of its members, and they fight every day to protect the individual liberties outlined in the Constitution. I know
it's an
that
AMAC attack.
I know that's rare now, but that's what their goal is, and that's what they do. We hear from a lot of you out there. As a member, you're going to enjoy about 100 different discounts with companies that you that share your values. You also get a bi-monthly AMAC magazine. There's a lot there to enjoy, and know that you got a great membership. Not only is it a great price, because for just $1, you can join. AMAC stands for the Association of Mature American Citizens, and to be part of an organization with about 2.1 million patriots who are committed to saving the country we love. And with the election just a few, maybe 11 days away?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Getting here, my friend.
For about $1, you can join. So check them out now. Plus, you get that bi-monthly AMAC magazine. You can learn more by going to amac.us/bigvox and join today for just $1, and make sure that you're standing for your values and what America stands for as well. You can also go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. The phones are starting to ring, and so we're going to jump out at 866 We Be Big and do some unscreened phone calls. As we do that, I do want to mention that we are aware that SpaceX capsule did come back to Earth, and was a crew of 8, I believe. The two that were on the Boeing Starliners astronaut, they're still there.
Good. Yeah, they come back in November, right?
I think it's February.
Yeah, February.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, of next. Yeah,
Yellowstone comes back in November. I got mixed up.
Are you serious? That's what you
I think so.
We are aware of that. We have that for the guys, and we'll get Bubba's commentary on it. But I didn't want anybody to confuse and think that the Boeing astronauts were part of that.
That astronaut with the hair flying everywhere is still up there.
You're right.
She's still there.
All right, let's jump out here. We got Steve, it says.
Look at him. We're going to go a little unscreened if you don't mind.
We got something right
what
here.
What happened, X-Out?
I don't know what's going on there. Here we go. It says Nathan is what the caller ID says is part of the unscreened phone calls. What's up, Nathan?
Yeah, I was going to call and see when y'all was on Grove Pair and call Michael Hampton and see what he's doing at 5:47 in the morning.
Yeah, you wonder.
We threatened to wake him up that first week.
We haven't done it. We can't find it in ourselves to call him and do that. But just on the outside chance we wake him up, we did communicate with him a while back, and he said the extra 2 to 3 hours sleep a night is a life changer.
Yeah, it's like there's a normal world out there that we're not a part of.
That's right.
Kind of hung up trying to say.
Let's go to. It says 603 is the caller ID. I don't know your name, but that is where you're calling from, and you're part of unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you this morning?
We are blessed. What's up?
All right, what's up? I can't believe what was said by Miss Kamala about Trump being a fascist. Oh, Lord.
I know.
Fascism.
Yeah, they're having
Man, I don't know.
a Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden. Isn't
Yes.
that what they tried to portray it as?
Yes, we have more news today that's going to upset you, sir. Hillary Clinton has come out.
Yeah.
And, you know, this Madison Square.
We love to hear from her.
This rally that Trump, I mean, you can't find a seat, okay? She says that what he's really trying to do is he's trying to reenact the 1939 Nazi rally.
Okay.
That's what he's really.
And she's
his
basing
intent.
that on what?
Look, I'm telling you, everybody, y'all got to take a deep breath, okay? And make sure you
Fight through
vote.
it.
Don't get in the weeds. But for the next week or so, it's an all-out blitz from them.
Oh, they're
okay.
Yeah, they're holding something.
But
back.
they're really wanting to land on this.
Yeah.
They're really trying to land on this narrative. So you're just going to have to just ignore it and stay focused. And as Bubba says, don't get off in the weeds.
And again, they act like we don't have 4 years sample of what his presidency would be like.
Right.
They act like it's a big surprise. You know, I believe the first time he didn't try to become a dictator.
No,
right?
he did not.
And that's not possible in our system anyway. But
Right.
whatever.
Come on. All right, so we're going out to Brookhaven, Mississippi. It says unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, this is piggybacking on what the guy said about Helmsy. One thing you used to do when Helmsy was on the show, you used to always talk about like what TV shows and movies you was going on. What y'all watching right now?
Oh yeah, Netflix.
Okay, thank you, sir.
What have I been watching?
Well, we know you watched the Menendez brothers.
I watched that thing called Fight Night. It was on Peacock with Kevin Hart and them. That was pretty good. A little
So
rough.
okay.
But it was
Okay.
good.
Vince Vaughn, have you watched the
I
Bad
have not.
Monkey on
I have not.
Amazon or Apple Plus?
No, I have not done it. Waiting on Cobra Kai to come back next month.
Is that when it?
Yeah,
does
it's the
it
final.
Well, they'll come back with something.
Yeah.
I did watch that.
Yeah,
have you watched Slow Horses on Apple?
Slow,
Apple
no.
Plus? Okay.
Not, as opposed to Fast Horses.
Yeah.
No, haven't seen them.
Haven't really had it. I think that might be why, sir, we have not brought it up. Is that we haven't been able to watch much.
Yeah, I don't know what my problem is.
I haven't. It's like when I sit down,
I feel like I'm forgetting something that I've been watching. I can't remember what it is. It'll come to me.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to think too. The two I mentioned, I have watched. I think their season's just wrapped up. Blah blah blah. Oh, Lincoln Lawyer.
Is it
on.
back?
Yes.
Okay, I will be
season.
watching that.
New season is on Netflix. So
Okay.
we started
I'll
it
be-
last night.
I'll be jumping into that.
Come on. All right, here we go. Josh, it says here in Alabama, is calling in on unscreened phone calls. What's up, Josh?
Hey, I just want to tell everybody it's a good Friday, and Alabama still sucks.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Adamant about it. I mean, he had a lot of conviction behind that.
Yeah.
There's
Don't think they suck, but I got it. They host Missouri, 2:30 on ABC.
And Missouri's going to be without a couple of key players.
Yeah, the report we had is they don't have their running back, and I don't know the update on their quarterback.
Well, Auburn,
I think
like
they said it was going to
Auburn
be more.
said you should have sat out the second half against us and healed up.
Right.
Maybe you could have played today.
I think he might be more of a game time deal. They've kept him out of activity all week long, so we'll see. Let's go up. It says up to Huntsville. Unscreened phone calls. What's going on?
Man, you won't believe it. Speaking of football and stuff, man, I hit one deer on the way to work this morning, and it looked like a buck, so I was going to turn around and go see what it was. Man, when I was on the way back, I hit another one. It was a doe. I killed a man and his girlfriend.
What is that? Oh, he turned around, hit a doe, took a couple out. What is that?
Well, I don't know what that is.
That's that guy called yesterday. Didn't he do that yesterday on the phone? You may have been screening.
Oh, okay.
I think you were screening.
And it's from the cartoon or the what is it? Is he doing a character or something? People were emailing us. I don't know. I don't know who he's doing.
Yeah, he can just keep calling.
If he's trying to do what's his name from King of the Hill, he's doing it really bad.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, that's what
he's trying to do.
He needs to work on it.
Yeah.
Not the main, not Hank Hill, but one of his buddies.
I know the guy you're talking about.
You're standing up already.
I am.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour underway, and here is the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world, the show is rolling, and we thank you for being here. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have knocked out the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team. He'll be driving YouTube from here. Thanks to all of you who are joining us, whether that be on our live options, which includes, but is not limited to, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. These are radio affiliates all across the country, bold enough to carry the Rick and Bubba Show. Maybe your live option is the YouTube channel. Hello, Tubers. Glad you're here. Maybe it's the TuneIn app. You're streaming on an app. We welcome you there. If you're here on an archive option, that would be the YouTube channel again. The daily full archive of the show. Maybe it's the best of hour on Blaze TV for Blaze TV subscribers. Or maybe you are listening to the podcast archives. If you're on the archive option, we're glad you're here as well. We have a lot to unpack on the program today. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Start that stereo. We come. We booming.
Booming.
We booming.
Howdy.
Howdy, Bubba.
It's Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Here we go. Working through another one today. Already, of course, we'll see if you're coming here with the golden ticket seats today. Be arriving a little bit later on, and I'm headed out to a funeral today, so I've already got at least most of my dress clothes on. So I want to go ahead and warn everybody, don't do that thing. Well, you should dress up for. You going to a funeral? Because I'll go, yes, I am going to a funeral. So anyway, that'll be coming up later today. So be heading out of here, headed that way. So this is also presents a real issue from, just us, the way that we operate, the way that we work. So anytime you come to work, the way we work and trying to eat in 5-minute breaks, I know some of you, your favorite part is watching us eat or hearing us chew. That always is pleasant, I know, but we're trying to eat our breakfast inside, little 5-minute windows here or there. Top of the hour, maybe a 6-minute window if we don't have a spot we have to do. And, there's always just the daily fear, but not as important when you're a little more casual. Hey, I hope I don't get anything on my shirt.
Right.
Yeah,
That's big.
That's
big because we got a lot of things that you dip or add ketchup to or sop with. You could all be in a danger zone.
We got to make this. Then there's always don't spill coffee on your shirt for those of us that drink coffee. And so I've got to work through that minefield today because just the way the calendar is working. Now, this is one of the things that, I've had, I remember, people that may not, even inside the Christian faith, you have the different denominations, and we always have fun with that, and there's different stereotypes that go with that. So we were raised Southern Baptist, and usually that's the culture inside Christianity that we're accustomed to. Well, let me tell you something. When it comes to the Protestants and the Baptists, when you pass, we're going to bury you. You're going to be buried within 72 hours. I mean, that's max, and we'd like to do it in 48.
Yeah.
And we don't care what's going on during the week.
No.
I mean, we'll drop you an 11 o'clock funeral on a Wednesday, on a Tuesday, on a Thursday. So we're 2 p.m. today, about an hour and a half from where we live. Of course, visitation starts with the family at 12:30. And then open invitation visitation is at 1 p.m. and then the funeral at 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to pull out of my driveway about 10 minutes from here at 10:30 Central on the nose. So I don't have time for, hey, I spilled something on my shirt.
No, you don't. You sure don't.
And I also didn't have time to say I'll just dress when I get home. So I still have to put my tie, my jacket on, and of course I've followed something Bubba and I've been doing for years. I have on tennis shoes, not dress shoes, because the dress shoes I've got to eventually put on. If I have to wear those all day long, I won't be able to walk.
Yeah, I'll be crippled.
Yeah. So I'm going. So
even some of the dress shoes now that are more like athletic shoes.
Yeah.
But they're still not the same.
Still not the same. Yeah. And these are a little dirtier than they need to be for me to have on dress pants and a button down.
Yeah.
But it's us, so I can get away with it at work. Yeah. But so anyway, so that's going to be, can I get through the show? Also, there's another one, if you think about this, it's Golden Ticket Seat Day.
Yep.
Okay? So then you throw another, obstacle out there. What if somebody wins something off the wheel, they grab it over here, and they want us to sign it, got to keep from getting Sharpie on my shirt. I've done that. Raise your hand if you got Sharpie on the shirt.
Sharpie on the shirt or all over your fingers because you just.
So it's going to be. Trying to be dressed for something that you need to put on a suit for, and do the show is, buddy. At any moment, those pants. You may think you're safe on the pants. Look down, you got a smudge down your dress pants where that salsa didn't hit your shirt, but hit you right in the thigh.
That's a sneaky one.
Yeah, the good news is I have black pants on, so if I pull the Sharpie by and hit my pants, I'm good.
Yeah.
I just don't need to hit this shirt.
No, you don't.
Or my hands, because then it'll be.
Rick, you're shaking hands with danger by wearing that.
I know, but the time it doesn't allow.
I get it.
I don't have time to.
What if we wrap you in plastic?
Of course, I had to deal yesterday with the adult sons coming in. Of course, right out of hot Atlanta, I get the text from Brooks. Dad, do you have a suit I can wear? Did you forget your suit? Yeah. Did you?
Do you have a suit?
Did you put your? What about shoes? Oh, I left my dress shoes.
Rick.
Oh, okay. Well, so last night I grabbed a suit that I hope fits and said, "Here you go."
What about shoes?
That's so good.
Just gave him shoes too. We're close on shoes.
Okay.
I think
that's hard.
I think he wears a 12. I wear a 12 and a half, so that'll work.
Cram them in there.
Yeah, that'll work. So, all right. So here we go.
All right. So I'm gonna go grab some paper towels like I do my grandson, Rick.
Oh, yeah.
And we're gonna tuck it in your shirt.
Yep.
Yes.
When you eat.
Yeah.
And so you don't get anything on you.
Oh yeah. So here we go. We'll be back. We got a lot to cover today. As we said, Golden Ticket Seats will be here. Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat, Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But
then
what'd you say?
Then of course you know what they say. Well, you thirsty from So anyway, we and they didn't know certain things like they didn't know that at the end of a quarter we don't all run over to where we get our drinks and everything.
Right.
Quarter means stand right here and let's just drink our water here where the helmet's still on. Don't leave.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so there was that.
Don't go tell Mom in the stands what we did.
Right.
Yeah.
One time had outside linebacker standing in the middle of the field waving to the press box. And I said, Dora, what are you doing? He said, my daddy's in the press box. And look, you know what I did? I waved to him. I said, hey, Dad, can we get back now? I need you to split right here. And so we get out there. So we have Bentley is our first quarterback who's nervous about it, but he's doing a great job. And so we intercept a pass on our first defensive play and take it down to about the 1 or 2 yard line. So I think to myself, what a great way to get my little quarterback an opportunity.
Now, this is the first quarterback.
My first quarterback who and I said, all right, how about this, Bentley? How about quarterback sneak right here? You want to score the first touchdown of the year? You mean me run it? And I said, yeah, you run. He goes, I don't think so. And I said, that's
well, you know what? His first audible.
Right.
Yeah.
I said, so no to the quarterback sneak? I don't think so. I don't think so. So would you rather hand it to somebody else? Yes. I'd like to hand the ball to somebody else first. So we did, and we ended up scoring. And so we ended up winning the game 18-0. And
well, congratulations.
The defense was the surprise of the night because I haven't worked on that as much, but we have worked extensively on the techniques that require good defense. Tackling. You have to tackle every single day. And, live, wide open tackling. The kids this age don't learn by sitting in a classroom format being told how to tackle. You got to do it over and over and over and over. So they responded well. And, one of the things you always struggle with, too, at this age is containing and angles. They just can't figure. They run at people and they don't contain, they commit. So, I probably, at the point, they lay awake at night hearing me say, do not chase the play. Matter of fact, I'm over here, I don't chase the play. I just won't. I said, every play that goes away from you, just assume that it's coming back. Never chase it. Every time they run away from you.
Stay at home.
It's a reverse or it's a bootleg. Every time. Matter of fact, don't even run. Don't even go. And so that was funny. So we get into another situation in the game, and I've got one of my running backs who let me know early in the game that he thought he was going to require some extra breaks. I said, what's that again? He said, I've looked at this. It looks like you're going to play me a lot. I said, yeah, I'm going to play you a lot. He said, well, I think I'm going to need some extra breaks. And I said, why is that? He said, well, my throat's kind of been sore. I said, so what do you mean by extra breaks? I said, we have quarters, we have timeouts, we have halftime. And he said, but I might need some others. I said, so you don't want me to overplay you? And he goes, yes, sir. I said, okay. So we get down, and I know that I need to run the ball in a different direction. And I said, I need you right here. I kid you not. Takes his mouthpiece out, looks at the down mark. He says, how far do you need me to go? I said, I need you to go 3 yards. He said, 3 yards? He said, I can do that. And then he
put your mouthpiece.
And then he scored. He scored on like an 18-yard run. So I came. I said, "Hey, that was more than 3." He said, "It was, wasn't it?"
I love their honesty.
Oh gosh, it's just. And then I'm sitting there, and I understand there's some trash talking going on from one of the guys playing linebacker, and I bring him over. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, I can't wait till Tuesday, and I said, "You can't wait till Tuesday." Can't wait till Tuesday. He said, you know why? Because I don't think I'm going to see tomorrow and we're going to be out of school all weekend. But a guy in my class said they were going to beat us, and I can't wait to tell him Tuesday we smoked them. And he said, so I'm telling him out here now. And I said, don't be telling people. I said, we need to have class like that. And he goes, well, he said they were going to smoke us like that. And he's just wild-eyed like that. I said, how you like football? He said, I like it. And so anyway, it was it was quite an experience. And my dad was there, and so I walked off the field and saw him there, and I walked up and I said, you may be, I know you're in the Hall of Fame and getting a stadium named after you, but you want me to run down a couple pointers for you today? Did you learn anything tonight? And he just looked at me and said, I can't recall learning much now.
How did special teams go?
Our special teams, I will give them a score of outstanding.
That's great.
Outstanding. Kevin Drake in charge of special teams. He had them ready to go. Minutes past the hour today on the Rick and Bubba show as we move through another one. We're now down to 34 shows when you count the times off the big year ender December 13th. Now you will get 3 weeks worth of historic moments from the Rick and Bubba show before it is completely in history. All right, so and of course those bits and moments to live on forever on various streaming services and out there. So that's great news.
And my head count is 34 shows left, 10 days to the election.
There, oh my gosh,
there's your two numbers.
Boy, 10 days. All right, so Bubba, there is an experiment, and we'll talk.
I can't wait for somebody to text me and tell me that's wrong.
That's first,
it's coming.
Hey, that's first world problem.
That's a
first world problem.
First world problem, pal.
You know what? Listening to the radio is a first world problem too. I'll do that.
Texting a show is a first world problem. Upset with a show that brings a text. I assure you, people looking for clean water today and somewhere to relieve themselves, they're not texting a radio show.
Right. No, they're not.
It's a first world issue.
And trying to stay safe from a tiger.
First world.
Because you're not counting election day.
There's two things. There's three things I notice we'll throw around right now, just recklessly. First world problem. Okay.
You're checked all boxes.
You're a narcissist. People haven't really studied that true mental disorder. Just because somebody's unlikable or someone might come across as arrogant doesn't make them a narcissist.
No, read the definite.
Right. But anyway, and the other, of course, gaslighting. We are gaslighting. But anyway, Bubba, we did an experiment last night, and that is, do you bring bad luck to the Vikings? And I think the results are in.
Rick, I didn't watch the Vikings. I didn't listen to the Vikings. I didn't check the score. I knew good and well when I woke up I would see where they lost, and they did.
Right.
Did you have
the only thing I'm mad about? I don't know why I don't start betting, because I know what's going. It's like I've got the future. I've got the almanac in my pocket. I don't know why I don't look at it and pull a biff on everybody.
So yes,
I still like the colors, and I like the horn, and I got a hat that I like, but I kind of know what's up. Look, I told you they'd buckle by December. I didn't think it'd be 1st of November. I thought we had another week or two.
They showed you.
But let me tell you, you can count on them booting one to the lines. The Rams are going to lose too, and I don't know if the Browns are on the schedule. I guarantee you the Browns will beat them. No matter where they're at, who their quarterback is, what their condition is, the Browns will beat them every time.
Yeah,
it's like they got their playbook. I don't know what it is.
Bubba, but I think we can say you had nothing to do with this last night. Though.
You can't hang that one on me.
You didn't watch any of it.
Nope.
Bubba announced I was nowhere near the Vikings.
Right,
I had nothing
to touch
do
them.
with it.
You know, and I mean,
I wasn't even
funny. But so I think we can say you bringing them bad luck. Apparently not.
Ain't me.
This is just
they're already set in stone. I think I don't know. I don't know whose horse peed on somebody's flower garden that got a curse on that bunch. They are so predictable. It is incredible.
Right, but you are surprised this is happening in late October.
And listen, let me tell you, if they start out losing, they won't be able to get a first down for the first 6-7 weeks.
Right.
And then they'll get hot at the end and make it close, but just not quite get there.
Right.
It's just standard.
The cruelest one I've seen on Bubba in modern times.
And
It's about 3 or 4 years ago when they were like the best record in the league. Went in the playoffs and got beat in the first round.
Yeah, sure, but he called it.
Oh, yeah.
It was on that short field goal that you got up and walked off on.
I have a witness.
They were
I left
playing
the
outside.
room.
Yep.
My son says, "Where are you going? You're not going to watch this?" I said, "I know what's going to happen. They're going to announce this guy's never missed a kick at this distance, and he's going to miss it."
That's exactly what's going to happen.
And I was in the bathroom. I heard Hunter yell.
The 1 year that they kept it, they stayed steady and were good for the first 16 games.
Right.
Doggone, and then lose.
Well,
right
good
out
news
of
for you. They don't play the Browns. They played them in preseason and beat them. They don't have them on the schedule for the rest of this year.
Yeah, I don't know. They may not win a game for a while. You know, when they get on these skids, they go bad.
They really do.
Yeah.
Like a bender.
So distraught.
It is. I mean, it's like the family drunk. You know what's going to happen.
He's gone for this week.
All right, now, Bubba,
there's Uncle Todd. Yes. He's going to the wedding, and they got open bar. You know what next week's going to be.
See him for a week.
Yeah. Well, right here, see, I heard the guys talking about this, and they've got the information. You and I didn't see the game, Bubba, so we don't. But they're taking issue with this. Here's a person on the text. They only lost because of a horrible missed face mask call.
That's not true.
But you guys
One
said,
face mask call don't get you beat by 10 points.
Well,
especially when you're standing in your own end zone. You got 99 yards to go. So you're assuming if they call that, they take it the rest of the way. That's a big assumption.
Yeah, I heard you guys
Was
say.
a bad call.
Bad call, but they still have to drive the ball. I guess after the 15 yards, will it go out to the 15-yard line?
Yeah, it'd be different if it was like first. They were trying to get a first down.
What was it? A missed call? Yes.
Oh,
Did it go against the Vikings? Yes. Did they get robbed on that call? Yes. But as Greg said, they had to go all the way down and get a 2-point conversion just to get it into overtime. So they would have had to drive the full length of the field.
Lot.
Why don't you just say it was a bad
they
call?
were beat all over the game.
Bubba, don't be like this.
It'd been, if it was fourth down.
It didn't bother me. I didn't even take time to try to
You don't
watch
even
it
care,
last
do you?
night. No, I really don't.
Right.
Hey, got rip, man.
I got other things I got to
Yeah,
cut.
why would you give your heart
right.
to a woman that keeps breaking it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've learned. I know the deal.
Do you think the fact that you're kind of investigating the scores and you're kind of paying attention, that just that in itself is
No,
bad
I didn't
luck?
even seek the
Didn't
score.
even
I
care.
knew it would be coming up on the feeds today. So when I saw it, I thought, yeah, that's about
Why
right.
does he need to seek a score he already knows?
Well, he
might
watched
not
last
know
week.
the number, but he knows the L.
You think it's the Sam Darnold jersey you wear at home when they're on? You think that's got anything to do?
Yeah.
No, I
Do you
don't-
think you
I don't
watching?
wear any Vikings jerseys. I got one that somebody sent me a Brett Favre in my office. I don't put it on.
Do you think you
Ain't no
watching
need
last
to.
week is a carryover?
No, not really. I just, if it,
This is my favorite.
I know, disgusted.
there's really, I know sometimes, and Betty and I discussed this, that maybe you shouldn't say things out loud, even though it's obvious.
Yes.
And, I've probably been guilty of voicing my opinion on things. Sometimes I should have just been quiet about.
Sure.
Oh, we've all
And
been
then
there.
she somehow thinks that sometimes I talk that into existence.
Right.
And I said, well, let's test this. I hope you stump your toe on a gold brick tomorrow.
No,
And then,
that's
when I
fine.
come in, I'll go, where's it at? Is
Right.
your toe
Yeah.
okay?
That's
And
where
where's it at? And
how
it's
much-
not there. I said, well, I don't have that power because if I can cause bad things, I could cause good things.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, like we've said.
I'd say it's just a first world problem. You can
Right.
get-
That's all it is anyway, Bubba. That's all it is.
I thought that.
It's just like
At first world.
As much as I enjoy the space program, and I do,
Yeah.
I am a terrible risk if I'm going to a launch. I mean, I'm like
Oh, they'll
1 in
get
5.
canceled.
Right.
It's the worst thing could be a launch and a Vikings game scheduled on the same day.
What if they were launching one in the parking lot of their stadium?
It would be horrible.
That'd be the worst.
I mean, I'm not sad about that because I already know what's going to happen, so I'm not worried about it.
Those astronauts that are stranded up there, if they had this big event where they were bringing them back, you don't need to go to it because they'll never get back.
I've never been to a coming home version. I've seen them, shoot them off one time.
You know,
Seen those splash down?
Greg Bubba said he can't go live and watch the chopsticks because it'll drop it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'll flip it upside down.
The chopsticks would be greasy and slip right through. Or he'd come in hot and blow the whole tower
Yeah,
up.
man, they had to start from scratch.
Oh boy. I'll just watch it on TV, I guess. Catch the highlight.
Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
charge, our new intern, has no date for this weekend. Said he has never had a Valentine date. I mean, he's not. I don't consider him to be like an unattractive. I mean, I don't know what women are looking for. I know they're not as shallow as men. So I think that's what gives us all hope.
I would think he's in the game at some level here.
I think Charles got it going on. Check him out.
All right, Charles, here's what we want to do.
He makes a lot of funny voices. And
that may be the problem, Bubba.
All right, Brody, let him have that mic. Come over here and get this mic here. And all right, let's work here. All right, Casserole Panda is going to play the actress.
She's volunteered to be the receiver.
Because she's already, and I think you should give him a real female perspective on this, which frankly we don't have.
Right.
But we are seasoned and happily married, so we do have some idea of what works and what doesn't work. So let's first of all, without us even helping you, ask Casserole Panda out for Valentine's weekend. Then we'll correct from there. Okay? Don't you agree, Bubba? First time he just goes on his own.
Please give Panda there is a fine line between honesty and cruel.
Oh.
Okay, so be honest, but you don't have to be cruel.
But
I'm just saying.
You know what I want you to be? I want her to be helpful. If she's giving charity to something that's not going to work, that ain't going to happen.
I didn't say don't be honest.
Look, I'm used to
we're here to
with
make
this whole thing. So.
Hey, it's obvious. We're not where we need to be. We need to make corrections.
Here we go.
Okay.
Right.
I say be cruel because they will be. Go ahead.
Go it along.
What's my motivation?
Your motivation is you want a date for Valentine's weekend. Here's a young lady that is available, and begin.
Look into her big brown eyes. That's motivation.
And begin.
How you doing?
No.
Okay, where's the buzzer?
That's the first problem.
Where's the buzzer, Rick?
No voice.
No voice.
Hit
the buzzer.
Hey,
Take two.
That's not a voice. That's really my voice.
Charles, you do voices really well, but when you're trying to get a date, might want to leave the voices out.
Yeah. Okay.
Take two.
It's good. That's good advice.
So, what are you doing Saturday night?
Nervous.
I'm not sure. I might just go out with some girlfriends. I don't really have plans yet.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Stump.
Oh. Well, I was thinking about asking you if you want to go do something Saturday night.
I'll think about it. That might be nice. I don't really know what I'm gonna do yet.
Okay. Well, I'm open.
Okay. Let's see. It's
all right. All right. We see what we got. What we got here?
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, Bubba. Let me hear.
I think I just threw up my mouth.
Charles, here's the thing. You've got to be on a mission.
Thank you.
You got to be clear. You got to have a plan. You look like you went into Walmart and you didn't know what you wanted to buy.
That's
you were
boy,
stumbling
bingo.
around.
Bingo.
You're like, wow, the lights are nice in here. What do you? Oh, you just happen to wander up. I mean, you got to have a plan.
Okay.
And for you and Rick, you may you may have a different feel on this. I think probably for Charles, on the initial ask, the less he talks, the better.
Yes.
Because I think he's like a guy playing with a loaded gun and he's not ready. He hadn't been to the firing range enough.
That's
yet.
why we're here.
Wow. And so, Charles, that would be what I would analyze that.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I think you ought to approach this is you might just say, "Hey, Panda, what's going on? Have you ever eaten at Shula's Steakhouse? I hear it is great. I went there once, but I'd really like to go back. Do you want to go eat Saturday night?" I would keep it really short and easy.
That one works. Okay.
And I wouldn't declare I'm open. Right. Don't declare you don't have a date. Don't declare that you're panicked. In her mind, you want to plant this seed that you're going to Shula's to eat, and you're going to have a nice meal. And if she doesn't say yes, you're going to ask somebody else.
Right. Okay. You see, I think
you don't have to say that.
What Bubba's telling you, your plan had too many holes in it.
Yeah. Right.
You already have the night planned, and all you're trying to do is insert her in the space where
you are going to have fun. Does she want to be in on the fun?
The person that's worthy of them.
Right.
And she pitched it to you when she said, "Well, what are you doing?"
Boy, you're right.
You should have ran with it.
You're right.
She pitched it perfect.
Take three.
And here we go.
Action.
How's it going, Panda?
Oh, pretty good, Charles. How are you?
Pretty good. Have you ever eaten at Shula's Steakhouse?
I haven't.
I'm going Saturday night, and do you think you want to go up there and eat with me?
Well, actually, Charles, I don't really like steak.
Oh, well, they don't just sell steak.
Oh, so you think they have like...
Stop.
Yeah, let's just stop.
Now you're discussing the menu.
I was trying to throw
up again. That's what that was.
The mistake
I just
happened
tasted my lean one for the second time.
No, listen. Here's where he made the mistake. We never say you want to eat with me.
Okay.
Right. Okay, we don't say that.
Charles, if her answer
I'm starting to get hungry.
Listen, if her answer is I don't like steak, you're out.
No, she's divert. No, Charles. What you should have said. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. SimplySafe.com/bigbox right now. Boy, do we have an opportunity for you. U.S. News, once again, best security. I think this is 5 years running that they keep winning that because they keep taking the industry forward. Making it even better, never satisfied with what technology could afford us when it comes to security. And I want you to listen to this because I'm talking about 50% off any new system right now with a select professional monitoring plan. And you're going to want that because they're changing the game with their new Active Guard outdoor protection. It offers a double layer of defense cutting-edge AI. Plus real-time monitoring by live security agents to keep the intruders out and prevent crime before it ever even happens. What I mean by that, well, if somebody's suspicious, if you have the Active Guard with Simply Safe, if somebody suspicious steps onto the property, the Simply Safe agents get an alert. They're on it immediately. They can see these people. They can talk to the intruder. They can set off sirens. They can set off flash spotlights to scare them away. They never, ever break into the property because, hey,
gotcha.
What are you doing here?
I see you.
You don't belong here. So we're talking 50% off. So go to simplysafe.com/bigvox or just go to rickandbubba.com. Use the sponsors button. So Bubba will move off the NFL.
Can I say one other thing?
Sure,
Have y'all watched any of Tom Brady doing commentating?
I have not. No.
What do you think about it, Speedy?
He seems fine.
Yeah. I thought what I saw.
He's not bad.
Did a good job.
No, I'm gonna say he's the best one, but especially since he's just starting out, I think he's good.
There was a story today about the problem with the first few games that he's done, and you think, oh, he's having a problem. It's actually that the games he's done have all been blowouts, so they're not as good to do.
Yeah. Does he do, since y'all have seen and heard, have you seen him, Bubba? Heard him?
Yes, I have.
All right,
yes.
so does he do the Tony Romo where he tries to tell you what's going to happen and all that?
I don't think so.
I'm coming on the blitz, Jim!
Not as much as what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Tony will absolutely tell you the play that's about to happen.
Yeah, when he first
and who's going to
started-
get the ball. Now, he might say, look, in this situation, you're going to see, this is a good time to run a draw or a screen or whatever, and a lot of times you'll see that.
Give me
But
the energy. What's his energy level?
It's not Romo's high, I would say.
I'm telling you, Jim.
Romo.
Watch out
I think
Jim.
he talks authoritatively about what's going on because he knows it. He is the GOAT.
Right, but just somewhat calm, but not boring.
What I've seen.
No,
the way I
proper about where we want to be.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
he
I
doesn't
think
overpower the play-by-play game.
I think everybody was pretty overcritical the first week or so, where they're, I can't believe it's going to take them.
What
a
were
little
they doing?
bit.
Is that the voice?
Yeah, you know how everybody is. They can't wait
pal?
to complain about something.
Not
But I
even a
think
cripple.
I think he's fine. I mean,
they're going to throw the out right here, Jim.
In other words, I mean, I'm not listening to him going, "Oh, that's awful."
Right. I know. Like Romo got on my nerve. He's gotten better, but
Has he?
when he
Is
first
he calmed a little bit?
But when he first started out, I almost couldn't watch it.
Is it almost like this? Oh, he's going to throw the post right here, Jim. Is he down like that?
I liked Romo.
Well, he quits calling the shot too much. I bet you $5. I'm like, come on,
Jim, I got $5. You're going to the post.
Here's what he's going to do. He's going to go to break, and he's going to. He started all that mess. Who also?
Watch out, Scoob.
Because a lot of times it doesn't work out. You remember Bill Walsh was horrible. He was a great coach, but when he went into broadcasting, he was terrible.
He knew a lot, but boy, he was bad.
He was.
Yeah, it was just there wasn't a lot of excitement.
No,
not a lot of clarity. He just kind of low energy walked through it, and I would agree. He was probably not.
I almost felt like Bill Walsh seemed annoyed he was asked to do it.
You're right. That's a great point. It's like, why am I here? Somebody forced me to be here.
It was like he was almost like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay. I tried to get out of this.
Right. So college football. What about matchups that we would have never looked at the schedule and thought they were a big deal?
Rick, I look down here and I see number 5 Texas at number 25 Vandy.
And we're
315, and I can't remember the last time you've seen 2 ranked teams playing at Vandy.
And
it just seems strange.
And
right?
we're interested. And we're interested. We want to see this matchup.
Yeah.
So that and another one, Navy
and
Notre Dame.
Yeah, you got number 24 Navy at number 12 Notre Dame, 11 a.m. ABC. Wow. Will Navy's wishbone offense be able to keep the ball away from Notre Dame like they've done with everybody else?
LSU, Texas A&M, very interesting.
That has turned into a real good rivalry over the years, and that will be at Texas A&M, right? Yeah, at 6:30 on ABC
Central Time.
Yep.
Them yell leaders will be cranked.
Anybody interested in Missouri, Alabama?
I think that's going to be interesting.
Injuries.
The quarterback from Missouri and the running back probably aren't playing. So.
Oh, really? So he won the course. The one who got in.
Yeah, Auburn wished he'd have stayed out the second half of last week's game to get better for Alabama.
Yeah.
How can? Oh, because they gave him the shot. I was going to say, how could he be well enough to finish a game, but not well enough now to play in a game a week later?
Well, you know how that is.
It's the shot, isn't it?
Yeah. The adrenaline.
Well, give him another one.
Mm-hmm.
Right, now, couldn't you just give him a shot again?
I don't know, Rick.
Okay, so with those injuries,
they've left him out of contact and held him back all week long.
He may play.
He couldn't miss second half. He came in. The game was pretty much over. Missouri couldn't move the ball. He came in, and it was like a totally different team.
Of course, he gets in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
that's back to what we talked about.
Well, yeah. You sense that you got somebody you can take advantage of. Where the other one, you may be a little timid.
So I think if the quarterback starter does not play for Missouri and their running back doesn't play, I think that game, as y'all all have said, now really swings toward Alabama.
Yeah,
he is listed as doubtful. Cook is Brady Cook.
Well,
are they sandbagging?
Bubba, you were taking care of Betty, but Dickie said he's not going. First time ever.
Really?
He's done. He said until there's some changes, he's out.
Got to have something to hang his hat on. I understand that.
Yeah, right.
Speaking of that, Auburn and Kentucky playing, both teams eagerly awaiting basketball season.
Yeah. See, Kentucky at times this year, you go, hey. And then at times you go.
Well,
hey.
the Kentucky fans are down because they appeared to have a little bit of a collapse, and they're kind of down about it. And I said, well, some of them had emailed me, said, yeah, we're playing for the cellar. I said, no, not quite. I'm afraid that's Auburn, Mississippi State. You hadn't got that low yet.
You're at the cellar door.
Yeah,
but you're not.
Yes. Look, you're knocking on number 15. Come on.
Now you told me because obviously Auburn is a team that's looking for something. I mean, they've been down for 5 years now. So you said you saw an article where Coach Freeze says it's no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, there's an article in I believe it's AL.com.
Why were you ever Mr. Nice Guy?
Right.
Well, I think everybody's trying to navigate the new transfer portal and all of that, and I think he's just kind of fed up with it all, really.
Well, I told Bubba in the break, there was a time when you were on a football team in college, you were playing for a dictator in his dictatorship, and you were getting a college education and a
chance to go to the next level.
Yeah, and the agreement was year to year and based on how you performed. And now you have a boss who's in charge of employees.
Yeah.
And, if you go get too hard on the employees, you look around one day in the store, you can't open it because there's nobody there to work.
Right. Nobody showed up for work.
And so it's a different world. I mean, I didn't know this. It's because I know that we were talking about, Monday when we were doing our deal with Dickie, and he was talking about you can't be disciplined if you're going to play on Bama's defense. And, it was kind of a ha-ha. But I talked to a Bama fan yesterday talking about this Mr. Nice Guy stuff. And he said, I've never been so mad. He said, I got up out of my seat, and I thought, well, he's talking about the game. And he said, no, that's not what I'm talking about. He goes, we have this kid at the end of the game kill us and get baited into a personal foul. What's the guy's name? I don't know the kid's name.
Law.
Number one.
Law. It doesn't
Kendrick
matter.
Law. Whatever.
All right. Mm-hmm. And he said, not only does he cost us with his lack of discipline, when he's pulled out of the game, he screams at the coaches, argues with them, and then gets to go back and play some more.
See,
and he said, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
You're right.
How has he got? Not only has he disrespected the team, he's disrespected the coaches, and then he just still gets to play.
The one that wouldn't come off the field that night, he don't play the next week either.
So when you're in those worlds, so I guess what Freeze is saying is, I understand what's at stake, but I just can't. I'm going to have to coach the way I think you have to coach to win, and if it costs us players, and we'll just
Yeah.
Let's just get.
'Cause this ain't working.
Let's just get to the point to where the guys that are here want to be here. They've bought into the system. They respect the authority, and we may never win another game, but I just can't coach like this anymore. Worrying about I'm gonna run somebody off.
Yeah.
You know?
That's probably you're right.
There was a time when coaches tried to run people off, so that way if you stayed, they knew you were really going to do well.
I would say this.
It's too easy to leave, man.
About Auburn, the players don't seem like they've give up. I mean, they still seem like they're flying around the ball and playing hard. They just can't control the line of scrimmage, and you can't do much with that.
And not making excuses, but they are young. They're a lot of young folks.
They got a lot of positions to fill. Yeah. When he took that over, the cupboard was bare after Harsin debacle.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you ever been to Shula's and when she said no, I haven't, say, you know what?
Like to go?
Yeah, I'm planning on going Saturday night. Would you like to go with me? And we'll just go and I'd like to talk, maybe get to know each other a little bit better. And how about this? Just enjoy a great atmosphere. And if she does come back with a steak, don't say, would you like to go eat with me?
Mm-hmm.
When she comes, because it ain't about going to eat. It's about getting to spend some time together. And if she comes back with, I don't like steak, go, you know what? I've heard their seafood is outstanding. They got great other options. I think it'd just be a great place for us to get to know each other. And I just love going there. I'd love for you to go with me.
Rick, that may be too wordy for him. There's a lot of pitfalls.
That's right. I'm picturing it.
And at some point,
I know. I agree with what you're saying.
I know.
I think he should say, do you want to go? And if she comes back with a steak thing, say they have great seafood too. Or, to heck with that, let's go eat ice cream.
Right.
But, you know what I mean?
But we got to remove the phrase, I want you to go eat with me.
Yeah. I would take just say, would you like to go?
Yeah, the only thing I would suggest, if he gets sweaty palms and extremely
And
nervous,
listen to this guy. So he's got 4 Super Bowl rings.
He might want to start the first time just to kind of
take him to an area he don't want to go.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No,
I'm talking
easy,
about
Tigers.
today's speeding.
Okay. Yeah, he might want to start off because it seems like to me he gets real nervous and he doesn't quite know how to approach when it's a one-on-one, single. Hey, here we go by ourselves. Possibly he could say, "Hey, me and so and so, maybe a guy and a female." They had asked if I wanted to go eat and hang out Saturday night. Would you want to go with us? It's going to be a couple of us, and we can go hang out or whatever. And maybe around a group, he would feel more comfortable, and they could get to know each other without having the pressure of going, "Oh gosh, it's me and her, and that's
I
it."
would agree with that.
Oh, you like that female perspective?
Only because it's Valentine's Day. There's a lot of pressure on a first date. If it's
Okay.
just
Yes.
I'm just saying,
But you got to make sure she
on
doesn't
Valentine's
think the other guy's available. You don't.
Well, no, yeah, it would be his girlfriend.
When you get her there, Charles, that's when you say yourself.
Charles, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
They
he's
won't
trying
be-
to, you don't sell yourself in the asking of the date. You get to a place to sell yourself.
Do you find that
Just get her to show up for the game.
Well played.
Charles, let me ask you. I
Baby steps.
I hope you don't say.
Baby steps.
I hope he doesn't say yes to this.
Uh-oh.
Charles, do you find that a lot of girls come to you for advice, but they never want to date you?
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yep,
Here's
that's
the
where
friend,
Charles.
He's been casting the friend role so many times. Oh, I like Charles. He's so sweet.
Right.
Love
Oh,
him. Have you heard him
so
do his
sweet.
gopher voice? It's so funny.
All right, Charles.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no gopher voice
No,
on
no,
the
no.
first date
All right,
at
That's
all.
like third date.
All right, here we go.
Exactly.
And
Well, no, maybe after marriage.
And take
No.
and take 4.
Yeah.
Take 4, go.
Take 4.
Hey, Panda, how's it going?
Hey, Charles, I'm doing good.
That's good. Hey, I'm going out to Shula's Steakhouse on Saturday night with a couple of friends. Would you like to go?
I don't know. Who else going?
I got my friend Keith and his girlfriend, Mary Beth.
That might be fun. I've never been to Shula's.
That's a great place.
Okay.
It's got good atmosphere and everything.
Oh, here you go. Stop talking.
Yeah, and any good sale, you got to know when to quit because
that's
you
better.
just got
That
you
was
just got a that sounds like fun, which is a yes.
Right.
You don't technically have to hear yes.
Right.
And
Look,
you
and
may
instead
just
of,
be.
hey, I want you to go, I'd love for you to be there.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Charles in charge.
Okay.
We're going to put you to the test here.
All right, here we
okay?
go. All right, they're going to do a phone call.
Yes,
You have
yes.
somebody in mind?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here. Just relax.
Little darling.
Cops Radio.
Hey, Barnesy.
Hey.
Hey, Bubba here. You're live on the air.
Hi.
Just FYI.
Hi.
Okay.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. Somebody here wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Hey, Barnes.
Hey.
Hey, this is Chase. How's it going? Or Charles in charge.
Hey. How's it going?
Doing pretty good. Hey, what are you doing Saturday night?
I don't think I'm doing anything. What's going on?
Well, me and a couple of my friends are going to Shula's Steakhouse and want to know if you want to join me.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. What time?
Well, you know,
Hey, sounds good.
She said what time?
What time?
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
He's freaking out.
Hold it together.
7 o'clock.
Okay, just if you will, just email me or call me or something and give me all the details, and that sounds good.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, Barnes.
You just gonna stop there?
Yeah.
It's like panic
Stop
mode.
him while he's
No,
ahead.
no.
Barnes, thanks.
Barnes, thank you.
Good talk to you.
Okay, can I speak to Greg, please?
He's married.
He got a yes.
I know.
Charles.
Whoa!
Wow, now he's got to pay for Sheila's. But yeah.
Yeah, see, thank you.
Hey, and he's got to find two friends.
Yeah, seriously.
I started to say the first problem. the first problem
You're
you
gonna need that.
yeah.
That's us, baby. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here. Bubba and I with them and rolling on. So, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. There will be a new one. Bubba and I really enjoyed our conversation yesterday with Patrick Sawyer. He's written the book, Experiencing Jesus Through the Eyes of the Samaritan Woman, what this story can teach us about missional living. This is the Great Commission, and as we talked about many, many times on various topics, when you think about, well, I wonder how I should pray. Well, maybe go and look when Jesus was with us and said, here's how you pray. I wonder how I should do this. I wonder how I should do that. Well, the perfect example is always when Jesus gave instruction himself. And so we talked to Patrick about church planning, about evangelism, discipleship, and how this moment in history in Scripture is very unique, and there's so much that it is teaching. So if you get a chance to catch that, and you can find the book anywhere you get books. Patrick Sawyer is the author, and we'll talk to him this weekend. So wherever you get podcasts, check that out. So speaking of faith, looks like Kamala Harris, I know we didn't get to it yesterday, when she did her town hall, Adam, we're talking about 2A here.
Kamala.
When she did her town hall.
Kamala, hey.
Well, you knew that this thing where someone screams out, Jesus is Lord, and she says, I think you're at the wrong rally. What we know, since that was an off-the-spine reaction, that's how she really feels.
Yeah.
But in politics, if you mess something up, people begin to offer you an opportunity to walk it back and say something different.
Right.
So now Anderson Cooper, and we got a couple of Anderson Cooper things, one from last night, but this is back at the town hall. And this is her wanting to assure anyone out there that may be of the Christian faith, when she shouted to someone who said Jesus is Lord that they should go to another rally. Well, we shouldn't read anything into that. What we should understand is she's actually very devout in the faith. Now,
that would be a devout response to that comment, I think.
Yeah, so now she's going to try to convince us that she has a pastor and actually goes to a church. So let's hear that.
The first phone calls you made after President Biden announced that he was dropping out was to your pastor. And I'm wondering, if it wasn't a confessional, if you could say what that conversation was like.
Well, my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church, it was an extraordinary day that Sunday when the president called me. And I instinctively understood the gravity of the moment, the seriousness of the moment. I didn't predict or know exactly how that day would play out, and obviously now it's been 3 months since I've been at the top of the ticket, actually 3 months as of yesterday. But I just called him. I needed that spiritual kind of connection. I needed that advice. I needed a prayer. And there's a part of the scripture that talks about Esther and a time such as this, and that's what we talked about. And it was very comforting for me. And do
you pray every day?
I do pray every day. I do pray every day, sometimes twice a day.
Whoa, now.
I grew up. So we grew up a little neighborhood church in Oakland, 23rd Avenue Church of God, and
middle class family.
I was raised to believe in a loving God, to believe that your faith is a verb. You know, you live your faith, and that the way that one should do that is that your work and your life's work should be to think about how you can serve in a way that is uplifting other people, that is about caring for other people. And that guides a lot of how I think about my work and what is important.
Well, the book, the place in the Bible she's looking for that talks about Esther is called Esther.
Praised twice, sometimes twice.
Right.
Not get carried away.
But that book you're searching for, it's called Esther. So
funny that she would go to that as
right,
the top of the list.
Right. But
go ahead.
I don't know what that was, other than somebody said, not. You know what would have been a great opportunity there? Now, there's no way she would do it because of the backlash. To say, hey, I just want to clarify, I didn't quite understand what the guy was yelling at. I thought it was somebody that was a Trumper there trying to disrupt.
Yeah,
Let me be clear, since I think she said she went to a Third Baptist church, and that when she was raised, she went to a Church of God, if I heard her right. So this would have been a great opportunity to say, let me clarify, Jesus is Lord.
Yeah, she stayed away from
the
name that she does not want to be quoted as saying, is that Jesus Christ. But
I never heard Jesus.
I thought you might throw that in since you had the floor to explain your thing.
Yeah.
Also, Kamala's mom was Hindu and her father was atheist.
Yeah.
That'll get you to the Third Street Baptist Church or whatever she said, Third Baptist Church.
Right. Yeah.
Sure.
And then you see the things that her policies, the things she goes out and tries to advance, the things that she stands for and against.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to line up. What she basically told you is that she believes in the social gospel, which is only a small part of it, and that is basically we should all do good things and help people. Which, there's a lot of people that don't believe in God at all and don't acknowledge Jesus as Lord that give to a lot of charities and go help clean up places and bring people food and water.
Yeah.
But that's what she wants. That's how she sees it, is basically like a social worker.
Well, like she said, the way she described loving God has nothing to do with judgment or needing a Savior.
No.
We've seen that speech before.
We have,
Bless her heart.
and it's palatable, and she's trying to. What she's trying to do is to get on record that she somewhat said she was Christian.
Right.
So if anyone says, well, Kamala Harris said her deal the other day, told a person that said Jesus is Lord, and then somebody said, no, I heard her with Anderson Cooper. She goes to church.
Yeah.
She's good.
Yeah.
That's what she's trying to throw out that somebody can take and say, whew, I needed that. But it was. It did not sound like. It was. It sounded pretty broad. And
look. Neither of our candidates are quite as tight as I'd like them to see.
Not on
that issue.
Their grasp on that is not a lot.
But again, there is a biblical worldview measuring stick. It is, how do you feel about life? How do you feel about marriage? And how do you feel about Israel? And those are pretty straightforward questions.
Yeah, and, even though you may not be a member of the church or an example of the church or even devoted to the church, are you an enemy of the church?
Right. Yeah, I think that's a fourth very important one.
Yeah. So, and that's pretty crucial too. So there it is. So now that's she's come back and somewhat dealt with that moment at her rally. I'm not sure that it reassured many people. See, I wish that Anderson Cooper, of course he can't, would have said, now, at a rally the other day, somebody said Jesus is Lord, and you said they were at the wrong rally. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, go with that.
But you're not going to get that question. Top of the hour, we'll be back. People having fun, shout out to the 3rd Street Baptist Church of God. Top of the hour, we'll be back. More to cover on the program today. We'll get your phone calls in. The wheel of canned meat will spin today. Golden ticket seats making their way here. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we have been talking about this, that the election, here it comes. I mean, it is closing in, and we are now, Bubba, did you say 10 days? 10 days to the election. So are you wondering about what you're going to do with election coverage? Now, let me tell you, if you're a Blaze subscriber, congratulations. You're ready to go. The Blaze election coverage is going to be fantastic, boots on the ground, where the action is, and you're going to get an independent media source that is going to be bringing you facts, okay? Now, if you're not a subscriber, you're not going to have access to this. You're not going to get to watch some of our favorite Blaze TV hosts when they cover the 2024 presidential election. So right now, if you want to see election coverage that speaks the truth with no spin and no filter, just real talk, breaking down what's actually happening in real time, well, you could become a subscriber today. Just go to blazeelection.com/Rick, R-I-C-K, and get $40 off. That's blazeelection.com/Rick for $40 off. Do it now and be ready for real election coverage. Anytime you do a 4-hour live show daily, the more places you have to go find things to talk about, the better. and Chris has always delivered. Almost trying to fill the void of the loss of JT to have access to him.
Wow.
But there's some similarities here. Chris will get himself in some binds, and we know Chris has we've documented his issues and ongoing issues with his temper. And
come on, Rick.
Well, I didn't say this is what today's about.
I'm not a hothead. My gosh.
Right. There's
all that jail.
Yeah, there's only a picture of you at Little League concession stands everywhere saying, "Beware of this man."
But how many rules have actually been made because of you?
Two.
Okay.
Just two.
That's not
only
bad.
two.
That's your kid. Your son's really young.
I'm sure Speedy's got me beat on that.
Your son ain't been playing, 2 years, 3 years? He's not very old.
Okay, 2.5.
Okay. You get a rule a year.
That's a rule a year, by the way, Mr. Bussey. All right. There's been some troubling things come out about you that we don't follow, and one of these revolves now around your daughter, right?
Yes, Lucy.
Okay. Who? Well, tell us what happened.
And I'm glad Megan's not on the phone with this. My wife.
That's your wife.
My wife. Yes. I don't know where to begin.
Can we begin with the towel?
You might want to even go back to. I'm afraid it goes back to the pedicure. You remember the pedicure?
When we found out that you had pedicures.
Yes. One. I've only had one, and we did find.
Show me your hands.
Right. Hey, I need to cut them. Got a little dirt under the fingernail.
You got to pull them on
feet, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
That is feet, isn't it? You're right.
Well, we won't. We
We're
won't.
kind of glad you didn't know, Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This is. I'm afraid I'm becoming more of a girl each day.
Boy,
well, James Gregory called it. I hate
he did. He did. By the way. How about I'm glad that you went ahead and said that.
I hope James is in another studio and not listening.
You know what he just did, Bubba? He kept us from having to say that sentences later.
I know.
So
yeah, I just thought I'd go ahead and cut to the chase. I have a how do I say? I don't know how. All right, let me just give you the story. I'll just give you the story.
Just throw it out there.
I'm just going to say it, and I'll let y'all run.
Is that
with
what
it.
he just said? I'm more becoming a girl. I heard that. Right.
That's what he said.
I'm afraid. Now I do coach baseball. I got my
yeah, but have you seen that hair though?
Well,
I've never seen a human. Put
I
that
know
much
it's heavy
effort.
rotation, but it's baseball day.
But can I tell you this? We have on our team right now a mom who helps with the dugout. So I mean,
you're the
women
dugout
coach
mom.
baseball.
So you okay? Well,
go ahead.
Lucy, my soon-to-be 5-year-old, was at a friend's house, and they, Angela, a friend of my wife's, had taken Lucy, and they were playing in the park, and they got muddy, real muddy, and she took him home to give him a bath.
Right.
And while they're in the bath, they're doing hair and bathing, and when they were getting out of the tub, Angela said, "Lucy, why don't we put your towel on like a big girl?"
Right.
And Lucy's immediate response was, how women, I guess, wear their towels up very high.
Right.
Yeah, under their arms.
Thank you. And Lucy's response was, "You mean like my daddy?"
Oh my goodness!
No.
Wow.
My daddy's the big girl.
And can we go ahead and cut his mic off?
Yeah.
Greg's mic off.
Now, why would she say that?
Because I wear my towel like that for some reason.
What?
I don't know. I'm very.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let's say you have to go to the bathroom and it's number one. Are you going to be sitting or are you going to be
I'm
standing?
gonna be standing. Can you cut his mic off?
Okay.
I'm just
Well,
curious.
that's a fair question after what you
Standing.
just
I stand.
said. I always protect people from him, but that's a fair question.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do you shy
Well,
away
y'all
from
are
urinals and go to the stall, or do you go ahead and use the urinal?
I go straight to the urinal.
Why did you do
I
this?
might not
Chris?
even wash my hands.
Chris, wait a minute. We got to trace it. We got to trace
Now, in
this
the middle
back.
of the night,
I don't know why.
I see it because my aim's no good.
Yeah.
When I'm sleeping.
That's just so you won't get dogged in the morning.
You remember when you were trying to get Hunter to use the bathroom?
Oh, no.
Bubba, you
Anyway,
said-
that's a whole nother thing.
But y'all listen. Y'all go ahead and get on other trails if you want. But we have a grown man who wears his
Rick, I'm
towel
picturing
like
with his
a
towel
woman.
up on his-
Here we go. Another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. Adler is here as we work our way back in. Don't forget, too, we will have the final Best of CD coming out just in time for Christmas shopping. We'll still do some hard copies again this year. And then it'll go out to all the streaming services as well. A combination this year. One CD of the better moments of this final year, and then also another CD that has 10 moments from the last 31 years that never made it to CDs. Well, one of them did, but the others never did. They were on cassette tapes or things like that maybe you never had access to, or they were just moments that didn't make the cut but seemed to be very popular. Kind of some deep cuts, the best of the rest. So look for that. It'll be called Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. So that'll be coming out in November. So welcome back. Put your hands together for Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Right
Rick,
here.
glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Yes, sir. He's here.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
All right. So we're down. we're getting down to the final run. I know Kamala Harris, Georgia. Y'all get a star-studded rally.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Springsteen's going to come in here and tell us all to support Kamala because it's not going to affect him because he could never spend all the money he has no matter what happens.
Yeah, he's bumping $1 billion.
He's used this capitalistic society and small government and maximum liberty to become extremely wealthy, and now he wants to keep other people from able to do the same thing.
Yeah.
The famous, I'm in the treehouse, I'm pulling the ladder up because I'm now into feel-goodism, not really thinking this through for the rest of you. But you know what? Americans are pretty good at looking at people in the entertainment business and say, thanks for entertaining us. Your views on politics, I don't put a lot of weight in that. So,
I
but
like
anyway,
your music.
But anyway, so it'll be a star-studded event. So, we had the town hall. We played one of the clips where she wanted to reassure everybody that she was somewhat a Christian. And what she said when the guy said, Jesus is Lord, we shouldn't pay attention to that. So here is kind of the top 6 reactions from the CNN panelists about the town hall, and it will include, Bubba, your friend Scott Jennings. All right, so here we go.
Yeah, and you're going to hear from David Axelrod, Scott Jennings, Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, Van Jones, and whenever you guys get sick of it, we can come out of it. But this is this is CNN's reaction to their own town hall with Kamala Harris.
Okay.
She doesn't want to answer a question. Her habit is to kind of go to word salad city, and she did that on a couple of answers. One was on Israel. Anderson asked a direct question, would you be stronger on Israel than Trump? And there was a 7-minute answer, but none of it related to the question he was asking.
She doesn't have to be flawless, but she has to give you something. I mean, she's like a true double threat. She's terrible on her feet when she gets unexpected questions, and simultaneously, she can't even answer the expected questions. It's nothing, nothing, nothing. You'd think she'd be prepared to do this by now. What's a mistake you've made? Nothing. What's a weakness you have? Nothing. What's the first law you want to pass? Nothing. What's a policy difference between you and Joe Biden? Nothing. Over and over and over. Empty, empty, empty. If she were an animal, she'd be a duck-billed platitude.
But look,
It's a
focused a lot more on Donald Trump, I think it's fair to say, than she did on many specifics in terms of what she would do as president. But she did go into some of her plans for small businesses.
Well, I'll just tell you what I'm hearing from people who I have been talking to, and that is that if her goal was to close the deal, they're not sure she did that. And, you know, some people have asked, is she being held to a different standard?
Yes,
Maybe.
Yes.
But that's maybe the world that she's living in. And on the question of who she is, people are understanding that a little bit more. But what she will do, the question about her legislative priorities, name one, there wasn't one.
I think that the word salad stuff gets on my nerves. I think that some of the evasions are not necessary. But when she's talking about trying to get you a house, I believe her.
Kamala Harris participated in a one-person debate last night, and she lost. Okay, she was asked direct questions.
Oh, my goodness.
And she provided very circular answers. My colleagues Van Jones and David Axelrod and others noted that, you know, she provided word salad answers. And, you know, Anderson would ask her specifically direct questions, and she didn't provide an answer to them. When asked, Anderson asked the best question all night. Why didn't you do this 4 years ago? Why haven't you been doing this? 10-minute answer, didn't answer the question. So what she did last night, I don't think helped her cause at all. I think people were looking for, you know, how are you going to, you heard the one woman, how are you going to make my life better? That wasn't provided. Donald Trump bad is not going to get you to the White House. I hate to break it to her.
Wow. And by the way, only Scott
bad?
Jennings was someone you would expect to hear the negative from.
Right.
But that was
He's the token conservative on the group.
All the others were supposed to help her, and I think, Bubba, you said it. We've all been saying it on the show. I think there comes a point where it's so bad you don't want to look foolish by acting like something, you know, is good when you even know it's not. Mm-hmm. You have to look at yourself in the mirror. So last night, we now go to last night. That was stuff we didn't play yesterday from the night before. But last night, Anderson Cooper got a little defensive. And then he goes and rips MSNBC. So the left can't. They can't.
Wait a minute. Liberal on liberal crime?
Yeah, Bubba.
Stop
it is lib. It's lib on lib crime.
Oh, man.
So here is Anderson Cooper, Video 3 Adler, getting defensive and then ripping MSNBC.
This country where, you know what, I got so many, I don't look at comments about myself, but I was looking up some comments about my Grief podcast, and I came across this whole inundation from people who are Harris supporters saying to me online today, like, how dare you, what a betrayal that you would ask her these questions.
No,
and I'm like,
your job.
you misunderstand what my job is. I'm not on MSNBC, and no disrespect, what they do is they're very talented, but I don't watch it. I'm not interested in watching what these overpaid blow-dried anchors think, and I include myself in that overpaid blow-dried, although I don't blow-dry. I am overpaid, but I'm not interested in the anchor's opinion. I'm interested in facts and letting the viewers make up their own mind. So anyway, I'm sorry this devolved into something else, but this is
well, you can tell he was mad.
Well, let me tell you what he got mad. What he got mad about.
Is he got some email that was accusing him, and he didn't like it.
Well, he's trying to save face to some degree and say, just what we said a minute ago, I know that we get a lot of flack for just coming on here and being the propaganda machine for the left. When I see something that I think is, I mean, I don't want to go there because I know people, but you and I, Bubba, we've experienced that same thing with Trump. It's one thing to say we're going to vote for Trump. He is the best thing for America of these two choices. That's completely valid. And that is how we'll vote. However, I don't like when we get to the point where we can't even be critical of something that we didn't think he did well.
Right.
And I think what's happened now is Anderson Cooper is experiencing from the left, if you don't get in line and don't say that Kamala's great, and if you're critical of her, you're selling out, and he's sick of hearing it. Yeah. And then he throws out there, look, I don't work for MSNBC. Little shot there.
Yeah.
Little shot there.
Then he tried to clean it
up. Nothing against them. They're talented.
They're talented.
Yeah. But he really did. He got aggravated, And he really told you what he believes that they do, that all of us know that they do.
Of course.
It's nothing but a propaganda operation under the guise of news.
I tell you who's the most angry with him right now after what we just played is his agent. Did you just scream that you're overpaid?
What are you doing?
You are killing us. What are you doing? I want to hear that when I go back to your contract negotiations.
You said it
they're
twice.
They're going to play this for me. Help me to help you. We'll be back. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
All right, when we come back, the latest attempt by the left, Donald Trump is Hitler.
That must be the talking points this week.
Donald Trump is Hitler. So guess who's going to get tired of that? You guessed it, Scott Jennings. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like a woman.
I know.
So much so his daughter thinks that's how men wear them. Or she thinks her dad's a big girl. It's one or the other.
Oh, Rick.
What size towels do you have?
Well, it's those big, not like a beach towel, but the big.
Well, it'd have to be.
Well,
Well, I'm picturing.
All right. Now, I don't know.
Tell us why you do
I
it,
have
Chris.
no idea.
When was the first time? Did you have a lot of sisters growing up?
I got one brother.
Okay, what did your?
I grew up in sports.
But there had to be a time where you were a little boy and somebody did that to you?
Rick,
no, I'm talking about they put the towel on you.
Here it is. He played sports. So you're telling me that in y'all's locker room,
No.
everybody was walking around with their towels on like we did.
No,
You
I
had
did
yours up
not.
here.
Not until I got older.
Like a sundress.
Well, yeah, that's it. Bottom line.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this. So what day? What day?
That's what he was wearing. I don't know if after I got married.
But
Maybe Megan wears it that way.
I've got to get an answer. So can I ask for just a second?
Call Megan.
Now here's the thing.
She didn't make you wear it that way. You did. Call you. Why?
You were doing that before you got married.
Yeah. So here's the.
No, I was not.
Oh, really? That's my point. So when you played sports, you did not walk.
No problem.
Well, you couldn't have.
Now,
you'd been beaten down to within an inch of your
Now,
life.
I'm like,
Listen, they would have had so many wet towels hitting you with them.
I'm like you.
You'd have been
when
taped to the bench. Everything.
Oh,
But I am like you when it comes to like Sportplex and places like that where they, just don't walk around. Just
right. I didn't say walk around.
I didn't
nude.
say you had to
I'll
go
go
around your waist like the other men.
Beach. Yeah, I don't like to go to places of workout and these 75-year-old men. They just won't put clothes on.
Yeah. By the way, ran into a guy the other
Towel
day.
around
He
your
was
waist.
drying himself off with one of those things you dry your hands off with, butt naked. Hey, could you do something? like that?
Yeah, give us a break.
You dry your hands off? Yeah, I mean, you got your leg on the counter. Could you move?
Yeah, give us a break here. So, so when it happened when you got married. I'm trying to investigate.
It happened after we got married, and I have no idea why.
And,
You don't know
something, Chris. You're going to have to realize, because your kids are getting old enough to go to other houses, is a term we call family business. That means you don't repeat everything you know when you're out of the house.
Right.
Well, Reeves even does it now.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, so great.
Well, you know why?
Now you're going to set him up to
That's
get
why
made
he
fun
thinks a
of.
man is supposed to do
That's
stuff.
bad because he's in first grade.
And time out. Here's the problem. Unlike Chris, who didn't do this back when people would have duct taped him to a bench, popped him in wet towels,
and abused him.
I tell him not to.
You have your son doing
While
it.
you're wearing
I
yours.
don't. I didn't say I have him doing it. He started doing it. I said, no,
He
no, no,
copied
no,
it from
no.
you.
Now let's put it around the waist like you're supposed to.
Okay,
And
that'd
do-
be like whipping a kid with a cigarette in your mouth because you caught him smoking.
Right.
I mean, what's you? If you're standing there with your towel over your chest, telling him, "Oh, you don't do it that way."
Do you still wear yours that way?
Do I have to be honest?
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
I'd lie. I swear I'd lie. I guarantee you. I would never came in here. With it. Y'all would have had to have caught me, or my son sent a picture of me.
Right.
Yeah,
Why-
yes, I do.
Why
This
are you
is
doing
Chris's
Yes, I do.
desperate need for airtime.
Yeah,
No, unfortunately, this is life.
No.
Hey, why-
I want to deal with it.
But why are you doing it still? That's what I don't get. You made a mistake. Stop it.
Can I
Correct
be
it.
honest? All right, no, I'm not.
You act
I'm
like you
gonna-
physically can't, like it is smoking. I can't quit doing it. Yeah, you put
mean
your
like
towel
speeding?
around your waist.
How hard is that?
He can't.
Yeah,
quit.
there's
Speedy
no
can't
there's
quit.
no addiction we know of that a towel must be up under your arm.
Never seen
Why-
12-step
Chris,
program.
there's a reason. Guys, listen.
I don't-
Stop. There is a reason, and he won't tell us. What is the reason you're wearing your towel that high?
I know what it is.
All right,
I got it.
all right. I'm not as slim as I used to be, and I got to wear it up high.
Wait a minute. So you're saying you actually need a man's ear?
No, no.
Is
I'm
it-
just not as thin,
It
so I'm
seems like-
conscientious.
Or the
Greg-
bro?
I'm conscientious.
Is it
about
MB?
Chris.
No,
It's MB and man boobs.
no.
Chris.
No.
It seems to me too, if the towel is up under your arms, it would be too short on the other end.
Yeah. That was my point, Bubba.
It's big.
Nah, probably not.
Greg.
He's walking around
Boy,
like a woman.
hey, I just cannot wait for the end of this day.
Now, here's what I'm picturing, y'all. You see his hair. Now, by the way, his hair is perfect all time.
Right, all the
I
time.
call him the helmet because it's got just gel in
It's
it.
like it's been stamped.
Yes.
Yeah.
Picture him in the mornings or at night when he gets out of the shower with his towel above his head working on that hair.
I
And he's
don't work
getting
on the hair. I put gel in it.
You know what I
that's it.
think is? I think that hair is like a cap that he hangs up and picks it back up and places it back on top of his head.
And now that I look, Rick, I think he's got eyeliner on.
He did.
Greg,
Look at him. Look close.
Chris.
Zoom in, sampler.
Chris, listen,
Oh,
listen.
That's too much.
You know how there's wake up calls. We'll have times in life where we go, "What am I doing, man? I got to change."
like accountability.
Yeah, when you're a little boy,
He does not do it. He did it one time.
But the minute
One
he
time.
did it, I would say, "I'll never wear it like that again."
You know
Well,
what
he
I get
doesn't-
him to stop? You quit doing it in front of him.
Well,
He'll
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. So we kind of updated you. Now you kind of hear the left getting close to the election. You know, Anderson Cooper, of all people, saying, "Look, I'm sorry, y'all beat me up because I won't get in line and pretend that." And then he wasn't alone though. When you hear that panel on CNN, there wasn't really one of them that was super positive about how Kamala Harris is handling herself. And we can't play this clip because it has language in it. But you mentioned, Bubba, in the break, this person. I don't know. I told you I couldn't care less who Bruce Springsteen's going to vote for, and I certainly don't care who Charlemagne is going to vote for. But this radio host, and I don't want to say what he calls himself because he uses a capital G. It just feels blasphemous every time. But anyway, he got mad with Anderson Cooper because they got in an argument over the coverage of Kamala Harris, and said both these men hosted town hall discussions, and I guess Charlemagne thought he was more fair to Harris than was Anderson Cooper, and they got into it. And like I say, both of you told me they used language, and so it got a little heated. And it says that Cooper kind of took him to task on some things he did, and he took Anderson to task over how he handled it. And they got in a fight about how they handled each other's little town hall. Our interview with Cooper. With Harris.
And back to this. If you want to be president of the United States, I think you should be able to state your policy on major issues.
Yeah.
And the fact that she keeps doing this bob and weave and will not say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. If you're going to do exactly what Joe Biden did as president, and look, honestly, I understand the vice president's not calling the shots. You have to get in line with what the president says and his policies. You may have input to it, but you're eventually going to do what he wants to do, just like a head coach. So why not say on any issue that's brought up, well, under Joe Biden, we did this. Under President Harris, we will do this. Or no change. Joe did a great job. We're going to keep it as it goes. What's wrong with that?
Right. Fair. One of the things that Charlemagne said is that Americans need to keep looking at the rhetoric of Donald Trump, because I don't know why we're even thinking about electing someone, I want you to hear this, who is talking about putting people in camps. Hey, Charlemagne, come on now. Donald Trump's not going to put anybody in camps.
He didn't before. Why would he now?
When he's talked about that Americans have a enemy within, he's talking about Marxists and socialists who are trying to take the constitutional republic and expand the size of government and go after people who disagree with them, and trying to take over areas of your life that they are not given in the Constitution. He's not going to put anybody in camps. That's just ridiculous. And then he claims that Cooper and CNN, they keep talking about whether Harris is black or not, and that's when Cooper said, hey, you know what, that's BS. We're not doing that at all. Putting people in camps kind of takes us to now the left. This is a last-minute throw to the end zone. We should not vote for Trump. And you heard Charlemagne throw Camp in there because he is a modern-day Hitler. Okay?
I don't even. I can't even believe what we're about to play here.
This approach is absolute desperation.
Yeah.
I don't. It doesn't matter to me what race the vice president is and what church she went to when she was a kid. Give me your policy issues.
Right.
Just tell me what it is instead of doing this word salad, bob and weave.
Right.
I don't care about that. I don't care about Trump and all these other. What is his policies?
Right.
We've seen them because he's been there, and he has stated most of them fairly clearly.
And frankly, we've seen Kamala Harris's policies.
Yeah, well, or lack of them.
Whatever they are.
Yeah, that she's got now. We saw what the previous administration
we did. And she was vice president, right?
If I was her, I would say I'm not going to do a lot of what was done.
She hasn't said that.
They risk making Joe mad right before the election, and I don't want him coming out saying something negative about her that would taint the Democrat base.
Bubba, here's one of your favorites. Is it Mika or Micah?
Mika.
Mika. Trump is Hitler, and he will kill women. Here we go. Here we go.
As important as Trump's fascism is, and is the lead story every day, his cozying up to dictators, his obsession with Hitler that has now come out, what he has said about our veterans, and what he wants to do with the military against his political adversaries, it's all huge news. This is the future that we're looking at in the next Trump term, if there is one. But this is what voters know right now, that he is killing us. I'm talking about us women. He's killing us. He is putting us at risk. He is making us afraid to have babies. He is putting our reproductive health at risk, and some women have died already because of this.
That's been debunked.
Oh my goodness. No list of that. Yeah, again, Trump is not, and really probably doesn't go far enough for a lot of our Christian brothers and sisters on the abortion issue.
No, I agree.
But what he has done is go back and follow the Constitution. And I'm telling you, I think the folks who are pro-abortion are making a strategic mistake in this. I know they think it's a campaign issue so they can rally with it. But when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, you are better off, if you really want that right, to have it decided at the state level.
Yes.
Because there's some states that will never outlaw that.
Yes.
Okay? You're going to lose some states, but it'll always be available in some places.
Yep.
If you have a one decision fits all at the very top of the government, you might get it so you legalize abortion today.
Right.
But what about when the next guy gets in and their policy and their party has the votes to overturn it? If you have the power to okay it, you also have the power to outlaw it.
Yeah.
So if I was them, I would say, guys, we're better with under a split decision than we are one way fits all. But they don't want that. They think it's a good campaign issue. And it may be for them. I don't
Pushing
know.
all your chips to the middle of the table on this.
All
not
in.
smart. Hillary Clinton would like for us to know that Donald Trump, when he does this rally at Madison Square Garden, he's reenacting Nazis. Hitler did this in 1939.
Okay.
All right, here we
And,
go.
one other thing that you'll see next week, Caitlin, is Trump actually reenacting the Madison Square Garden rally in 1939. I write about this in my book.
I'm sure you do.
President Franklin Roosevelt was appalled that neo-Nazis, fascists in America were lining up to essentially pledge their support for the kind of government that they were seeing in Germany. So I don't think we can ignore it.
How is he reenacting it?
But that's what y'all actually want to be
crazy.
socialists, which is what the socialists in America were doing. Scott Jennings, he's going to take the Hitler claim and he's going to put it down nice and cover it up and put it to bed. So here's Jennings.
It probably will shock Kamala Harris and the rest of her campaign staff to learn that there are incumbent Democrat U.S. senators in this country right now running television ads touting all their work with this modern-day Hitler. I wonder if Kamala Harris tonight in our town hall meeting will call for them to take these ads off the air, touting their work with this Hitler. I mean, if he were really Hitler, if he were really a threat to democracy, not a single Democrat in this country would be running ads touting their work with Donald Trump. Now,
Yeah, and that did happen. You got some areas where they thought they were in trouble to be anti-Trump, and you have Democrats who are talking about, "Oh, we'll work with Trump. We have worked with Trump."
Hey, did y'all see Schumer at the dinner that Kamala stood up and didn't go to?
Yes.
He was cozying up with Trump at the table like they were buddies. Do you think if he was, he really
Right.
felt like that he would be doing that?
They know it's not true. Exactly.
Phone calls are next, America. We'll talk about whatever you want to. Doesn't have to be this. Can be whatever's on your mind. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now going through our weekend in New York City, and they thought that riding in taxi cabs was like an amusement park ride. I mean,
Sure,
they would look forward to that like a roller coaster. And those.
Hold your hands up.
Let me tell you something. Who's the mayor now? Bloomberg.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the dictator now, Rick.
Until the naked cowboy.
Right.
Saw the naked cowboy. Told him hello from everybody. And my wife came to a conclusion about the naked cowboy that I just looked at her and tilted my head. She said, Rick, he ain't right. and I said, well, yeah, honey. I mean, we all know that.
We've told him he's
she goes,
not right.
You look in his eyes. You can tell he's not right.
Oh.
And I said, yeah. And, of course, she tried to scurry the kids away from him, but not quick enough that kept Big Love from taking a picture. He said, I got a picture of the naked cowboy. So anyway, we
he ain't right.
No, we go through
Rick,
that.
he's not right.
But I'd like to tell the mayor, the dictator of New York, your $350 fine to try to keep New York taxi cab drivers from honking. It's not working.
Yeah, no teeth. I say dictator because I think he's done a great job, but he did his 2 terms, and then he just changed the law so he could run again.
Right. But what I'm saying is,
we had a guy named Rudy Giuliani did a pretty good job. He just left after 2 terms because the law said you should.
Right. But anyway, so that threat of the $350 fine not having much effect
for honking your horn.
Yeah, how about what cost you, Greg? The New York.
All they do is honk horn.
Listen, the New York taxi. I'm talking about when the light turns, not even completely green. I mean, they get out of the way. And I mean, they're just woo, woo. Some of the moves they make, you do like this, and then when you come out the other side and you're not in a wreck, you can't believe it.
Yeah.
And they just come over on each other.
It's like flying in a Raptor.
The kids were laughing.
You go, how did they do that?
At one point, the kids had their hands up like we're on a roller coaster.
I remember when we went, for the XFL, the only time I'd have been in New York, and y'all told me about the cab ride. And I said, well, they're exaggerating. No, y'all weren't exaggerating enough.
I mean, you can't. It's almost
when
like
I got out, I could not believe it.
It's almost like you're sucked through a portal. You should have hit that car. How did that not happen? So anyway, we
language too.
Oh, the language.
Oh, yeah.
And if I bring up Times Square and that they can't go through there anymore, I didn't do that this time because the kids were in the car.
Right.
But you remember the last time we went, we brought it up, and buddy, they loved it.
You mean the pedestrian mall?
Right. And you know what? They'll have a parade in New York City at the drop of a hat, and the cab drivers love that too. 6th Avenue one day shut down from 11 till 6. You know why? The Ecuador people. What do you call them? Ecuadorians?
Ecuadorians?
What are people from Ecuador called?
Ecuadorians.
They just had a parade.
What?
Yeah, I'm just here we go. I mean, in 6th Avenue for most of the day, cabbies loved it, and so we got to do that.
Anything out of the normal, they love. By the way,
I would like to say one mistake on the trip. 2 mistakes we made. One was taking the boys to the Museum of Natural History. By the way, they will really get upset if it doesn't look exactly like the movie Night in the Museum.
Oh, yeah.
Guys. And then I had to explain to Taz, who's an aspiring movie producer. By the way, on the trip, too, he wanted to meet he wanted to know if Steven Spielberg was in the city because he wanted to talk to him about getting the rights to producing his movie, Indiana Jones Jr. And because I told him, I said, you're going to have to get the rights to that, son. You can't just do an Indiana Jones movie. So he wanted to meet with Spielberg while we were in New York City. I said, I think he's in Los Angeles. So then he wants to know when we're going there. But anyway, so you forget about the Museum of Natural History, and I was going to ignore all the evolution, garbage and all that in it and climate change and all that. but what I forgot is when they are showing you cave people or monkey people, they are anatomically blazing.
Yeah.
So the boys and also we just hear them laughing and they're trying to take pictures and I'm like, what? And we walk around and here's a monkey man and woman with their private parts exposed.
Yeah.
And here the boys just loving it. Dad, you can see us. Don't say that.
Yeah. Hey.
I'd rather you scream terrorist than that. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so they're just running around now trying to find naked people, statues and stuff.
Yeah,
and we're just like, guys.
Yeah, air and space would have been safer.
Right. Can I tell you this, though? At the Museum of Natural History, we're really big. Lots of places. A lot of stuff in there. Yeah. And how about this? They've got a replica of a blue whale, the world's largest mammal. Hey, it's big.
Yeah, she's a big one.
I mean, that I don't know if you ever seen a blue whale, but my goodness, that's a big one. And
take up a block.
At one point, we just couldn't stop staring at it. We're like, "Wow, that's a big animal right there." Sherry says, "That's under the water." I said, "Wow, we got a lot of water." Hey, we got a lot of water to have that big sucker in there.
We do.
So anyway, Museum of Natural History. Just be aware if you're taking kids through. There's naked people. Okay, be aware of that when they go through the history of man and all that.
Naked natural history.
I'm talking about a lot of naked mannequins who, and unlike the mannequins, they're going to make them anatomically correct.
It's past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Lines are available. You can join us now. You want to dial us up? We can get you in on the Rick and Bubba show today. Bubba, from email, I thought this was humorous. Hey, Rick and Bubba, my husband is obsessed. He listens to you guys every morning. He gets on YouTube Live, listens to past shows on his phone in the afternoons, talks about how y'all are retiring soon, etc., etc. I'm going to be honest, I do not listen to the radio. I drive to work with the radio off, yet I know so much about y'all from listening to him, ! He has told me that your shows are sold out. He would be over the moon if you would just simply do this for me, please. Can you just give him a shout out? His name is Hunter Johnson. I seriously think he may love you and Bubba more than me. She's joking there, and she put the little laughing thing after that. So,
Hunter, we appreciate
Thank you, Hunter Johnson, your wife, Brittany. Thank you for making sure she knows about a show that she doesn't even listen to. But look how much she loves you, to be sure. Look, yes. I know everything's sold out. There's no way for me to get him there before the end of the year, but can y'all please say something? And there you go. We've done it. Well done, Brittany. And thank you, as Bubba said, to Hunter for all that support. All right, so let's go to phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
I wasn't sure where he was from, or I would have given him a big Bubba shout out.
It didn't say, did it? No. It didn't say. Okay. All right, so let's go to Asa. Asa in Sweet Home, Alabama. Asa, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good, Asa. Hope you're okay.
Yes, sir. I just find it funny that the left wants so bad to say that Trump is like Hitler and stuff like that, when if you look at it, Hitler was a member of the National Socialist Party, and if anything, they line up more with him than Trump does.
Yeah, policy-wise, you're correct.
And behavior, the way they use the government, it's kind of hard to argue. This text keeps coming up a lot, too, on the text line. The phenomenal receiver for Alabama, Ryan Williams. I don't know if you know this. He's only 17.
I've heard that, Rick.
And they keep talking about he wore orange fingernail polish, and ask him, what do we think about that? I didn't know that. Did y'all know that? Or
he did say he wore fingernail polish. I think, was it in honor of his daughter? I mean, his sister. I mean, excuse me.
But when I saw orange, I thought, was that something to do with the Tennessee game or something like that?
I don't know anything about the color. I thought that's what
Rick,
he
did
said,
you?
No, I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry.
I don't know if y'all talked about it Monday or not, but did you happen to see on was it a fourth down play where they were trying to get the first down and the receivers jumped up?
Yeah, we did that. Okay. We played that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we were trying to decide whether that was, because I thought when you were trying to fake that they're going to throw an out, you jump up like a pass.
Right.
But they didn't. They did jump shots like basketball.
Right.
Was that their own? That's the big discussion was, did they do that on their own, or were they told to do that?
Well, they were. I think it was the offensive coordinator for Alabama was asked about that in a press conference, and he said there's nothing on the field that's not coached up.
Okay.
That we're not on top of, and that was his response. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Mike in Tennessee. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, I drive a big truck. I go to Philadelphia every week, and I have been for years. And I've been noticing over all these years that, of course, liberals reason with their emotions.
Sure.
And when I talk to them about things or whatever, they live in this abstract reality. Well, now reality has hit them. And I'm noticing a lot of people changing their minds based on real reality because it's moving them out of their abstract reality. And I've just been noticing a lot of that over the last 6 months at least.
Well, Mike, that is hopeful. And you know, I think we've all
That's
seen
very
that.
deep, by the way.
Yeah, we've all seen that a little bit. Because like we've said on the show several times, the reason why we see this election as Americans to be pretty simple is the things that we all can plainly see. To your point, Mike, my emotions can't make things cost less at the grocery store.
Right.
My emotions can't make the border be closed. Okay, and the results of these unvetted people pouring into our country. Some wonderful people, some not, some wicked and evil. But that's why you vet. You let the wonderful in and you vet the evil.
Right.
But anyway, so you're right, Mike. I think, you know, when you're playing pretend and you have a little game going on, but it's not really harming anyone.
Right.
But then all of a sudden you start realizing, okay, wow, this stuff really matters. It's really impacting me personally. So our hope is, and how about this? A lot of you out there, you don't have to tell anybody you voted for Trump. Just secretly do it, and then and then get back to that economy that we had when he was governing the first time.
Yeah.
And you know, hopefully and prayerfully we won't have another worldwide pandemic.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Nick in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Nick, go ahead.
Good morning from Marshall Space Flight Center, guys.
Hey, good morning, sir. Nick.
Hey, doing good. So listen, my son's got his first time job, and he's been listening to you guys on the radio with his boss in the car, and he's like, Bring Up is great. He's 15. I'm like, yeah, they're wonderful, but he's a little sad that you guys are going away. I said, do not despair. There are best ofs available. And I was like, man, I got to figure out which ones are the best. We definitely want some Willie and Wanda.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely want the best. What recommendations can you make for the best of the best of?
Well, what I would do probably is, I'm just going to use this because it's the one I use. Yeah, I would go to the Apple store or whatever store, Google, whatever one you use, and I would search the show. So when you see the 28 CDs, probably 29 of them there, all of those, they're the cream of the crop. That's the cream of the crop. And you can buy them by track. You can buy them by full CDs. And then, you know, going forward, you know, you'll still have, you know, opportunities on streaming services and stuff where there'll be some of the historic moments that'll continue to run and all that, and that'll be available to you. But as far as, hey, I want to make me a playlist, you probably want to go there for the playlist, I would think. Yeah. Okay. And they're all
understood. Well, he's really excited about it, and I said, man, you got to hear this Willie and Wanda thing.
Oh.
What? So let him listen to part one, and he was like, oh, I got to finish this. So,
of course.
Anyway, thanks for all you guys have done.
What a great father-son moment. And every father should sit and listen to Willie and Wanda with their son and daughter as well.
Yeah.
Okay, we continue. Let's go to Tom, Pell City, ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
I do want to wish y'all a happy Friday, and Auburn still sucks.
Thank you, Tom. Tom, a little upset. Dylan in Savannah. Dylan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good. I hope you're good, Dylan.
Oh, man, let me tell you. So I'm calling because I got a bit of an emergency. I have like 300 pounds of loose spaghetti in my car. It's everywhere. It was supposed to be for a spaghetti eating contest at my cousin's church, but I took a hard turn. I felt something tickling my leg, and now it's just loose noodles all over the back seat and under my pedals. The sauce is in containers, you know, so thank goodness, but I need advice on cleanup because the spaghetti smell alone is already insane.
Was the spaghetti ready for the sauce on it, like already boiled?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's just the hard.
Well, the noodles was boiled, but the sauce was separate.
No, I got that. Yeah, the noodles. What I say?
Thank goodness it wasn't the sauce,
15 Home Depot buckets.
Oh,
my gracious!
How'd you get that many in your car?
Well, it's a 2013 Peugeot 208. So it's got one of them French hatchbacks.
Yeah, how much of it?
I thought it could handle the spaghetti load. Clearly, I overestimated its pasta capacity.
Yes, you did, Chef Boyardee. Yeah. All right, so did it all break up, or is most of the pasta
is it under your seat?
Are the sticks intact, or are they broke into a bunch of little pieces?
He said they were boiled.
His deal,
they're already
it's
boiled.
a
You're right.
lease
Yeah. Okay.
Card too. It's a lease card too, and I'm worried about my insurance there. But I think my cousin's hamster is under there somewhere too, and I didn't see it go in, but it's gone.
Okay. All right, now, is this a joke?
I thought we
had something. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
about this? If it's boiled spaghetti, and you did make that clear, I went back to it being in packs, and it's all over the place, it's hopeless. Nothing you can do.
It is. Just pull up next to a garbage can and
just
start unloading.
Break it out. It's a rental, man.
Yeah. And somewhere along the way, I mean, your first mistake was, hey, you thought you could have something.
Yeah.
Let's go to Steve. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thank you. And first of all, I appreciate y'all's Christian witness. We need more of that, not less of it. Second of all, comment about, what CNN was doing as far as discussing criticism of Kamala Harris. We have to be careful here because we don't want to paint her into being a victim, and we can't allow them to do that. So I'm not saying that they're doing that for sure, but I'm a licensed therapist, and I've seen people try to manipulate situations in such a way that they want the other person to be a victim. And I'm afraid one of the things that got Joe Biden elected was painting him into being a victim. And I'll always believe that. Now, was the election stolen? Obviously we've got some proof about that probably it was. But the reality is we can't allow them to paint her into being a victim.
A victim of what?
We have to be very careful of that.
Yeah, a victim of what?
Yeah. How are they painting her to be a victim?
Okay, painting her to be a victim, by that I mean putting her in a light of being the underdog, being the person that, oh, poor pitiful me, everybody's against me. And there are people, unfortunately, in this country that will vote for her based on that fact, and that's a sad thing. But we can't allow that. We've got to expose that. And I'm not saying for sure that CNN is doing that, but there's a possibility that they could be.
So you're saying that people would elect a president because they feel sorry for them and that they can't walk out a narrative and they don't have any policies
and they can't answer questions.
And they can't answer questions and all bless her heart, let's let her be president?
Well, unfortunately, I will always believe that that's one of the reasons Joe Biden got elected.
Oh, bless his
heart. He was painted into being a victim.
Or did they just think Trump was mean?
Right. Is that another end of it? Look how mean Trump is, and look how much of a bully he is to her. Now that is, I can see some of that. Yeah. Orange Man bad, would be part of that.
Whole world sad.
And there's no doubt that victimhood is, at one time you tried not to be portrayed as a victim.
Yeah.
Now everybody wants to be a victim, and there's no doubt if you're trying to get people to dislike somebody, you present yourself as a victim of their meanness. So I guess I could see that maybe. Thank you for your call though. 13 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, and it also for some of you will lead to a discussion about some things you don't want to have to explain. But anyway, at one point you ever just had your kids corny and you just go, I'm not talking about it.
Yeah. Let's go see the whale.
Right. Man, did y'all see how big that whale
How about the whale?
So,
hey, is that Steven Spielberg?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Who was that?
Right.
I think he just went that way.
Another mistake we made about renting bikes to go to Central Park.
Rick Burgess.
Rick, you rode a bike. You know what?
Come on, Rick.
You know what? If you don't know how to get to Central Park from the Hudson River, real important to know.
Yeah.
And the bike people, that's one thing about New Yorkers. They assume everybody knows the city. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
It's no problem. You go down there go down there bike and roll. They got the best bikes down there on the Hudson down at the harbor. Get you some bikes there. You take off down the Hudson Harbor and go up 78th right to Central Park. Not a problem. Well, they don't tell you how far that is. I mean, that's a long way. And by the way, it wasn't 78th, sir. It was 72nd. That was big to know that.
Huge.
I mean, because suddenly we end up as a family on bikes in a non-bike area. We're just trapped in the people pushing our bikes. You ever tried to walk through New York pushing a bike? You know what I mean? Everybody's like, get a bike out of the way. You get over here.
It's hard to hold your pretzel.
Right. And, and they didn't have a bike for Taz, so now he's 70-something pounds on the pull-along. I'm like, I said, hey, Sherry, hey, honey, loving this. I'm dragging 70 pounds back here. If we could slow it down just a hair.
Rick, I've noticed that bikes involve most of your vacations. By the way, y'all will rent a bike in a minute.
You're a biking
How about, can
family.
I tell you, on my vacations, I've never rented a bike.
Right.
Not one time.
You know what? It can be great if you're just in a small area where you ease around, but if you're going on a trip, not so good.
So you're pulling 70 now.
Yeah.
I'm interested in you pulling 70, but also Big Love being on his own.
You know what? And on a big bike, he did great. Except for there was a couple of instances where he plowed into people. But
sorry, sir.
If you want to hear a New Yorker cuss, have a kid run up on him on a bike, right on the back of his heels,
right on his shin.
Right, but anyway, so that and the kids and I didn't know this. Somewhere my kids have learned the term hobo. I wish I didn't know it. Hey, Dad, look, there's a hobo. Hey. You don't just call people hobos. You know what I mean? I've noticed we haven't seen many hobos. There's one. There's a hobo. Hello? Look, Dad, there's a hobo playing a guitar. I'm like, guys, everybody's not a hobo.
That's the naked cowboy.
You know what I mean?
Eyes forward.
Yeah, and so I don't even know where they got that word. Who taught them hobo?
So they went with terrorist.
That's
hobo.
off a Disney show,
So
no doubt.
they screamed out terrorist. They screamed out hobo. And so then we did that. We found out Central Park a little crowded, but if you take them to the place where Stuart Little drove his plane, and raced the boat, they dig that a little bit. Of course, then you remember you're still on bikes, and you got to find your way back to the Hudson Highway. But anyway, so we eventually found our way back over a few death-defying moments. But
hopefully back on 72nd.
Well, yeah. By the way, I'll scream that. By the way, if they're telling you 78 wrong, it ain't 78. I don't even know what 78 was. I don't know where we were. So that went well. And then, of course, the thing that I was looking forward to the most, tickets to the Yankees versus the Red Sox.
Oh,
yeah. Guys, I would like to say this in the sports genre. Hey, look, you can hate the Yankees, like the Yankees. That's not the point, okay? Everyone who loves sports to me, this is on the list. You must see a game, preferably a big rival, maybe the Subway Series or the Red Sox against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. This is all I'm going to say. I believe the Yankees are to sports what the Beatles are to music. You may not like them, but to ignore the impact, their history and the things they can say. First of all, the fact that they were the team with Babe Ruth that saved baseball. It was over. And to see the old Yankee Stadium and the new Yankee Stadium, we rode the subway because everybody said it. Started with Bob Carey, our syndicator. Oh, you can't take a cab. No, that's crazy.
You didn't ride the bike?
We started to ride our bikes. We thought, Bronx, that's a little far. But anyway, the subway. And by the way, if you need to take the number 4 and you're some guy from Alabama, and for some reason in my mind I got that confused with the letter A, you'll confuse the New Yorkers. Where am I supposed to get on the A train? The A train, oh, man, yeah, you got to go better 50s. And I'm like, no, they said 42nd. And then really I realized it's the 4 train, not the A train.
Right.
Which, by the way, would have saved a lot of bogged down there at
Daddy, why are we standing here?
Yeah, and then why is everybody pointing us to go the other way from whatever at the hotel?
Look,
the
a hobo.
Told you? And then hobos.
See it, Terrence?
Thank you for being here today as we move through another one. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Golden ticket seats coming in next hour. Wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come. We'll get more of your phone calls in, too, before the day is done. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Patrick Sawyer, our guest, he's authored the book, Experiencing Jesus Through the Eyes of the Samaritan Woman. Catch that wherever you get podcasts this weekend. I was going to ask you this. You know how people put us on these email lists?
Yes.
And we start getting,
Yeah.
on ton. Are y'all on the new recipe email that I'm on?
Any good ones?
Where I just get recipes all day long?
Is there any good ones?
Who did this?
I'm on so many, but I don't recall right off the top of my head a recipe one.
Yeah, like I'll get ready, to say, all right, let me check my email.
What is it, keto?
And as I go through, for a perfect example, like I'll get ready to check email, and I'm thinking, all right, I'm looking for topics, because we do get a lot of junk emails, so we try to find, we really go through our email based on topics. And, and then if one thing's already been asked the same question over and over again, we think we got to get the same information. And all of a sudden now I'll turn mine on and it'll say eggs and tomato stir fry, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, what is that? And then all of a sudden you go down and, I'll get something that has something to do with some sort of dish. Halibut. Pecan-crusted halibut.
What?
Halibut. I love halibut, by the way. Good fish.
Halibut?
Good. Oh, I love halibut.
It's no orange roughy.
I love halibut.
It's no orange roughy.
I like halibut. All right, so, Greg, I know you have been...
Greg, what about orange roughy?
I believe I would like to have the orange roughy. I like orange roughy. So we have the Menendez brothers.
Boy,
as you called them earlier, Bubba, in the break, and I agree, the evil... Well, the evil Menendez brothers. I don't want these people out. I don't want them out. I don't want them back. I don't like how they acted. I don't care why they did.
You sound like their uncle.
I don't. I think they've proven that they can be problematic.
I would put them on that list.
Look, I don't know what happened or did not happen to them. I do not know that. But I do know that they carefully planned, orchestrated, tried to cover up the killing of their parents, blowing their faces off, okay? Going back and reloading the gun to finish mom off because she was still moving.
And that's the part right there.
Oof.
No matter what's happened prior.
That's a fact. That is not up for discussion.
That move right there.
And they tried to cover it up. They had friends that ran with them, testified against them. They took, as soon as they were dead, they got a hold of the money and started spending it extravagantly. That is a fact. I just don't know. I don't know. If they were abused, I certainly understand that being an issue in this. But I don't know. I just can't feel good about, sure. Blowing their parents' face off was justified. I don't know.
Yeah. So here's the LADA.
Yeah.
Says the Menendez brothers have paid their debts to society. Here he is.
We are going to recommend to the court that the life without the possibility of parole be removed and that they would be sentenced for murder, which, because there are 2 murders involved, that would be 50 years to life. However, because of their age, under the law, since they were under 26 years of age at the time that these crimes occurred, they will be eligible for parole immediately.
For some reason,
how did that guy ever get elected?
For some reason, the DA of LA, I don't know how he got elected, is a Muppet.
I guess.
Where the frog here? Who elected the Muppet?
There are people.
They should be released. They have served their time.
They say that
then he's saying Rainbow Connection.
They're saying he's running for re-election and that he's trailing, and that seems to be, I guess, in his district, the popular sentiment that they've served enough time, blah blah blah, and they think he's doing it to get votes.
What?
He basically said,
them live next to you, sir.
Yeah, really. He said that the judge will have to be the one to do it, and he said there are people in the prosecutor office that will argue against him. He said, this is his opinion, but there's people that will try to convince the judge not to.
Do you think he's playing this political game? I believe they've served their time to society.
And knowing they'll never get it.
And knowing it'll never happen.
But I got on record of telling y'all what you wanted to hear, but I didn't set them out in society where they can blow more people's faces off.
Yeah. And they say that the parents, there's new evidence emerging indicated they were sexually abused by their father for years, and that nowadays people have a more informed view of that and the consequences. And they're saying that if that would have been in today's society, the same evidence that they wouldn't have got life without parole.
Right. But
first of all,
whatever happened to them, if it happened and there's evidence, it seems to be to corroborate that, that's terrible if that is true, to Bubba's point. But there also is, let's lock that up and put him away. This thing when Mama was, and I know you can say Mama didn't step in, she should have done more. I got all that. But that thing where they get those shotguns and
reload,
and they go back and they reload because somebody's moving a little bit, and it's mama, not even daddy.
And like Bubba said, it doesn't look good when you go on a $700,000 spending spree. That makes you look like you did it for money. That's right. If you're looking for motive, there it is.
You don't look overly traumatized in all the new stuff you have.
Do you know that one of the sons suffered from premature balding and wore a wig?
Yeah. Because on the
well, that is your area.
Well,
the show,
only Greg would bring this.
Complete big time bald.
I was not in.
Okay. I don't understand why. It's okay.
Well, I mean, one of the things they showed her humiliating him, ripping his wig off, saying, "What are you faking or something?"
His mom made fun of his baldness. We need to understand the trauma of
in the
that.
show.
Still don't deserve a 12.
One on the left.
Oh, that's a wig.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a wig.
Yeah.
And
now he's pulled a Speedy in jail. He's completely bald.
He bought a better wig with the money from Mom and Dad.
And look, we wasn't in the courtroom. We didn't see the exact evidence.
No.
We're basing off what we know now, post. And I also saw the special on Gypsy Rose. Now, in her case, I believe I let her walk.
Yeah, well, that's different.
She's out now.
The whole thing was different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And well, also, she didn't do it. She
Yeah.
told her boyfriend to do it, and he did it. I mean, she's still responsible, but I'm saying she wasn't as hands-on.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a
it's
good
cold.
weekend. Catch the Rick and Bubba archives today. If you got more Rick and Bubba, hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Two former interns now in the real world looking for love. And in my opinion, 2 inches taller than he was before the break.
That's right.
Rick a foot taller.
Yeah.
Come take your heels off and stand beside him. Let's just see what it look. Keep the hat on.
Yeah, right.
With the hat, this is going to be incredible.
I know. Look at him.
Wow, I mean, it's like she stepped off a dock.
It is.
Yeah.
Aren't they a cute couple? Am I the one
They
that
are.
They're both talented. Everybody. We
just bought this song.
and it feels good to put these two together.
So when are y'all going out?
Yeah,
we haven't worked that out.
Well, let's
yet.
figure it out right
Let's
now.
talk about it. So we're the only people in the world.
This Saturday after Bubba's 101?
Saturday.
He's got a great idea.
We're both working, busy young professionals, so we got to both look at our schedules and coordinate. And
How's
tag
Saturday
team.
night look?
I don't know. How does Saturday night look?
It looks good.
How's your Saturday night look?
Wow.
I don't know.
Boy, she really wants to go out
literally
this day.
got to.
Yeah, I think yours is fine.
I think mine's fine.
I think yours will be
mine's
open.
Fine. I think
Yeah.
mine's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adler.
Adler,
Is it-
don't play hard to
Addie,
get
if you're
here.
busy,
I'm not. I literally don't know.
Don't
You're
don't
busy.
blow this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rick.
For all we know,
Remember,
You
you
got
know,
all pumped up. The hat, the bat.
Eddie, if a car will run 120, you don't have to drive at 120. You need to back down just a little bit.
drive at 75. That's a good.
Yeah.
He's not
You still
less-
get
still
there pretty
making
quick,
good
and you don't
mileage.
burn the engine
It's a
up.
good pace.
There you go.
So,
You
so
guys
this,
are right, and when
this
you're
is
right,
so
you're
y'all gonna
right.
go dinner and a movie, something the basic one, the basic day.
Well,
See, I get paid Thursday, so yeah, this weekend's great. This weekend is phenomenal. Anything you want to do, I'm good.
You're right.
I was kind of thinking, wait, McDonald's. Okay, I got that coupon for McDonald's.
Well, and plus, you just knocked out 180 on a fishing trip with no rods. But
Well, you like to have that back. That was an expensive boat ride, wasn't it?
It ain't about the money. It ain't about
it's not.
sunburn right
It's
here.
not about.
It's not
the
about
money.
my goodness. You know what you could do? The weather's going to be so beautiful for the next 6-7 days.
Yeah.
The weather is going to be so beautiful. You could do something that would cost you very little, but would mean the world to her. That's
right.
I'm calling late afternoon picnic.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Late afternoon picnic.
Yeah, well, that's going to be 80, so it'll be a little
creative.
hot.
I
That's
said
okay.
late afternoon.
Peanut butter
Well,
and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah.
Right.
The
I said
pollen's,
late
the
afternoon.
pollen's
Right.
been a little rough, too.
Yeah.
It's-
And the gnats will be out. But
Yellow cloud.
I don't see how this could go wrong. I don't see how this could go
Or
wrong.
I'd stick with a dinner and a movie after Bubba's Tennis 101. I think that's a safer
Getting the plug
movie.
in. You get
Yeah.
the plug in.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
two
just saying
plugs.
Saturday
Good.
night, I think that would be good because I don't want Elle to forget she's going to be there for that.
I'm definitely going to go to Bubba's Tennis 101.
And what
See,
time does that
you
start, Boone?
4 o'clock.
Okay, we can
Oh,
do
later in the
something.
afternoon. I thought.
5:30,
Okay.
6,
All right,
you know.
Post.
Free to go.
Perfect.
well, maybe Friday night then. Maybe you ought to
You
go
could
out.
come and take
I could be
pictures.
part of the
You
date.
could come
That
and
could be
take
part of the
pictures
date.
of Elle
We
playing
can play tennis together.
Okay,
That's it.
there we go.
You're
Calling
together.
it a date now. You guys notice?
And then y'all go take a shower. And then y'all meet back up.
Thanks, Rick.
And
You don't want to bump on
and
your
you want to
date.
make sure you're smelling good. And
Not
you
a
got all
good
you
thing.
got. Don't wear that cologne you've been wearing. You might want to look at it.
Yeah, back that down a little
Brute?
bit.
I thought everybody loves Brute.
No.
33, you can't beat it.
You can have a deer run out in front of the car.
Right.
Yeah.
All these ladies
that's
are like,
must.
oh gosh, Brute.
That's
is
must.
Yeah.
Brute
I know.
33.
Hey,
Oh,
Brute's a
that smell.
classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The green bottle with the 33 medallion.
No,
What are you
Yeah,
talking
it's a
about?
classic,
Yeah,
man.
come on.
I remember putting that on my terry cloth shirt and my gold eagle chain.
Yes.
Yeah, but you didn't catch anything with it either.
Well, actually,
Well, no, that was worth hanging on to.
It's one under each ear. Just pop it right there.
because in those days, Brute was considered that was up there, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That and some Mustang.
Sarah,
Sarah, why do you look sad? Are you okay?
You know, this is one thing we didn't think this through.
Oh, she's all right.
No,
I know she's feeling rough.
You didn't hear the cat fighting going on in the break.
Oh my goodness.
Really? I know she's got a boyfriend, but
The quote was this from some of the other interns I've been watching. Oh, so why did y'all pick him for her? What about the rest of us?
I did. I was sad for a little while. Love you, babe. But
Right.
I was sad for a little bit, and then had to come in and have my girl powwow. And
Well, what it was, it's not that it's not that you're not taken. We know that. It just hurt that it went so quick to Elwood.
why was it me? Why, did you even think about me?
Right.
Did it even cross your mind?
Did it even
the
cross your
cowboy
mind?
hat,
You wanted to tell him you're already taken, and you didn't get a chance to do that.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
I wasn't even asked.
You just wanted to at least be able to say it, you know?
I wasn't even.
Yeah, you wanted to turn him down flat,
Right.
But still.
They love
Let
doing
it
that.
down
They
easy,
love doing
Yeah.
that. By the way.
Yeah.
If I wasn't taken, I had a whole speech ready. I mean, I did. I was ready to go, ready to be asked.
That's a
It just
shame.
wasn't.
That is a real shame.
Hey, I did have some good prospects at the rodeo this weekend.
I
though.
bet
Some
you did.
winners.
I bet you.
Have you noticed again though? You got somebody there open. Then when they start getting attention, it's like it's a mob thing. You know, the psychology of the hey, somebody else has got it, I want it is unbelievable.
Look, how do you think I married Sherry?
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I got to learn how to work that system, you guys.
How's it feel right now to be Adler to kind of be, in demand?
I'm gonna start wearing cowboy hats and carrying around baseball bats because ladies
Let me
seem
tell
to
you.
love
Let
that.
me tell you who is proud. That is one worship leader at your church.
There's a worship
the
leader
greatest
right
hair
now.
to ever step behind a microphone with a guitar around his neck.
You know what he said? I kept waiting for my genetics to take root.
Right.
And today, it has finally happened.
Today is that day.
Yeah.
Today is
And
that
see,
day.
Elle likes to sing,
Oh,
and I'm
yes.
sure if you become part of the Adlers, you're going to be in a group.
Oh,
You
yeah.
gotta
You're gonna
sing. You're gonna
sing.
be in the house. You gotta be able to
Wait
sing.
just a minute. We could
Wait.
be looking at the
gracious.
next Michael and Linda Adler. Wow.
Let's do it.
Look, get a look right
There's
now.
some
Wow.
youth group they're going to be leading they don't even know.
There's a conference in the future that none of us even know about. Thank you very much, Ken Osborne. 6 minutes past, Big Boy Studio. We're rolling. As you heard, the gang is all here today. And we also welcome back some people that have been here before, but also say hello to new people in the golden ticket seats today.
Yeah, the Elite 10.
The Elite 10. The terrific team. Yeah.
they're 11, actually.
11. I can't rhyme anything.
counters.
I don't have a good E word.
Elite
for 11.
11.
Yeah, Elite 11. That's good. Yeah. So how many of you have been to either studio before? Okay. How many of you have been to this studio before? Okay, good too. How many never been to any studio? First time here to okay, good. That's most everybody.
Hey.
Well, welcome. Enjoy the hour, and we'll give you an opportunity to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. You know, let's face it, that's on everybody's bucket list.
Sure.
So that's coming up a little bit later on. Rock and Roll City will also play for us today as well.
Did you see the Canadian Prime Minister?
No, what did he do?
You didn't see what he tweeted out?
No.
Okay. Justin Trudeau.
Oh, yeah.
He tweeted
Castro's boy.
a written statement. Yeah. Fidel's boy.
Yeah.
We're going to significantly reduce the number of immigrants coming into Canada for the next 2 years.
Whoa.
This is temporary, but we need to pause our population growth to let our economy catch up. We have to get the system working right for all Canadians.
What a racist!
Even
xenophobic.
Even a left politician in Canada has said, we're getting overrun here, guys. We got to put a hold on this. And he tried to do it in the nicest way possible. It's temporary. We're just going to let our economy catch up. Why didn't anybody in America say that? Because they're coming through here to get to there.
At a much higher rate.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, we've talked about this the time we used the analogy, and it wasn't ours. I forget who said it. And they said when you're a socialist and you're all feeling, all loving, a socialist lives their life looking at the world like the child who wants a pony. Mm-hmm. They just want a pony. They have no idea what it takes. They don't have any idea how much manure that'll generate. They don't know how much it's going to cost to keep it corralled. They don't know how much the food costs. They don't know how much the pony itself costs. They don't have
the veterinarian bills. They don't have any idea about any of that. They just want a pony. And so that's the way they are. Look, I will admit this. I like the idea of having a pet. I just don't like the reality of it. I love the idea of it, but I don't like all the maintenance that goes with it and all the things you have to do. And then you realize, the idea of having this animal versus Greg, I don't even know what pets have done to you. I am shocked that you remain to have you continue to have them.
I'm down to 2.
But same thing. What Trudeau
they didn't buy the painters the other day.
is finding out, Bubba, is that an unvetted border is not a good idea for now. He's saying, well, good night. We're getting overrun with people, and I got to start thinking about the people who are Canadians. Well, yeah, that's why nations have borders where they control immigration.
That's why we have nations.
Yeah. So once again, another socialist idea that feels good and it sounds good, and my heart just flutters about opening the gate wide open and letting people come here for a better life. But the reality is you can't do that, A, because of the obvious, they're not all coming for a better life. Some of them are quite dangerous. And B, you have to keep the flow going and not get overrun, and then your infrastructure collapses.
He's feeling the heat. He's afraid of not getting reelected. That's why he's doing this. And it goes against everything that he's been spouting for years and years and years, truthfully calling people that don't want unvetted immigrants coming in their country. I mean, the name calling that he has spouted over and over and over again for the last years is insane. And so here, for him to try to tweet this out without any backlash is just ridiculous. And it goes against everything that they've claimed. To pause our population growth and let our economy catch up. That's the quote from his tweet. And it shows, when people come into the country, it is a tax on the economy. And that's the opposite of what they've preached for years and years and years.
How did
and
he
years.
become so unloving overnight?
Right.
Well,
he doesn't love people.
Xenophobe.
He's xenophobic. He's all kinds of phobic.
There also may be a page B to this. Mm-hmm. He may think Trump is going to win and that he is going to kick out a bunch of people and they don't want him coming to Canada.
Sure.
That's possible.
Could be.
Yeah.
So I
think it may be preemptive more than anything.
11 million people's a lot.
I guess Trudeau, what he thinks, if you're not from Canada, you're a rapist or a criminal. Is that what he thinks?
Evidently.
No, he's just telling the truth about society.
Exactly
you
right.
can't have an influx of people.
Exactly right.
The country has to grow at some mathematical rate that it can handle it, even with the people that are here.
It's not mean to have legal immigration. It's just wise, and it's common sense. It's so easy to understand.
Look, heaven's got walls and gates. Case closed.
Next.
Next.
I mean, but Bubba, that shows just how you being a person of faith. That's why you're so close-minded.
Well,
and
I
you
know.
don't like people.
I know. I hope I stay that
Using
way.
some heaven reference. How dare you?
Yep. Hope to get there. Live there a long time.
You talking about forever?
Forever, never.
I'm with you, Greg. Earlier today, Greg, in the kickoff hour, some of you may not have heard this. I agree with you. When I see this headline, Denver Broncos star Josh Reynolds shot in the head. In the head.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
And then they say that he left and didn't need any treatment.
Yeah, nobody had any.
He left a stripper club, didn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you said?
He was at a strip club at 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Can't believe he got shot.
Bubba, what happens on Trouble Street?
I guess
Trouble.
Tipped too well.
Yeah, but I mean, the headline.
It doesn't just say head; it says back of the head.
Yeah,
back of the head.
And
when you
arms.
see that title, you go, somebody's either in bad shape or didn't make it.
If
you don't hear that he was treated and released.
If you say like, "Hey man, what happened to so and so?" Oh, they were shot in the back of the head. What do you think?
You think that boy? I guess he's gone.
When is the service?
I guess they had
was it a grazing shot?
Yeah.
Because
It must
minor,
be.
yeah.
They didn't say that, but it had to have been.
minor injuries.
But the headline, of course, does not say.
Right.
That. Yeah.
Right.
He was treated for minor injuries, and I guess they had a first aid kit at the booby trap.
Oh,
all right. That's required, actually.
Josh Reynolds says
that and the defibrillator.
Yeah.
You got to have one of them, too.
Greg Josh says he'll just wear 2 headbands this week.
all right.
So that
And
is-
penicillin also.
right. So I guess it was kind of a Trump-like grazing.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I was
we're
going to
looking
ask.
at.
Will some people say it's not real, like they said about Trump's, that it was made up, that he faked it? I mean, it's just everything.
And they said, too, where Josh Reynolds, and this, talk about this Trump thing, there's actually a picture of him now, Bubba. You're not going to believe it. He's doing this, and he's standing up and he's holding a $1 bill with blood running down his face,
screaming, "Fight!
Fight! Tip!
Be sure and tip."
I don't. But I guess he just play this.
Oh no, he's
weekend?
already on IR. He had a surgery or something on his finger.
Okay, yeah, they said he got shot in the arm and the head.
Yes, on the.
It must be the hand that he doesn't hold the dollar up with.
Yeah, it was on the 18th of this month, and for some reason it's out now.
Yeah, it's just now coming out. I understand when y'all did it was like 18th, 19th, something like that. So there you go. So there's
back of the head, but he's fine. He was released.
Good. Wow. You just don't hear a shot in the back of the head, but I'm good.
No. One move one way, and
right. We'll be back.
Said if you hadn't turned the head to look at that other stage, you got it.
He can thank the DJ.
Yep.
He can thank the DJ for his life. Gentlemen, now focus on stage 2. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Over the vacation, you took a vacation, and you know what I like, Greg? I like your commitment to get those Christmas decorations down. Let's get this done.
Speedy hit it on the head. I was clearing the week up to hunt.
That's what you were doing,
right? Guilt free.
Hey, look,
everything's done.
Understood. And what happened?
Well, first of all, and you know we've lived together for years. I'm working on this. I'll get frustrated and just I'll just go too far.
You?
Yeah. So and here's the bad thing about it. I was already mad. This is what made it worse. Got the tree down. We got this tree we put in the den there. It's like 15 foot tall. It's just ridiculous. I really, it looks good, but it's just awful. And you get it in the box, and it's real heavy.
Yeah.
So me and my son. Now first, let me get to here's why I'm mad to start off with. I need some duct tape. The box, when you take the tree out of the box, it won't go back in.
No
way. So
Never
you got to
did.
get that
big old
duct
staples that have come out.
That's right. So you got to get that big old duct tape to cinch her down, to keep it shut. So I'm out of duct tape, so I'm going to be cute, and I run to one of them dollar stores that's close to the house, and, of course, they don't have duct tape. So I get this tape.
Because it costs more than $1.
Well, listen, I get this tape they got. Well, it wasn't that dollar. Not that where everything's $1.
Oh, okay.
It ain't one of those. But anyway, so I get what they have, thinking, well, yeah, I'd hate me to drive a little further down the road and get real duct tape.
Right.
That may take 10 more minutes.
Right. Yeah. So you say 10 minutes.
Yeah. So I get the big tree in there, and I'm trying to tape it up, and my tape just breaks because the tree's just trying to come out of the box. So I'm mad, and I'm throwing a fit. Okay, already got Lisa mad at me just because the way I'm acting about it.
All right, so if
you're talking to
you don't have the Christmas spirit anymore.
No, at this point you're talking to the box.
All right, let me say this because there is a term.
That's the only thing speaking to.
Yeah,
right.
Right. There's a term for throwing a fit. You remember your parents used to say, "Hey, now you're showing your."
I'm the world's worst.
Your rear end. So at this point, we don't have your entire rear end exposed, but we're starting to see it's coming out.
Yeah. Now the good thing, my fits last about 10, and then I'm done. Now that's good. I come back real quick.
It's awful.
But I do come back very quick.
It's a whirlwind.
I don't hold a grudge.
Hey, tornadoes only last seconds.
That's true. That's a very good analogy. So I'm already on bad terms because, and I should be for acting like an idiot about the tape.
Right.
So we're picking it up and we're trying to get and where we store this stuff.
Christmas spirit.
I got an unfinished area on the house again, which I should have just made them finish while of course, I was going through that nightmare of building a house. I ain't going into that. I just wanted to get it done because there's still people.
That's how they get you.
There's people who won't speak to me that I dealt with on that, but I'm not getting to that. There's a section where I store my stuff. It's unfinished. Okay, I got to open the door up, but it's unfinished. It's like attic space. Well, most of it has the covering on the floor. But there's some studs in there with insulation. You got to stay on the studs. We all know that.
What a balancing act that is.
Yeah. And I should have had it finished. There's just a complete closet. And I did. I wanted anyway. Leave that because that came back and haunted me later.
And that plywood's expensive.
So yeah. I mean I wanted it finished anyway. Okay. So we're trying to get it through the door, and I've done showed my rump about the tape. Because I said, look, we try to get it in the tape would come off, tree bust out, and I had to read. And I was going. So finally, I've overcome that. And I've actually, in my defense, have got over the tape, and I'm not showing myself at this point, which I'm accused of.
Sounds like Jessica White telling this story.
So as we're getting it in the door, it won't fit. It barely fits, and it's real heavy, and I'm yelling at Taylor, push it!
And you're pulling.
And I'm pulling, so as I pull, and I got my weight back, I lose a grip, so I go flying backwards. Okay,
Oh, no.
off of my good little walkway into the uncharted area.
Oh, not the
my
no.
leg,
Not
goes,
the pink.
Yes, no, it's this cellulose or whatever, whatever it's called that they blow in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the blow in that's stacked real high. My leg goes through it, through the sheetrock.
No, it doesn't.
And my first thought is, and this is stupid because I don't have sheetrock over the back porch, it's vinyl.
Well, you just
I
try-
thought, boy, maybe this is the back porch because I'm right there at it. Still bad, but not as bad.
Right.
I hear my wife screaming from downstairs. Just screaming.
What's she calling you?
I don't know.
She
It's
just
just a lot of screaming. And I look through the hole, and there's the couch. And it's just covered with that cellulose insulation.
And I bet there's warm air coming up. Too.
Yes. And look, that's the insulation now. It's going everywhere. And you ain't supposed to breathe it and all that. And I'm just
You
staring.
ain't supposed
through the
to
hole.
breathe it and all that.
So she thinks the way it looks that I was still showing my rump about the tree, and then I got careless and fell through.
All right, so that's the biggest thing you're trying to establish today.
Yeah,
is
I
that
really
you were,
was.
you were
I
back
was
in your
over
right-
it.
You were past.
We tried 20 minutes past the hour. As we work our way back, so a couple of things. First of all, off of the text line, podcaster here. Hey, how you doing, text line podcaster? Woman yesterday asking about the mark of the beast. We get a lot of. You'd be surprised how much this show gets mark of the beast questions. But anyway, so and someone was saying, from what I understand, is that now understand podcaster, there are different worldviews on this, and they're out there, and it's always one of those things, kind of like a documentary. The last one you heard, you go, well, no,
That's probably it. Yeah.
But there, and it's becoming. It was once popular, then it went away, and now it's becoming trendy again. And that is the church actually goes through the tribulation. There is no rapture. Now we're not getting into that debate here, but the podcaster is saying, if I'm a person that believes in the rapture, then the mark of the beast is no issue for me, and that is correct. That will only happen in the tribulation. Now, if you believe that the church goes through the tribulation and you're still here, then you will.
Yeah, if you're mid or post, that's going to be an issue.
And there's no doubt that those who do declare Christ, the 144,000 Hebrew evangelists, people will be redeemed in the tribulation because they'll finally realize none of this are natural disasters. This is the hand of God, and there will be a huge wake-up call. But if you do... if you are a follower of Christ in the tribulation, whether you believe those are those only that acknowledge Christ and repented during the tribulation, or you think the church goes through the tribulation, whomever is here, however you see it, you will take the mark of the beast or you'll be killed. If you're a rapture person, then no, you would never be in that dilemma. You're going to be gone before that ever happened. So there you go. That was just a person trying to get some clarified. It's all according to your worldview on that one, and but we're not going to debate that today because that's really kind of a secondary issue. Because if you die today, that's probably what you need to be more concerned about.
And it's Friday.
And it's Friday. Yeah, and we don't talk about the mark of the beast or pre-trib or mid-trib or post-trib on Friday.
Yeah, none of that past Wednesday.
Now, Monday, we're wide open on this. We'll run all of it.
Yeah, just whatever you want to do.
Yeah, so we'll even get scripture out. We'll go right after it.
We try to move to a fun zone as the week continues.
How about this? If you're redeemed, every day's a fun day.
That's right.
It doesn't mean it's going to be a perfect day, but your biggest problem has been resolved.
Yep.
So, Bubba, you said it out loud. Many others have who are great economists like you are. The biggest cure to high prices is
high prices.
And the food giant behind Nescafe, Kit Kat, that's a big one, and Purina, they're admitting why their products are not selling well right now, and they're admitting why they're down over the last 9 months, and they say mainly we're down because our prices are too high. People are going to cheaper competitors because they're not going to pay what we're charging.
This was all a call with Wall Street analysts, and it is a little bit rare to hear them make such an admission, just as plain as they did.
Yep.
But that's what they said.
So what they're looking at, because inflation is real, their cost is real, and I guess they're thinking we got to find some way to get the cost to us down, or we're just going to have to take our profit margin and lower it.
Yeah, that quote about that came from one of my favorite economics insiders, and that is Travis Creekbaum.
Mhm.
And he quotes that often, and it's a good one.
Well, yeah, and so if people are looking at your product and you say they love us so much they'll pay anything for us,
right?
And then they look over. Now I don't know who in the world drinks Nescafe, but you remember the first time
Nescafe?
you saw your grand.
Is that the
in the
instant
glass
coffee?
bottle?
Instant coffee. You just get a spoon out of coffee and mix it with hot water.
Yeah, I remember our grandparents had that.
Yes, kind of what you do
was
now.
stout.
Yeah,
isn't that kind of what?
Well, it's brewed. This is not brewed.
It runs through it a little hotter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah,
It's a little different.
It
It
is.
just seems to taste better.
Yes, it seems to. There is.
I didn't even know Nescafe was still around.
I didn't either, but
That is nothing but my grandparents.
But Nestle
They loved
is a biggie. You know, they have Kit Kat as well, and they're saying that our products are priced at a place that people are buying our lower price competitors.
Have you ever thought
So
coffee,
they got to get down there with them?
You're really just drinking the bathwater from coffee beans, right?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much.
It is.
Tea, same way.
Yeah.
Water from of course, unlike a lot.
Pretty much.
Nice and warm.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at that.
Of course,
That's good.
unlike a lot of other drinks, at least you know what you're drinking.
That coffee pot in yonder, probably,
That's a deal.
It probably needs cleaning.
I'm not trying to say our coffee
Some of
pot
them look
needs
like science experiments, and I don't know about that.
No, I'm not just trying to say our coffee pot is dirty, but I saw two roaches move on with their suitcase to another place.
Yeah.
You remember when we were kids, our parents had that percolator, the little glass bottle.
Yeah,
on
had
top.
the top where you'd see it bubbling up through it.
Sure.
It had a holder in there with the beans. The water would go up through
Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah,
Serious
you
business.
remember the old percolator and that yellow coffee over there? Man, it was
Because our dad drank more coffee than any human
Oh,
I've
yeah.
ever seen in my life.
I've never.
What is the
seen
safe
anything like it.
amount to drink a day? Do you know, caffeine wise?
Well, about 3 pots.
3 pots.
Here, I'm drinking.
Well,
See, that's the
I mean,
thing. I
what
don't
are-
drink after I leave here, but boy, I pile it up while I'm here.
Some of you in the medical community, what is the limit? Because I know a cup of coffee, what do they say, about 250 milligrams of caffeine in it?
Whatever the limit was, Dad violated it and never seemed to be impacted by it at all. I mean, that man woke up drinking coffee and he went to sleep drinking coffee.
And this was you couldn't stop at every gas station and buy coffee like you can now, so he took a thermos with him everywhere he went.
Everywhere
he
he
had
went.
his own thermos.
And let me tell you, this is if
Ready to go.
Let's say the coffee pot is this bottle of water right here.
Right.
So here's Dad coming into your house every time he's visiting. Hey, boy, it's good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna get some coffee. And I mean, and buddy, Sherry would get to the point where she go, let me go ahead and make that coffee before your dad gets here because he's going over to that coffee pot.
Was he particular about the type or any of that?
He drank
Did he
it.
put anything in it?
No,
just straight up.
We'd be going hunting and we'd be on the blacktop. He wouldn't say a word. He'd turn off on a dirt road and go, pour me a cup of coffee. He'll be over.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't say a word when we were smooth.
No, and I don't know how he did it. He would take the top of the thermos, which is just that plastic cup, because the top was the cup, and he's not driving an automatic. He's 3 on the column, going down a dirt road, drinking a cup of coffee,
With no
and
cup
driving and shifting gears
with no cup holder.
Yeah, and never spill it.
I don't know.
Yeah, so
Bubba, the FDA says 4 to 5 cups a day max.
But see, don't mess up because nobody measured. You say cup. Well, cups are different sizes.
Yeah, they are.
It's kind of like a keg party.
No,
If you're
you-
counting, that's 1. It's really 2, depending on how big the red cup is.
No, let me tell you.
Then you go, well, I ain't had before. And you go, no, you've had about 8.
One of the battles, right? One of the battles we had in our home, and I couldn't believe it. My wife stood firm on it against Dad. She had, and y'all might remember when they were sent to us. It was years ago on the show, and I wasn't drinking coffee then, so I just took it home and gave it to Sherry.
That was before you became a man.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Goo Goo Cluster sent us one of the biggest coffee mugs I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Ever. I don't know how many cups went in.
Yeah.
Well, Sherry is a big coffee drinker, so she's claimed it herself. Dad tried to steal it over and over again, and Sherry would not let him have it.
Oh, yeah.
And normally, because I told you our granddad, if he came into your home and you like when Mom or whoever, he would steal pictures of your children and take them with him if they were his grandkids. You just look, your picture be gone, and you go to his house, go in his bedroom, and there it is on the dresser.
Yeah.
And And so Dad would come and get the goo-goo cup. He tried to be like his father and get out of the house with it, and Sherry would bust him every time.
Not giving it up.
and every time he'd come to the house, he could drink out of it. And he tried. You look, and he'd be over putting it next to his jacket.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, Dad, Sherry's gonna get you on that one.
Catch you on your way out.
Sherry won the goo-goo cluster mug.
Still got it.
She still got it. But but to your point, you drink 2 of those, that might be 6 cups.
Yeah.
What is a
cup?
cup?
And I don't like huge coffee mugs. I'm in the mid. I'm
Right.
kind of picky about a coffee mug.
I'm mid-range too. I tell you what I don't like is the one that we're supposed to be drinking of that really is just 1 cup. That's just not enough.
No, I like this, like that one.
Yeah, that's a
about
good
the right
size. That's a good size. The Rick and Bubba.
Is that a cup or is that a little more than a cup?
I really don't. More than a cup. Yes, a little more than a cup. Yeah.
So you couldn't have 4 of them.
I've already had about 3.
Phone calls are next. All right, America.
I know.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let's chat with you next. See what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's the box.
But now when I saw that hole, then I just took showing your rump to a new level.
Oh, no.
And I acted like a complete idiot.
Did you?
Oh, it was awful.
Now, could Taylor see this from the
No,
front
he was.
side?
Yeah, he was with me up there. And he's just
So,
shaking
but
his
who
head.
are you mad at?
Me.
I mean,
I'm mad at myself. I am. Oh, I wasn't blaming nobody. I was just mad because I thought, hey, this is good. Boy, this is real good. And this ain't in the garage, guys. This is in the den where we sit.
Tell me again when you looked through the hole what you saw.
I saw a big pile of insulation, the real, whatever it's, cellulose. What's it called? Cellulose.
I don't know.
They blow it in.
Don't get mad about that, too.
Rick, we've actually got audio of Greg.
And I'm looking, and it's piled all over. And here I go. And now there was a spare piece of sheetrock up there.
Doesn't it seem odd that they suck cellulite out of your body, but you blew cellulite into your house?
It ain't cellulite. Yeah, I'm using the wrong word. Y'all know
There's a builder somewhere pounding the steering wheel right
It's
now.
cellulose.
But it looked good.
I tell you what it
It's
is. It's on the
cellulose.
couch. I tell you what it is on the couch.
It's refurbished newspaper is what it is. But anyway.
Wait a minute. We got some audio, Greg,
Yes,
right when
I
his
do.
leg went through.
Oh, it was terrible. And it was all at myself. I wasn't yelling. I was yelling at myself, but I was going nuts.
Yeah, but if I know you,
Did it sound like a troop ship just pulled
Oh,
up?
it was. I was using words I ain't heard in years.
Taylor hadn't heard that in the locker room.
Yeah, that's why I had to sit down and apologize to everybody.
let me ask you this.
wait,
How about this? I've known Greg for, I don't know, 42 years. And I got to tell you something. If I know you like I know I do, it went on to a rant, too, that just started including all kinds of stuff.
I brought everything in.
So,
And here's Lisa's first thing, which, again, I told you should have got them to finish that closet when they were up there. And she's right.
Book of blame, there it is.
And but anyway, so
Well, it don't take long.
I had a little piece of sheetrock that was left up there. So I digged the insulation out, and as I do it, it's falling. Y'all understand the cleanup. And then the dust from the insulation is on everything. It blew through the kitchen.
What about your house?
All you're
Is
thinking, too, is I'm not going hunting today.
Hey, is it warm in there now?
Bingo.
Well, here's what I did.
You thought, man, it's going to mess hunting.
So
Yes, it is.
I took me a piece. I cleaned out and got to where it was all cracked.
They
I
don't
got
move
me
too
some
far
insulation
anyway,
and cut it. I mean, I got me some sheetrock and cut it, and I've wedged it down from the top to cover the hole from there, and I've put the insulation back on it. So I go down at the bottom. It's looking good. But at least there's no air coming through from the unfinished part. So I take a piece of cardboard, and I got it taped up with this blue tape in the den.
Is that the blue tape you got at the dollar store?
No, this was actually like that tape you use when you're painting, which was better.
That holds
So,
good.
But
Greg,
listen,
when somebody comes by and asks what happened, what did you tell them, or did you say like meteorite hit the house?
It sounded better, but I just told them I fell putting my. Oh, it was terrible. It's terrible. Now I've got a hole in the sheetrock in the den. I really feel like it right here at Christmas. You want that extra expense on you. Fixing it.
So, but then you had to call the family together and have a meeting.
Oh, you
where
had to
you
apologize for the way I acted.
For the way you acted.
Yeah. Now the kids were over it quick. Lisa's still not over.
Right. That's been how many days?
The hole or the way you acted?
When you're sleeping on that dusty couch, how's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Does it itch?
The cleanup. Y'all don't understand how long the cleanup took.
Did you put a mask on when you slept on the couch just to make sure you breathe all
breathing that
Rick,
stuff?
did you say, hey, I'm sorry for saying...
Yeah, but it was a bunch of those.
Hey, kids, now look, when Dad said, I shouldn't have said that. And,
I mean, they're old enough
and,
to
when I was
words.
calling the contractors that built this piece of, I should have, and I should have finished out the room. And And when my leg was hanging through the roof, and
here's the deal. See, that's my point.
And it's not the tree's fault.
Right. And we got that tree, and and I knew better to buy a piece of, and that's hey, it's my fault. And
that was you might as well have been there. You know me very, very well. It's amazing how being brothers and growing up.
Now look, all you get your up and get out.
Because I'm tired of this.
And let's clean up this mess and just put this in the can, okay?
And so about then, Helms called you to come look for the giant Cody. No, the timing on that was he called me Wednesday night, and he said, Helms.
It'd been 3 days, and me and you had been talking about hunting on tape. I just dropped out of the sight.
Hey, he calls me about an hour after we've watched the video, and he says, Helms, you ain't gonna, he goes through that whole story. And I said, well, the good news is I have taken a lot of heat off you with my story.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
But now I have a hole in the den. It's got brocade, so it's going to have to be matched up and done. It's just going to be, I don't even want to think about what it's going to cost.
Greg, there's an audience that loves this show and loves you and the industry line of work. Just Greg at rickandbubba.com. Hey, the audience take care.
I ain't going to tell what.
And while they're at it, we need somebody to put a little bit of boarding down in the attic.
Yeah, just a little.
I believe I got that.
And we also do. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Hey, want to point you to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Let me tell you, the best-selling everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier every time they update the product. They add new features to make them easier to use. 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity. Lets you pair with 2 devices at once. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all outfits, skin tones, whatever the case may be. Boy, do they fit secure. They really do, and they sound fantastic. And they're about half the price of the competitors in the premium audio space. So about half the price, and then here we go, getting you a 20 to 50% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's right. You get up to 50% off everything on the site. Look for that link, too, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let me tell you something. If you're not wearing Raycon's everyday earbuds, you're probably paying too much, and you're having an experience that's not even as good as you could be having at a lot less money. So thank you for all the emails you send us on this, too. Also, from the text line, people saying the average... that the latest Rick and Bubba mug, the one Greg is drinking out of, I drink out of it too, and they're pointing at, said that is 2 cups, technically, of coffee. That means that Goo Goo Cluster mug, I told Bubba in the break, it must be 4 cups, straight up. That's not even an exaggeration, straight up, yeah.
You remember I brought that stuff from the house to give out to the people that didn't win on the wheel that Lisa sent? There was a giant Dale Earnhardt mug. That thing was huge.
Well, that never saw.
Like
That's about a week's worth, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Did that make it to your office?
We called it the Intimidator.
Right. So no scratch.
No, somebody won it.
No, you didn't give that away.
I did.
Okay. You sure about that?
I don't know where I got it.
Also on the text, somebody's saying
it was gone day one.
Yeah, are we still doing things with BuzzBox coffee? Yes, I just gave some out to the audience, and we still use that to raise money for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Matter of fact, that's what we drink every day is BuzzBox here. And if you want to find that, that's at burgessministries.com. You'll see the link there on the homepage. All right, so let's get started with Reed. Hey, Reed, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are y'all?
We're great. Fantastic.
Good. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I've grown up with y'all. I was born in '94, so
wow.
Keep it on the 30-year track.
How about that?
Listen to y'all every year I've been alive.
Thank you. Thank you.
There
What
you
a good
go.
life.
There you go. So I just heard on my way to work and heard the caffeine thing, and I kind of consider myself a bit of a caffeine connoisseur. So I wanted to give y'all a little hot tip. I think the average cup of coffee has anywhere from 70 to 90 milligrams of caffeine. So that's 1 cup, right? Mm-hmm. The average cup of coffee that you're drinking out of is at least 2 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
So the trick is maintaining that caffeine. You don't want to go over 400 milligrams a day. That is where you start to taper out, and it has the opposite effect. So if you ever notice you have too much coffee, you'll start to get sleepy. You want to keep that happy medium there.
No, you're right. I've had that happen before, and I'm like, I don't know. Everybody's gonna think I'm crazy. This is making me sleepy, and it probably meant I had now gone over the limit.
Gone over the hill.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that is. I've heard that too. They're saying 600 is kind of the safe. That's when you hit 600. If you leave that, you're now getting in the danger zone. Wish I hadn't seen.
How much in a cup?
About 70. 70 to 90, somewhere in there.
And your standard
I thought it
actual
was more than that.
cup of coffee is 8 ounces, and like my little mug over here is 12 ounces. So I'm drinking a cup and a half every time I drink a cup.
Mm-hmm.
So just look at the ounces, because like sometimes a big cup is bigger to some
Isn't it
people.
250 milligrams a cup? Isn't that kind of the measuring stick?
He said
I think it's 250.
Yeah, he said
That's
it
what
was.
I've read.
Not the guy that just called said you're
And,
incorrect.
and he said he's kind of a connoisseur of
He
caffeine.
said he knows about it. You don't know crap.
Right.
You don't even drink coffee. Shut
I
up.
don't. I just know what I read. I don't know. I've never tested it.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
You never run a test.
I never got the dripper out and looked at it.
Broke it down.
I thought his number was low too. Sounded low.
So if you
He's
drink
a
8
connoisseur.
ounces of coffee, which is what you're supposed to, what they call a cup, if you drink 8 ounces of coffee, that's about 100 milligrams of caffeine. So just do the math. Wherever.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Okay, Greg.
Okay. Troy in Indiana. Troy, go ahead.
Hey, first I want to start off saying I love y'all. Love the show. Been watching for 5 or 6 years. Can't wait to listen every morning. But I got to ask, what is Alabama putting in their water anymore? Because over the last couple months, some of y'all's callers, wow.
Do you think it's mainly Alabama people? Because they call from all over.
This could be, but I don't know what's going on. But some of them they're funny, but they're out there.
Yeah, Troy, we've been at this a long time, and you know what we tell people, at places we don't talk about in front of
At
too big a
parties
crowd,
and
in
stuff.
parties, it will say, hey, we talk to people every single day. You should be gravely concerned. You should be terrified every time you leave the house. We continue. Let's go to Dale in Kansas. Dale, go ahead.
Hey there. A few years ago, I was at a school event. A mother was talking about she saw her teenage daughter dress up like 80s style workout outfit, complete with leg warmers. And she had said, that reminds me of Richard Simmons. And she says, you mean that guy from Kiss?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Confusing those
No,
two.
that's from one extreme to the other.
That's a big miss.
Yeah,
that's a big miss.
That's two ends of the spectrum.
Well, good thing the real Gene Simmons didn't lick Speedy's eye with that tongue.
Okay,
You know,
Greg.
Richard.
I ought to put it out.
Would he be blind?
Yeah.
Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Rick. First of all, very sorry to hear about your mother-in-law.
Thank you, buddy.
And then I could go on a rant. I'm not going to. I know Bubba is a big fan of Foreigner.
Yep.
And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame they made the biggest mess.
I heard about this.
Out of, I just wish y'all talk about it a little bit. Kelly Clarkson singing Foreigner. Come on.
I heard about this.
So what happened? Did Foreigner go in finally,
They
right?
went in.
Right.
Well, so a couple of the original members couldn't be there because of health reasons.
All right.
Okay, and then but the original
That'd be Lou Graham, right? Lou Graham.
No, Lou was there.
He was there.
He was there. It was
My
Mick-
goodness,
it was
how
Mick
sick
Jones,
did other people must be?
Mick Jones and one other guy.
Did he have his oxygen with him?
I don't think so.
So Mick
doing
Jones
good. I'm
couldn't
glad.
come or
I'm
did?
glad.
Couldn't come.
Okay.
All right, but what they did, you got this band that calls himself Foreigner because Mick Jones actually still owns it. It tours. Well, they played. Then they brought people like Sammy Hagar, and they let Lou sing, but he only sang like a quarter of the song, like Sammy, and then Kelly Clarkson for some reason, and somebody else. And I heard somebody complain about this, and then they brought Lou in there. He was there, but he didn't get to sing hardly anything.
But maybe he couldn't sing anymore.
No, he can't. He's coming to the OPAC down here in Oxford.
Well, why would they not let him sing more?
I don't know.
That's why it's got
Everybody was mad
Lou
about
coming or is Foreigner coming?
He's coming
by himself.
Yeah.
Will he sing Foreigner songs?
Sure he will.
Of course. And if Mick Jones lets
He
him.
wrote most of them.
Right.
Here's Kelly Clarkson singing.
I'm just saying, I heard somebody else talking about it. They said that they only had, none of the original members played. None of them.
Rick, I'd like to hear Foreigner.
But they're the only ones that got inducted.
Okay, done.
Here's Kelly Clarkson at the Rock Hall singing Foreigner.
What's that, Adler? Where
at the Rock Hall of Fame.
My least favorite song of theirs.
Of course. And Bubba's favorite. And Bubba's favorite.
That's a good one.
No.
Yeah.
Give me Hot Blood. And all
Would
them.
you go as far as say that album ruined the band?
Yeah. It was the beginning of the end.
What is that? Right. Agent Provocateur?
Yeah,
What was it?
that's
Is
it.
that it?
Well, I think you're right.
Yeah, Bubba's all
Look at
over.
Bubba. He does love
loved it.
Foreigner. That was yesterday. I thought was terrible.
Yeah. Well, it ain't
Ain't
Dirty
what
White Boy.
Foreigner for?
You think it's Dirty White Boy?
No, it's not.
That's a good
Of course,
one.
you and I are in the video, but sort of.
That's true.
Are we here, Lou Graham?
Yeah, bring Lou out.
All right, here it
Okay, I see why they didn't let him.
Okay, this is why he's not getting sued. Yeah, that's okay.
You can wait too late to put these guys.
Yeah.
in. See, they should have been done a long time
Yeah,
ago.
two of them stuck at the house, couldn't even get there because they can't get around.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's sad,
All right.
But
So-
it's about time they're in.
All right, Lou Graham
Oh, yeah.
solo stuff.
Coming up through radio when we did, you
I s-
had to have them in Hall and Oates. I
How
mean,
did
it
you
was
like Lou Graham's solo stuff?
Midnight Blue.
Midnight Blue.
It
I'm
wasn't
not a
bad.
fan.
I didn't like it that much, but I mean, I would.
Well, there's a shocker.
Well, it's saying I would let it play on the radio, probably not turn it. Oh boy, there's Tammy. But I just heard other people complain. I haven't seen it, but they said that
When did all that happen? When
Past
was that,
weekend,
Adam?
I think.
Okay, I have to go look that up over the weekend.
Well, this what John wants to ask. There's no way I can take that.
What? Where at?
But we can't do it right against the break. I can come back and take
Where
it if
is
you want
it?
to.
I don't see it.
He says there's government planes flying around spraying stuff. I want to ask Bubba about it.
Oh yeah, we got to keep him, Rick. Keep him.
All right, hang on, John.
Greg, I don't think you like Foreigner because you don't know what love is.
You're too young. You ain't got a clue.
Okay, buddy.
It ain't Lamb of God.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The real Greg Burgess had a physical yesterday.
Thanks for that.
Got you.
We ain't gonna talk about that, are we?
I got your text.
Well, I tried to check in on you, Greg. I couldn't find you, so I didn't know where you were.
I was
at.
depressed. I had to go get some counseling.
Greg,
When I talked to him around dinner time, he still wasn't the same.
let's see.
Horrible.
He's
Let me tell you
sliding
something,
off
that
the
is
seat.
Horrible.
Let me see here.
I don't like nothing about it.
Here is
What I love is what the doc told you.
here's the text I
Now look
received.
now.
Hey, about 5 seconds, but it's tough. But
Here's the text I received
It
from
don't
Greg
last long.
at the physical. Just got the finger. Wow. All right. Then here's the next one from him. The Eskimo roll gets you every time.
That'll get you. You think it can get no worse than this? Oh, it did. God almighty, what, you just turn a flip? Jeez, what are you looking for? Oh, God. I didn't lose my car keys.
You know, Greg, the
What I
thing.
love is the pre-talk, though. The doc goes, now look, we're going to have to do this.
He said, look, 5 seconds. I said, that's going to be long 5 seconds.
1001,
This is-
1002, 1003,
Ain't no
roll, 1005.
You feel like it was scratching your throat? I mean,
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh.
Terrible.
I tell you what it does, though. Your sinuses are clear.
I will tell you this, though.
And you can
Hey,
sing higher.
And every time I've had to go through that, I don't go easy. Hey, they got to bring your game.
They got to sneak
ain't
up
no
on
kind
you.
of relax.
Do you go
Yeah,
back-
I'm gonna relax. Ain't no
do you go back
relaxing.
to a kid?
They had to double clutch. I mean, they got to get serious.
They
It's
gotta
like
brace.
fighting a dang wildcat. They ain't gonna make it easy on you, Doc. You're gonna have to sneak up on me.
It's like getting the pearl out of a clam.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say I was a difficult that I was a difficult patient, but the next time I saw my doctor, he had a splint on one of his fingers.
You know, he's like, well, this ain't gonna take long. I was like, well, you better be on your game because I ain't going down easy.
Hey, what I love
You
too
have
is
to get your legs into it.
Yes, sir. You better get your feet up against the wall or something.
yeah, and they
Just
say
leverage.
relax like you're going to.
Right.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
To me, that is the most wasted phrase in medical history.
Just relax.
Just relax.
You got
Good- Hey, okay, Doc. You just wasted some words.
Again, think about where technology is.
It's very important.
We can send probes to foreign moons parachute them in, send back video of oceans of methane. We can, and speaking of that, we can drill. We can go to the ocean floor. Of course, fail-safe doesn't always work. We can drill 18,000 feet down into the core of the earth to get oil up, and we're still having to touch the prostate. Y'all, I don't buy this. There's got to be a better way than this. Yeah. We got MRIs that can look at our tendons inside, but we got to touch this.
Bubba, we'll take somebody's heart out, keep them alive, repair it, and put it back in.
No, Rick, we will cut someone's chest up. We will open it up. We will put them on a heart-lung machine. We will stop their heart with a little paddle, set it on the table, get it out here, work on it. Put it back in there.
Right.
And, if they need a transplant, we'll get another liver and put in there. Yeah. We'll get a lung and put in there.
We'll put stuff in coolers and walk around with it.
Sew them up, and they walk around with someone else's heart living a normal life. But we have to touch the prostate. I do not buy this.
How about this? We came up with a way, if you in a certain criteria, we can now do certain surgeries by doing a little bitty incision.
Oh yeah,
a little bit, just a little bitty tiny stuff. Go in there and work around, with a tube and but on this we just seem to be back in caveman. I mean, because
Rick, I tell you, it goes back past caveman. There's some cavemen wouldn't allow that.
I know.
I had to gather myself.
Dang.
I'll be in here with my thoughts, Doc. Go on, close the door behind you.
I'll be in here with my thoughts.
How about
and where's that tissue, by the way?
Yeah, how about it's kind of tough to walk out of the office after that?
What about when they leave?
Because you've got that look. You've got that look on your face, like, well, how about that?
Yeah, when you're bending down getting your pants, you're like,
you're dressed again, but you fell naked walking out.
What about when what about when he tosses you that tissue and leaves you with it?
Here's your box.
Pants on the ground.
Let me tell you something. You can go through that whole box and still feel and can't get rid of the shame.
Oh yeah, for days.
Yeah, you can't get rid. You can't go back to normal.
What were you thinking?
I hate to bring this up.
I was trying to think of good thoughts and concentrate, like I was in a safe place.
You got to be real careful what songs you pick too to listen to on the way home.
Yeah.
Some of them will take you down in a worse place.
You realize even.
All right, we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. There you go. There you go. There it is. All right, so as we work our way back, Bubba, we actually have an Elon Musk update.
Oh, yeah.
So this one...
you let that roll.
Well, I'm letting you have a little bit. You want to hear Kelly Clarkson sing that?
No.
Go. All right, so Elon Musk in the news. Here we go. Everybody say it. Dollar, 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 dollar. Then it don't matter. So what's Elon doing today?
Well, Rick, he had a pretty good day yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you saw, the stock market's been up and down a little bit, some profit taking, and then there was some bargains out there.
Uh-huh.
Tesla soared 22% on Thursday, its second best day ever on the stock market, following an earnings beat and an uplifting projection for 2025. The 22% increase netted Elon Musk, who is its primary stockholder,
of course,
$26 billion yesterday in paper gains. That's a good day at the office.
Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's no wonder he can just play with rockets.
Oh man, I'm telling you, how about that?
So
that puts him well ahead, almost $58 billion, of his good friend, former Tesla board member Larry Ellison.
Larry doing okay?
On the richest men in the world list.
Wow. So you said also there's a package about Starlink.
Yeah, how about that?
Hey, let me tell you, that Elon Musk star capsule is working down here.
You got to say this, like him or not, and I'm sure there's some people that don't, but he is a visionary, and he asked the question, why can't we do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've never done it that way is not a good answer.
No.
And he, I love hearing him talk about the simplification process of designing things. He likes to build something and then say, look, we're going to take away 20% and then put 5 back that we have to have, that we took too much out. And it's this constant process. It's really interesting to hear how he thinks and looks at some of this stuff.
And doesn't he live
Intrigue.
Doesn't he live in a tiny house too, like one of those
It's
small
one
houses?
of those houses that you fold up. You know, it comes on the back of a flatbed truck, and they set it out, and they literally put it together in one day. And it's on the grounds of Starbase, Texas, where he's building all these.
And he's
rockets.
not a small fella, right?
No, he's not.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of room there.
He said all he needs is to go to sleep. He doesn't need, he's busy
because he
working
stays
the
at the
rest of
office,
the time.
does all that. How many kids does he have?
Well, did you send me 9 the other day?
About 9 or 10, isn't it?
Are you serious?
I may be exaggerating, but it's a lot.
He's getting out of the office every now and then.
Yeah, well, apparently.
Yeah.
Or maybe the office has its own area. But all right, so
oh my goodness, it's 12.
You got 12?
It's 12 with 3 women.
Woo! Wow,
man. 6 kids with his first wife.
Now, he's been married, what? How many times?
He said 3 women, but I don't know how many times he's been married.
He was married
twice.
3 times.
He almost qualifies to be a defensive back for the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, okay. He's been married 3 times to 2 women. He married Tallulah Riley twice.
Okay.
Yeah. Just checking to see if he got it right.
Did he stay with her or no?
So he married Justine Musk from 2000 to 2008. Had 3 kids with her. Married Tallulah Riley in 2010. They divorced in 2012. They remarried in 2013. Divorced in 2016. He's got 3
with Grimes. What about Grimes?
He's got 3 kids with Grimes, the DJ and ex-girlfriend.
Did you say DJ?
It's a super weird.
She's a singer too.
Yeah,
Doesn't she sing?
Is that the one that named her kid like a bunch of numbers?
Yes, she is about as weird as they come. I guess. He wanted something strange.
Okay.
Going on.
So
there was a funny, I'll say funny, interesting story about her yesterday. I won't go into right now.
Well, but
she made a comment and got some people mad at her.
Well, if you'll notice, because let me see if I have this correct.
Watch this guy.
I do have this correct, right? That it is it official that Elon Musk is in the autism spectrum? Is that official?
Yes.
Is that diagnosis? Yes.
That is correct.
I assumed that, but I didn't know if it was diagnosed.
So if you understand,
he even said that. He even said that when he was on Saturday Night Live.
Right.
Yeah.
So autism is really complex and fascinating in many ways. But what you do find is that one of the things you see in the autism spectrum is brilliance beyond comprehension in some areas, and then not even the basic
ABCs
social
and
skills
others,
and stuff, and there's deficits, and it's really and so you do see his brilliance. And do you think some of this brilliance comes from the fact that he's autistic?
I think it definitely gives him some
savant
focusing ability, or maybe not giving in to the limits of where we're at now. Going, sure, I can put up 5,000 satellites and deliver internet to people all over the world.
But on the other
end,
I
can build a rocket to go to Mars. But to do it, I got to be able to catch it out of the air and land the boosters and refuel in orbit,
I'm talking about,
which we've never done
would
before.
Would this help his mind be able to go beyond, as you said, beyond limits sometimes, into places that some people just can't go? Because you do see that in the autism spectrum, this savant type abilities in some areas, and as we said, deficits in others. And apparently here, his deficit is how to deal with wives and how to stay married.
Sure.
That one, a deficit there.
Maybe some picking issues there.
And maybe understanding birth control.
Right.
But anyway, so here is him talking about Starlink.
There's a great line there, but I'm going to let it go.
Thanks,
This is a package from Texas Insider about Starlink, and I thought it was really interesting.
SpaceX is making bold moves to revolutionize global internet access.
You did a good job with
this,
this,
company
Greg.
requested FCC approval to lower Starlink satellite altitudes, aiming to deliver 1 Gbps speeds per user. Currently, speeds range from 25 to 220 megabits per second, but the new generation of satellites launched by Starship promises 10 times the bandwidth with lower latency. With 3 million customers and projected revenue of $6.6 billion by 2024, How soon can Starlink truly reshape global connectivity?
There you go.
I would say it already has done that.
I would say
Yeah.
so too.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'll tell you, there was a lot of people in North Carolina glad to see him showing up.
Oh, I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. And and the fact that he also right now is just trying to tell, if we don't have him and we don't have the ability financially that he has accumulated through his brilliance, he's his kind of influence has actually given us some free speech back.
Yes.
If you don't,
thank goodness he waded into that, because
Right.
if not, we're still just drinking what comes down the trough. you know?
Yeah. That's now those that were trying to do the other platforms to compete with X, it kind of did them in, but because it came back to free speech again. But without him, that whole platform remains a cancellation of you if they don't like your point of view, and he resolved that.
Yep.
So it's he uses it for a lot of good too. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You better hope and pray you don't get in there and get on the oldie station and hear Terry Jack Seasons in the Sun.
No, that's it. You'll crash your car into a tree.
Boom, 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 boom.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend.
Ding, 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 boom, boom.
Do you realize if you go to the doctor with a sore throat, they just look at your tonsils. They don't have to touch them.
Right.
I mean,
I know.
Well,
you don't. You tell me you don't have it. Oh no! You just left the doctor.
Rick,
You, my trusted friend.
Rick, stop. Get the car sound effect. You're cranking the car.
Okay.
slam the.
Here we go. So now you've gone through your copay.
Well, I'm sure it's no cakewalk for him either.
Right.
But
Yeah.
You can't even remember your copay.
no.
Yeah.
I think I threw him a 50.
What's your copay? $1,200.
Yeah.
So you're in your car now. You don't know who to text.
Goodbye to you, my trusted
with the cyber threat.
Here we go, coming to you from the Big Boy Studios out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. So, a brand new hour of the gang all here. This hour, the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat will spin another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. And we'll continue to update you as we move through the rest of the show, but there will be a chance for Rock and Roll City for the tubers, and also our golden ticket seat folks. Bubba will get an opportunity to spin, if they so desire, the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat this hour. I know we were doing Elon Musk, and we hit most of that, but they're also saying a SpaceX capsule just came back to Earth, and here's why the Boeing Starliner's astronauts weren't on it.
Yeah, they wasn't scheduled.
Yeah, they weren't. They weren't.
They go by a pretty tight schedule.
How many people got hung up there?
Well,
there's quite a few.
I mean, guys,
it's a pretty big group here.
I mean, it seems like to me, like for instance, can we not treat these people? I understand the schedule. I got all that, but these people got in a bind, and they got in a situation. It almost seems like, say, there's a line for the bathroom, and somebody comes up and they're number 5. And everybody's in line, and finally in the back somebody says, "Hey, look, we're about to have an accident.
Yeah,
we got to move them up the line. Okay, if we don't move them up the line,
it's gonna get ugly.
You know, what happened here that we didn't know would happen has now caused us to move this person from the 5 line to the front of the line because this is a unique situation here. We're all just not standing around waiting on our turn to use it, and we got somebody in a bind." I mean, couldn't we have looked at them that way and said, let them break line?
Yeah, I mean they were supposed to go up there and back. These others were in for a longer haul.
I'm going to say, and I don't know this, I'm just going to speculate.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what I know about these astronauts and the way that they love this exploration opportunity, and some of them wait their whole life and never get to go into space, they probably were on a mission and were sad that they were only going to be there a week and thought, if we complete this, we might can get back in line for a longer stay.
Right.
And now that they've got to stay, they're probably going, okay, we're good with it. Right. I'm just going to guess. Right. I don't know that, but I'm going to say they probably are going, yeah, that's fine. We'll stay to February.
Okay.
Bubba, you want to hear the splashdown?
Yeah, let's see it right quick. This infrared.
Like we said before, the capsule's going about 15 or 16 miles per hour.
And splashdown.
Splashdown.
And Endeavor, we see the same. On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
And there he is. But that's
landing them at night.
No,
I mean,
sure.
So they're saying that it is all about the time that the others have been there and the schedule. They're saying...
Yeah, because, see, these others have been there a long time, too. You don't want to ask them to stay longer because these other people have not been there that long.
Yeah, the NASA and SpaceX combination said they even had to reconfigure the Crew 9 capsule and astronaut assignments before the mission launched on the 28th of September to ensure there would be enough room for Williams and Wilmore to return home aboard the vehicle when it completes its ISS mission no earlier than February. So they're saying they're also having to kind of get, they can't just bring them home
Right.
They gotta do some preparation.
They got a plan. They got to have a spacesuit that works, so they'll have the safety features inside the SpaceX capsule.
Right.
So,
yeah. And I'm sorry. I'm trying to let Bubba lead this. I know me talking about this sounds like Kamala Harris trying to tell us about her faith.
No, you're
you're
all over it.
I apologize for that. But I hope I walked through that gingerly.
Yeah,
enough.
you got it.
Right.
You got it.
I really did that just so I could say that bit. Say that line. But I don't ever try. I don't go out there where I don't belong. I talk about the things that even I can comprehend. So, but there's a lot to it. We have Carol that has been holding for quite a while out of Mississippi. And, it's interesting to me when someone holds that long for the topic, loves coffee. That feels like
they love it. Moved over that hill.
That coffee would not, that topic would not be, I'll hold on for 45 minutes. It did, so that intrigues me a little.
She's been drinking a lot of coffee, Rick. She's probably very keyed up and ready to go.
Carol, are you still there?
I am.
Okay.
Monkey grass guys.
Thank you, Carol. You doing okay? You doing okay? I see you're
doing good.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Doing good. I'm actually on my second cup of coffee, and my cup holds about 2 cups of coffee, and I drink 3 to 4 of my cups a day.
Carol, can I ask you? You don't have to,
that's borderline lethal amounts.
Yeah, right. But you don't happen to have in that cup of coffee a little bit of Granddaddy's cough syrup, do you?
I can't take the edge.
No, but I wish I did.
Let me guess, Ole Miss fan, huh?
Speedy.
Oh, what? Let me say hi to somebody. Who the hell are we? I'm
Speedy.
Slow Ole Miss thing.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Get fired up. Hell State.
Yeah, right. So
there we
go. So Carol,
when they play Mississippi State, you throw the records out.
You're right. You're right. Thank goodness.
Carol, I'm kind of with Bubba. Any chance maybe you dial back that coffee intake a little bit?
Just
maybe
a little.
I'm not saying cut it in half, but maybe drop it by 20%.
Maybe so. The reason I drink that much right now is because my husband is on hospice, and I have to be awake to take care of him.
Well, did you hear, though, the guy calling, and I'm so sorry you're in that situation.
Yeah, very sorry for him.
Me too now.
Just went through that ourselves. But
sorry about that.
But let me ask you this. But did you hear the guy who, for some reason, declared himself an expert on caffeine? Did you hear him say, though, that if you can cross over the it's keeping you awake and it actually makes you sleepy if you do too much?
No. In fact, that's why I was calling, was to find out more, because I'm a Nescafe drinker.
Oh, wow.
And so I was actually calling to find out more about the story.
Okay. Well, the story was that Nescafe said their prices are too high, and that's why people aren't buying their product as much as they did. They're buying the less expensive competitors. That's what that was about.
Okay.
So you're good there. Sounds like you got the money for Nescafe, and if you got the money, then you go ahead and get it. So there's no need to step down to those inferior brands.
Dang it.
So well, Carol, we're sorry about your situation. Of course, hopefully, your husband's suffering will end soon, and glad you're staying awake and being on top of it. You sound like a good wife taking care of her husband. So thank you for the call.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Carol. You happy, Speedy?
How you feel?
Well, to my defense, I had no idea.
Your face.
Let's move on. Why don't we take the
I think I've got secondhand embarrassment now.
I know. I'm melting over here.
Stuff like that happens to me a lot.
Does
I think I'm being funny, and this one I throw out on me. I'm like,
oh, look, we've all been there.
Well, we were all laughing.
That's the thing about
I wasn't the only
but you
one.
were really, really laughing.
Well, she was from Mississippi,
You're
so I
actually
did
in
the
a
Ole
drunk
Miss
voice.
Oh, yeah, you even did Mississippi.
Drunk voice.
Well, I was trying to channel Ole Miss.
Right.
It was more about Ole Miss, really, than her.
Right.
I'm trying here.
It was.
Yeah.
And everybody in the golden ticket seat saw you waving your hands. Take call one.
Yeah.
You know,
What?
You were saying, hey, one's a
Oh yeah, well she didn't tell me. She didn't. So she didn't tell me about that. I did it again.
This is the time you leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
You leave.
Why don't we take the guy?
Take the shovel out of his hand, Rick.
Why don't we take John from
still
Huntsville?
digging.
What's against
the guy
him?
with the chemtrails and the government planes, obviously,
I didn't know Carol was still on hold.
The government got to him before we could get him on there.
Right.
It's on me,
Call
Carol.
back, sir.
God bless you, Carol.
We'll let the golden ticket seat spin the wheel right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know how much I love Brett Favre, and I know we have an update on his situation where he's going to return back to the NFL again, play for the Vikings, and it just goes on and on.
Yeah, it does. And he basically gave an update on his arm, where it was.
He's had surgery.
And how he felt.
Okay is not good enough in the National Football League. At least it's not for me. So it's got to get better. And I don't want to overdo it as well. There is time, but there isn't time, if that makes sense. So I don't want to wait till camp to say, okay, now it's 100%. I need to know before then, and so do the Vikings. I don't know if I'm going to play, but I also know that when I'm done, and you can't go back. So I have to make sure that that's what I want to do. It's my life, and trying to figure out what to do.
Well, what does he mean you can't go back? I mean,
didn't he go back?
Yeah, when you were done, you weren't done.
Yeah. Well, Rick, I know this.
Does he mean when his body is done?
Yeah, I think so. But I know this hurts you because it's well known that you've got a man crush on. Little buddy.
Boy, I'm torn.
Hey, Brett. Good morning. Good afternoon. Whenever.
Hey, Brett. You know, here's the thing. I got when his outstanding wife Deanna was on the program. Okay, and
Rick, just answer the question.
And she was here, and she was talking about all they've been through, and you remember I got choked up a couple times, and then Brett called the show, and we were yucking it up, and life was good then. You know what I mean? Brett and I were back together.
Sure.
It all seemed good. We'd gotten through this uncomfortable. Fight we had about him going to the Jets, and this anger I had to deal with toward the Packers, and then my disappointment of seeing Brett in that ridiculous New York Jets uniform, and then it's almost like we come through our hard times. We were talking, we were laughing, and we were going to go deer hunting together this year, and that feeling, almost like I was humming in my mind the great Peaches and Herb song "Reunited." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then this, I mean, it's like I don't. Do I have to continue to be getting hurt? I'm at that point now where people call you off the side and says, Rick, I thought we were back,
right?
You know what I mean? And now he wants to test my love through this Vikings thing. You know what I mean?
Now look, if he can show up and it go well for him, sure. But what you're afraid of if he goes up and it goes bad.
Right.
He's messing with the memory.
I think you're overanalyzing it. I just want to go hunt with him this year.
So if you don't play, you can go hunt.
Right. Oh, because he'll play through the entire deer hunting season.
Good point.
For a team that is Bubba's team. It's not my team.
That's true.
Huh?
But you wouldn't what if he come in and won the Super Bowl? You wouldn't be glad about that?
In a Vikings uniform?
Oh, okay. So you're going out for him.
So you just want him to just stay at home.
I want him
be dad, the family man, farm guy, and go hunting.
I want him to not play where he can have the time that frankly I deserve, and that he can spend time with me.
Okay.
And his wife and kid.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, but I mean,
yeah, all that. Get to that later.
If we had the audio of him talking to me on the phone with this music under it, I don't think we do. It would require a whole Extreme Club thing and all that. What day was that he called? Do you remember? Everybody remember when that was?
I'm sure you got it wrote down.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think I bought the Extreme Club that day.
the gravy, please.
Release the Kraken. It's 20 minutes past the hour, and here we go. Wonderful Will of Meat. Then it transitioned to the Will of Canned Meat. We did that in honor of all you preppers out there. As we all approach a total meltdown of our country, you'll have canned meat that'll last forever. If you can win canned meat on the wheel. So there's opportunities there. The golden ticket seats are here. They're in line ready to go. And Rock and Roll City, they're America's favorite house band. Speedy is making sure those who want to spend can. And we'll get started out of the golden ticket seats with Wanda Whitley. Here comes Wanda up to the wheel. She's got a Rick and Bubba shirt on, and she brought gifts and goodies today galore. Oh, no. What do we say for Wanda? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Wanda Whitley.
Yeah. Wanda with a big spin to kick it off.
Oh, yeah. We'll see how Wanda fares.
She's been eating some of those treats she brought. So she got plenty of energy.
Oh, boy, I'm telling you. Oh, look at here. Oh, so close. Hat. Wear it. That hat not available anymore. Come over here.
Knew that was the case.
Here's, you got Rick and Bubba books. You got CDs. You got an award. No, that's a thank you for being Rick and Bubba partner.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, that right there. Look at that one. That's a good choice right there.
Yeah.
And there's nothing more special. She told Bubba and me, it's just special to be a Rick and Bubba fan and be named Wanda.
That's it.
It is special. It is special. Here comes Barbara Mazzone, right? Is that right? Yep. All right, but what do we say for Barbara? Wow, what a win. Let's go, Barbara. Let it rip, Barbara. All right.
I still love the wheel.
Well, look at it. How can you not love it? Yeah. Glass, drink it. Gave away the last one last week. So look here. See what you can find here, Barbara. There's going with Rick and Bubba. There we go. Got it. Like it. CD. Edwin Harbin makes his way to the wheel. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Here comes Edwin.
That's a spin right there. He had his Wheaties today.
Oh, Edwin, he country strong. He's giving that a rip. Speedy, watch out. Don't let that grab your shirt. Oh. All right, so here we go. Coming around. Oh, look at here. Oh. Yeah. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. Just in time for Blaze TV election coverage. Edwin, you're now a Blaze subscriber if you're not already, or you're not? Well, you are now. So congratulations, buddy. Patricia Harbin now comes to the wheel. What do we say for Patricia? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, girl. All right, so there it goes. Let's go. Patricia Harbin. Let's go, Patricia. Come on. Get that. Glass, drink it.
So it's going to be glass today.
It's going to be. That's the one it's going to land on. What do you think? I know. Patricia,
math
what do you think?
That's odd to
Bubba,
me.
this is your world. You should tell us how they can find favorites. Let's see. What do we think? Got it like we like it? Okay, let's see. There you go. Like it. Something to listen to on the way home if our car's old enough to have a CD player. All right, here we go. Diane Levesque. What do we say for Diane? Wow, what a wheel! All right, here we go, Diane. Come on. I like that. Levesque. It looks like a French name, possibly. Is it a French name? Here we go. What if she would have said we? Oh, look at here. Yeah! Moultrie. View it. Congratulations. And how about this? That gets you a go. Greg, how about a go? Go! How about old Diane Levesque? Got a Moultrie mobile camera, and congratulations to her. Here comes Micah Froman. Micah, what do we say for Micah? Wow, what a wheel! Come on, Micah. Come on, Micah. Look at here. Oh! Toe pass. Try it. So that shirt doesn't exist anymore. All right, so Micah, come over here. What do you think? There's a little backstage staff pass. We Be Big the book. Hey, son, let the education begin, son. Kyle Froman is up next. What do we say for Kyle? Wow, what a will! Let it rip, Kyle. Okay. Going with finesse.
Going with the change-up.
With finesse. Okay, we've talked about it today. Cup, drink it. Cups are gone. Mugs are gone. What are you going for over there? He's going with the backstage pass from the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo.
Come on. Here he is, the king of sausage.
Here. So up next, I'm showing Michelle Froman. Okay, Michelle Froman. And I'm sorry, I'm wrong. No, we've had Micah and Kyle, right? Have we had Kyle? Are you Kyle?
We're all messed up. That's actually, all the names are wrong. We're just going with Froman.
All right, if you're a Froman, let me hear it. Say amen. Amen. All right, so whichever Froman you are, since you're the girl, I'm going to say you're Michelle. All right, here's Michelle Froman. What do we say? Wow, what a will. All right, here we go, Michelle. All right.
The Froman family, very gentle with the wheel.
They are. They believe in finesse.
Yeah. They're used to making sausage.
That's right. Well, there it is. Hat, wear it. Doesn't exist anymore, that particular hat. We're down to just a hunting hat now. So she's got it like we like it as well.
Good job.
All right, so are you Micah?
I'm actually Kyle.
You're Kyle. All right, here comes Kyle Froman.
Sometimes known as Abe.
What do we say for Kyle? Wow, what a will. All right, Kyle. Now, he didn't play no games. With no finesse from Kyle. That's a different Froman approach right there. Let's see what Kyle
I wonder if he can get a table when he calls a restaurant.
Probably. You talking about Sausage King? Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
Henry the horse.
Oh, Henry
the horse. Look what you've done, Kyle.
You've released the horse.
Henry the horse.
He's trotting in from the back 40.
There he goes. Look at him.
There he comes.
Hey, Henry. How's it going, buddy?
What's up, guys?
How about it? Hey, Henry.
I'm a little down in the dumps.
Oh, no.
A little down in the dumps. I heard Elon Musk had 12 kids, and I was hoping he'd adopt me. What's one more?
Right.
He turned me down, so I'd like to appeal to Lisa Burgess. You got all those dogs, and you already got a jackass in the house. What's one more?
Henry! What a horse.
So good. Come on in here, big guy.
Yeah. Our final spin today, he comes all the way from Oklahoma. Here's Nate. Give it a rip, Nate. Latimer. There's Nate.
Nate wrangled him up and came on in.
Come on in. Got his cowboy hat just like he likes it. All right, here we go. I noticed Henry the horse giving him the eye. Oh, no. All the way from Oklahoma. All the way from Oklahoma, and he gets pipped?
No.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, you can't even. Hey.
Like the Sooners last week.
Oh. Nate, I'm sorry. Are you okay? You all right? Okay. Yeah. He said,
Nate, we're sorry.
Hey, you can't even get to the wheel sooner. So, Bubba, there they are. So, all of our winners today. So, Tubers, Rock and Roll City will be ready to perform for you in the break. And then we'll come back and we'll kind of wrap up the last couple of segments for this particular hour.
Maybe y'all can hear them. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Can y'all hear Rock and Roll City getting ready in there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and so just barely. So Rock and Roll City will be performing, and if you have requests for Adler, it seems like what I've noticed that Tom comes in as the serious musician of the bunch, and he has something that he says, "Why don't we try this famous riff?" And then Adler almost seems to adapt his lyrics to what the riff of the day is. So we'll see how that operates.
What riff are we working off of today?
What are y'all working off of in there, Adler?
I'm not sure. We're just kicking around.
Little Peter Frampton. Little Peter Frampton is what Greg said. So
a little Peter
down.
Frampton.
Tom has been breaking a band rule. He's been practicing.
I know.
That's against the rules.
I'd like to see y'all do Foreigner.
Yeah. A tribute. A little tribute action. All right, we'll come back. Tubers, y'all enjoy that. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, check it out. Hey, check. Hey, 2-2. All right, y'all want to try to do Hot Blooded?
What key do you want to do?
Well, let's see what I don't even know the chords. Hot Blooded chords. Let's see. Here we go. Hot-blooded chords. Okay. Just the chorus. We'll just do the
G to C.
G. Yeah, G to C.
And D on the tag.
Yeah. The hot-blooded, check it and see. Got a fever 100. Okay. All right. Yeah, it looks good to me, man. I've never played this song before, but that's never stopped us. All right. I'm still in drop D. So what does that mean I need to do, Tom? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's. There you go. Let's go. Just won't you adopt me? Yeah, I'm hot-blooded. Check it and see, yeah. I got a feeling of 103. What's that? Lisa Burgess, won't you adopt me? 'Cause I'm hot-blooded. Go, Tom! Lisa Burgess, won't you adopt me? Oh yeah! Lisa Burgess, won't you adopt me? I'm singing! Lisa Burgess, won't you adopt me? Oh yeah! 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 Wow, that was good. Man, that's the best cover of the song Hot Blooded.
We left out the bones.
Yeah, we did leave out a couple parts. Yeah, I noticed we left out a couple parts.
Oh, look, it's been a minute.
But who can tell the difference?
I haven't heard the song in 100 years.
So excited 'cause we're
back, 35 minutes past the hour. Great advice there. Bubba, Rock and Roll City gave the Tubers a little foreigner in the break there.
How about that?
As a
I
tribute.
liked it.
As
I
a
liked
tribute. And Adler, the people are now saying better than Kelly Clarkson singing it. So there you go.
Adler's lyrics. Have you ever just listened to?
Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! And where they come from is alarming because I know he didn't plan them.
That was I thought I was just doing the original lyrics. Of the song.
While we're enjoying it, I always think of the business that's just above us.
Yeah,
that
good
is
for
in the
them.
middle
I
of
keep
it.
forgetting
They're in the
there's
middle of their
actually-
work
Yeah,
morning,
good for them.
and
Look,
they are jamming.
You know what? We get enough people up to Sweet 200. They owe us a few.
That's true, Rick.
Cook's Pest Control. They've been with the Rick and Bubba show for many years. And let me tell you something. I drove up yesterday at home, and it's one of those things where sometimes when you see them working and you see the guy in a mask and he's got like a motor on his back and he's blowing something out into the bushes, you think to yourself, should I approach? He's got a helmet on. Seems like he's got his face covered in some sort of shield. And I just kind of gave the thumbs up, like, "Hey, looky,
What's up, buddy?
Looky at you, Cookie." And so, if you would like for Cook's Pest Control to help you, they can. They're the best in the business, and no obligation evaluation of your home or business. They're more than happy to do that. If you are a contractor building homes and you need their help there, they can help you too, contractors. So just go to cookspest.com, cookspest.com, or rickandbubba.com. Under the sponsors button, and you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. So, Bubba, as we continue to walk through the rest of this hour together, I almost said, and I'm good right now, I almost said in a minute ago when we were all going to the bathroom taking that journey, proving that we've all been doing cardio, and I almost said in the mirror, "Hey, it looks like I hadn't got anything on my shirt." And I just stopped back and I said, I don't need to say that.
might as well dump ketchup all over it.
But there's another thing too is, like 9 out of 10 times, and on the show it'd be 10 out of 10, except for today because I have to do this. One of the things too that I think we tend to wear shirts that are always going to be untucked. We don't tuck,
Right.
and we've seen some people who tuck and they can pull it off, and then we see some people tuck that we don't know why they're doing it.
Yeah, some stayed with it too long. Yeah, some tried to go back.
Yeah, I saw somebody yesterday and I almost said, "Give your tummy a break."
Yeah. Don't fight it, bro.
Yeah, you got yourself, your abdomen is cinched up. You can't be breathing right.
Right.
And so. So one of the beauties...
Nobody needs to suffer from compression liver.
And so one of the beauties of the untucked shirt, as we know, is men who have to go to the restroom and come back, especially if we're getting a little older. Nothing more dangerous than a man going to the restroom wearing khakis and his shirt tucked in.
Yes.
And then the other is just the overall, if your fly isn't zipped up, you still have shield.
Good
you don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole tucked in world is a dangerous world.
It's different.
Now, on one of them I'm fine because I got black pants on, so I'm fine there.
You're good.
But the other is the constant worrying if your fly's unzipped because you don't have have the security of your shirt being untucked.
Right. You don't want that.
No, and I can tell you from experience, and I don't even remember if I ever talked about this on the show because I don't think I wanted to because it was so sensitive at the time and it was too close.
Mm-hmm.
But I think enough time has passed. And on this show, anytime we say I think enough time has passed, what's coming next?
It's usually really good.
Right, because if we didn't do it as much as we need to fill content every single day, then maybe we should have never done it. But same situation I'm in today, going to a funeral, same exact situation, except today, thank the Lord, even though I'm fine. I'm not having to get up and do anything at the funeral.
Okay.
Sherry will,
I remember this.
Yeah, Sherry will be speaking, so y'all be praying for her, and she's part of the kids that'll be getting up talking today. And I was the person that was one of two people that got up and did the service, and so
I remember that.
and it was very serious, very serious.
Oh yeah.
And so I finish up, and I'm trying to, there's always that look, to your friend if you're with a friend or with family, or if you're married to your spouse. If you do something like that, you kind of want the, hey, how'd that go? Was it okay? Because we're always self-conscious about, especially something that serious.
Sure.
Hope I honored the person. I hope the family, whatever. And
Bad news.
and I'm looking at Sherry for us to break down maybe the scripture that was used, or how do you think about that, or whatever. And she's coming at me she's cutting down the distance between me and her. And I've never been so thankful for a podium. And she said, she starts doing the whispering.
Oh, no.
And my fly was unzipped the entire time.
Something about dress pants too. It doesn't happen with jeans that much, but dress pants will just fall
are the
right
worst.
down.
Yeah. Are dress pants not built to keep the zipper up?
No.
I mean, what
I think
happened?
somebody with sense of humor.
I've never had a zipper problem as far as that goes.
Oh,
but I
dress
did have
pants.
one break one day, and I was in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And
No.
nothing I could do about it.
Think about how bad that was, because there's people like walking up, and I'm going to say and I can just see her going. And I'm like, why don't you?
And by the way,
is that to zip it up?
I thought to myself, look here, the Holy Ghost got a hold of Sherry.
Yeah.
That must have went well.
Why is she throwing her hand up to me? What's going on?
That's not a one-hand fix.
No, it's not.
Oh, no. Everybody can tell what you do.
Just casually.
Why is Rick turning around and not facing us?
He's
trying
to get his keys out.
And then somebody. Oh yeah, the belt action is bad too.
It is.
Somebody asked about button flies. Sherry got me a pair of those one time.
That's a lot of
I'd
work.
like to find whoever invented the button fly and just slap them.
At least it don't come unzipped.
Yeah, but what a mess.
I think that was before we invented the zipper.
Yeah, but
once
when
the
you-
zipper was invented,
That's a lot of buttons in a close area that really I can't get a good view of.
That's right. Right. Well, you go into the restroom.
You don't want to miss a button.
And now you've got the paint. Now think about what if somebody did this. This is what some of y'all don't understand that are not men. What if somebody said to you, every time you go to the bathroom, you need to unbutton your shirt, then button it back? You'd be like, well, that's crazy. I ain't doing that. That's what the button fly's asking.
Yeah.
Every time you walk in there, unbutton several buttons like a shirt, 2 or 3 of it, and then button them back up.
It's like
every
a little
single
mini
time.
shirt.
what's the
every
advantage
single
of the
time.
button fly? I mean, why even bother?
Well,
Once
things
the-
like what happened to me. But you know me, if I can,
I say
if
once
I'll,
the zipper came along, that was all.
You know what I think happened? I think down at the factory they were, trying to get out so many pairs.
Yeah.
And they ran out of zippers, and somebody said, "We got them buttons left from the shirt department. Just stick them on there. It'll
there
be
you,
fine."
you know what?
it took off.
And somebody said, "Ooh, I like that."
You may be onto something.
Yeah, a lot of these things are done by accident.
Well, and just like to me, the button fly people are right up here with the low flow toilet people.
Yeah.
You talk about people that we need to put in jail. I mean,
that's a
whoever
bad idea.
whoever came up with low flow toilets to save the world.
What about the ones that you got the choice, 1 or 2, and you push the
I
button
always
accordingly?
pick 2.
Yeah.
I do that out of defiance.
Yeah, I just like the extra coverage.
Yeah, even if it was a number 1, I go with the 2. I press that 2, and I'm like, we're not running out of water. This is not good. What are we doing? This is ridiculous. And then we made the point that even if you thought we were conserving water, you don't with low flow. Why?
Because you flush it several times.
Multiple flushes. Because the low flow can't get the job done.
No.
And so
That's another brilliant idea.
yeah, somebody
Fell
said-
by the wayside.
It's the same one who has your car shutting off every time you stop at a red light.
Oh my gosh,
That makes sense.
these people that
And
come
then
up
they
with
put
these-
a button on it to bypass it.
Yeah, but you have to do it every time.
Yeah.
Every time you turn the car on.
Do you remember the first time that you didn't know you were in a car?
Oh, I thought it was
that
broke. I
had that
thought
feature?
my card broke.
Oh,
down.
yeah, everybody's honking at you. Can't
Yeah.
get it to go. What is going on?
Yeah, well, you know
went
why?
dead. I'm like,
Where's the starter out?
Yeah, you know why? Because all of us growing up, whatever car we ended up with when we were driving, always went dead at the red light.
That's
Yeah,
true.
always.
You couldn't keep it running.
Yeah, and you
Give
would
it a lift,
you
rev it up.
You try to get that. Get this right.
Get neutral.
And but so I said, well, man, this thing's new. How can it be going dead? And then that first time you hit the accelerator and it come back on, you're like, and then I get mad because I realize what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Somebody actually thinks they're saving the planet by your car going dead at the red light.
Yeah, that was an Obama era rule that really
Well, it's a dumb one.
really worked good, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
dandy.
that's a dumb one.
She's a dandy.
We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get phone calls from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll say hello to the Golden Ticket seats again. This time, one of them will win a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney.
Lunch is on them.
Lunch on them today. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know a lot of you out there feel guilty about your carbon footprint. And let me tell you something, there is a scam artist ready to take that guilt away from you, a little something called carbon credits.
Rick, this has to be, and will go down in history, as one of the biggest scamaramas of all time.
Unbelievable.
This makes the snake oil salesman and the traveling show look like a warm-up act.
And I want you to, if anyone within the sound of this voice, and I only wish I was live on XM right now, because I would have a better shot of actually getting a call.
Right.
Okay, but I want to tell you this. And if you're hearing it on XM,
just email us.
Heck, email me. I'd like to get an email from you. I'd like for you to contact me in some way, shape, or form if you are really concerned about your carbon footprint and you have or are willing to purchase a carbon credit.
At the airport.
Anywhere.
And look,
this is about airport today, but if you've ever done it already or you really think you should, I got to talk to you. Okay, I have to. It's almost like seeing Bigfoot. I mean, I got. I want to know if that's real.
Is there really anybody that
right?
And Rick, I've pointed out, and we talked about before on this show, that this is going to lead to green pirates.
Oh, of course it is.
And I may start that. I may become a green pirate.
I'm considering it also.
And what I'm going to do, I'm going to find one of these spineless, mindless green people, and I'm going to tell them I've got a sharp chainsaw. And I've got several acres of trees. Mm-hmm. And if they don't pay me, I'm going right now and I'm going to cut one down with a chainsaw. Pay me, and I'll cut it off. Oh, here's your money.
Right. How does it stop?
And then I'll go, see you next week.
Yeah. How does it stop?
What if you lock the blade and hit the trigger?
Well, during Halloween, I'm just going to tell the trick-or-treaters to give me some green money, and I'll donate it.
Right. So
How about that?
Listen to this.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Listen to this one right now. This is the latest in the green movement. You'll love this. And, of course, in San Francisco.
Oh, only in San Francisco with this take.
And by the way, Speedy's pulling up the website so we can do it ourselves.
Yeah, we're going to calculate what we owe.
Is there anything that San Francisco cannot pervert anymore? I mean, anything. They cannot just absolutely take and twist it the wrong way.
You could pick a topic. Tell San Francisco, I bet you can't pervert this. They say, I bet I can. And all right.
Today at San Francisco's International Airport, that's SFO for you travelers, we are launching the Climate Passport Program. There's a website, believe it or not.
We've got it pulled up right now.
I hate to mention to this, that computer they're using to look at the website is burning electricity and also causing carbon footprint. They will be allowing travelers to offset the impact of their air travel through an airport kiosk.
I can't.
A kiosk in the airport?
This will be the world's first airport kiosk, giving people the opportunity to calculate the environmental impact of their flights and purchase carbon offsets or carbon credits to address that impact before they even leave the airport. You can feel guilty on the spot, Rick, and pay it off.
Bubba, now, let me
Do
see.
you love this? I love this concept, and this is something we've seen in our country for a long time. If you have a problem with something and you feel your conscience bothering you, and I feel guilty, you can do one of two things. You can either change your behavior so you don't feel guilty again, or pay your way out of it. And this is just the perfect for me. If you really think that your airplane ride was so destructive to the environment, you need to right now. You need to do this. Stay at the house.
All right, look, they can't even.
Don't travel.
Look, please read that paragraph. Where does your money go? Will you please click on that, Speedy? Where does your money go?
Sure, I sure will.
You see it? You can help
Learn.
All right.
You have to read it. I can't see it.
All right. Where's it going? It goes to the it's
River Forest, Garcia River Forest.
All right, that's going to the California's north coast to the Garcia River Forest.
Oh, here it is. Okay. I got it.
Right.
It says, where does the money go? The city has conducted extensive research. Now, gosh knows the city has enough time and money to conduct extensive
With the
research
city workers.
on each project supported by the program to ensure that all carbon offsets are sourced from a specific project that results in real, quantifiable, permanent green.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. We'll get your phone calls. 866 We Be Big stations. Something happened on the hybrid break there. We apologize. That's on our end, but we don't know what happened. All right, so we'll do a phone show shortly, but first, here come the golden ticket seats. Golden ticket seats today. You've heard all of these but one already. Wanda Whitley, Barbara Mazzone, Nate Latimer, Edwin and Patricia Harbin, Joseph and Diane Levesque, Caleb, Michael, Kyle, and Michelle Froman. They're all there, Bubba, and they make up 11 people. So give me a number between 1 and 11.
Now, we scramble the numbers.
Scrambled them, baby.
What about lucky number 3?
Lucky number 3 would be Joseph Levesque. Joseph! Bonjour, Joseph. So Joseph Levesque gets a $50 American Express gift card.
Now, he didn't spin the wheel, did he?
He did not.
And
didn't that work out great?
Yeah, it did.
Sometimes things just work out. So, Joseph, congratulations. Dr. Dudney, our dentist friend, has provided another American Express gift card, $50. Lunch is on you, sir. And we'll hold that right here. Speedy will get that and get a picture of you, and we'll put it out on social media, and then everybody will be talking about your incredible mustache. And so, what a great stash. All right, to the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program done. Another person gets a shot. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. Let's start with Chris in Florence, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Biggins, how's it going?
We're good, Chris.
Rick, condolences to you and Sherry.
Thank you, buddy.
I just was calling in about the caller that talked about the coffee this morning that Speedy just railroaded. I just went, damn, Speedy, cut her a break, will you?
It was.
That's on me.
That was. It's on
It's
Speedy.
on me. It's on me. I'm able to say that.
He got caught up in. He got caught up in the Mississippi State Ole Miss thing.
Didn't know. We should have. Didn't know. Maybe I didn't give her a chance. I'll give you that.
Well, you don't see this every day. Jacob, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys. Family loves you. Son listens to you to go to sleep and wake up. He was tore up when he heard y'all were leaving. But the reason we're calling is you're the reason my wife is having surgery next Friday.
We're the reason your wife is having
Bubba's-
surgery?
Yeah, you guys. If you're not getting NIL money off of Topaz, you need to. The doctor didn't even prescribe it. She just went and asked him because it worked for Bubba.
NIL money off Topaz. Well, maybe have you tried it? There we go. We continue.
That's funny.
Oh, here he is. John in Huntsville. He's back. Speedy. John, go ahead.
Bubba.
Hey.
Look, this is important, buddy.
All right,
I had to pull over at the Family Dollar in Decatur to tell you this.
Oh, wow.
So I'm local to Huntsville, and a bunch of people have been posting on Facebook. There's these big, I believe they're AC-130s, the giant cargo military planes.
Yes.
And they're spraying chemicals almost like a crop duster, but I know it's not cloud seeding because there ain't a cloud in sight here. I'm fairly certain it's atrazine because they're turning the friggin' frogs gay.
Okay. That was a long way home
I mean,
for an Alex.
yeah, if they're seeding the clouds, I would say they've wasted their money on that. It's been pretty dry lately.
It has, and that Bubba's timeout is gone. Wasted on John. Y'all can blame him for that. Let's go to Kevin in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I love you guys. Love Trump. Huge fans. Want to talk about Tim Walz. Just where's the real man at today? Come down to Fort Benning, Georgia, to the Ranger School, and we'll teach him a little bit about worshiping our parents, loving our women, and loving America. And hey, I just want to reenact. I think that was Tim Walz that called you the other day.
Thank you for your call, sir.
It's that time of day.
It's that time
isn't
of day.
Yeah,
It really is.
It's amazing how it delivers.
Michael
It's almost
Huntsville.
like Minnesota in December.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Michael, go ahead.
Michael.
Hello?
Hey, Michael, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, I think Kamala Harris needs a participation trophy of a bird finger from the American people. And
Hear him out, Rick. Hear him out.
Yeah,
You know,
I think I did.
I would say I'm kind of looking forward to the election being over. We're only 10 days away. But I fear we're really not going to be done with it in 10 days. You know, I feel like we've only just begun, as the Carpenter said.
We've only just begun. Because whomever wins, the other side is going to lose their ever-loving mind.
That's right. That's right.
So we'll see. Let's go to Nashville. John standing by. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So my wife, she had been after me to get a checkup. I'm 41 now, and last one I had was about 2-3 years ago. And checkups in your 40s are a little different.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
I went in with a positive attitude, been taking my fields of greens, and in so many words, they pretty much told me, hey, you know, we're going to be along with you in this journey, but you're dying slowly. And so that's pretty much what they told me, you know.
Well, yeah, I remember when it does shift somewhere around 40. 50 is even worse. And, of course, now Bubba and I are at 60. I remember when the –
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I remember when they did all the you know what I mean? They did all the things, Bubba, like when you were younger. They would really pull for you.
Oh, yeah.
They would tell you to do this, do that, and you need to do this. Then all of a sudden, I think he just experienced, you go in, they're kind of like, yeah, hang in there. And I remember being told, yeah, if you'd move around a little bit for maybe 20 minutes twice a week, anything else.
Yeah, they start talking about quality of life.
It's just a
I'm like,
personal choice. I'm like, that's not what you said when I was 30.
Yeah, I just want, I want to be healthy. I want to live. And then they start talking about quality of life. I'm like, wait a minute.
What about-
Sounds like you're counting me down.
What about when they're looking? What about when they're looking at your chart and you go, yeah, I plan on. I hope I can have a long life, and they just kind of go, good for you.
Yeah,
good for you.
yeah, that's a great attitude.
I had a way to be-
Attitude is important.
How about this? I had a way to be optimistic.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brad. Brad, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Brad.
Hey, Speedy, I love you, man, but sometimes you look like the rabbit off the movie Hoodwinked.
What does that mean?
I'm not familiar with the rabbit on Hoodwinked. That's one of those jokes that there's people laughing right now.
I just don't get it.
But
Sorry.
I'm not familiar with the rabbit.
It sounds funny though.
Yeah,
I can only imagine.
I love the way it sounds.
Yeah.
By the name of the movie.
John in Alabama. John, go ahead. 30 seconds. John.
Hey guys, I just wanted. Hey, you got me?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, hey, I just want to call in and apologize for the call on behalf of the callers of some of the crappy phone calls you guys get in these late hours. Appreciate y'all hanging there with us and doing the best you can with these calls.
You know what? Thanks for that encouragement.
We've been highly trained to deal with this.
Yeah, we've been at this a while. Like the thing you're getting, we've been at this so long now. Things that used to really, we're just kind of,
Remember, we've been taking phone calls since before there was an internet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good fact.
There's your point of reference.
Yeah.
And I think you can blame the internet for the fact the calls have gone downhill.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Michael
It
in
sounded
Huntsville.
good.
Michael, go ahead.
Go Five, beat Geraldine.
Okay.
Big matchup there tonight, huh?
I'm gonna land
got
it.
me right
You know
there.
how you got to know when to land it.
Yep.
Yeah. So all right. Thanks for being with us. Golden Ticket Seats, thank you for being such wonderful guests
Great
today.
job.
Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Patrick Sawyer, his book, Experiencing Jesus Through the Eyes of the Samaritan Woman. Interesting
good one.
conversation.
It's a good one.
Yeah, enjoy that this weekend. Lord willing, we'll be back on Monday. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, 2-2. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. We appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend. Be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for notifications. Here is a quick message from one of our Golden Ticket Seats' daughter. This is Madison Latimer. She is an American Sign Language translator. She has a very sweet and special message for Rick and Bubba. Thanks for watching. We'll see y'all on Monday.
Hello. Congratulations, Rick and Bubba, for 30 years of success. You all have brought so much laughter and common sense to the world for many years. Good luck next year with your show. Bubba and Helms, good luck with JSU. Congratulations again.
Pass the gravy, please.